Zeb Carter by Patterson. Book 1 in the Zeb Carter thrillers. Out of every 100 men, 10 shouldn't even be there, 80 are just targets, 9 are the real fighters, and we are lucky to have them, for they make the battle. Ah, but the one is a warrior, and he will bring the others back. Heraclitus. Chapter 1. I have a particular talent. The speaker was young, in his mid-20s. He was dark-haired, brown-eyed, and stood ramrod straight. He was casually dressed, shirt tucked into a pair of jeans, belt around his waist, as he stood in the room in front of 5 seated men in suits. All of them had a presence. The speaker guessed they were men who decided on war, how it was fought and where. He knew he was looking at military men. That had been made clear before the interview. Now, on observing them, he guessed they were 3 or 4-star generals, or their equivalents from the Navy or Air Force. No names had been exchanged when he entered the room, in an anonymous-looking building in D.C. He had looked it up. It was occupied by various private companies, and also rented out rooms by the hour. "What talent is that?" said a balding man, as he removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes. It had been a long day, and they seemed to be nowhere near making a decision. That's what it felt like to the speaker. "Finding people, sir." Several suits snorted. "The military has enough of such soldiers, son," a silver-haired man spoke. "We don't need another one." "And killing them, sir. Killing those who are threats to us." That stopped them. Those who were good in the killing arts weren't uncommon in the military either. Or on the outside, in the private sector world. But the way the young man had spoken struck them. He was utterly confident, without being arrogant. He was calm, his voice so soft they almost had to strain to hear him. It was rare for men of their seniority to come together and interview candidates. Most men or women would have felt intimidated by them, even without knowing who they were, what rank they held. Yet the man facing them seemed unaffected. He stood, arms crossed behind his back, legs spread apart slightly, and looked them in the eye. No hesitation. No fidgeting. Many of the previous candidates had been arrogant. One had boasted about the kills he had made. The panel had shown him out quickly. A squat, suited man picked up the speaker's folder and rifled through it. Somalia. Iraq. Lebanon. Israel. Greece. London. Belfast. Several redacted portions to which they had access. The current candidate had been to several of the hotspots of the world. He had led units. He had worked independently. He had been in hostile country, undercover for months. He spoke several languages fluently. A superior had jotted a comment. Has an ear for languages. In just a few weeks, in a new country, can speak well enough to get by. He was a master sniper. He had won several unarmed combat trophies. Those who knew him respected him. The man lingered on the last country the candidate had been to while in the military. Afghanistan. He whispered to his peers. The file was passed around. "We didn't know we had Superman in our ranks," Silverhair said sarcastically. The candidate's reaction astounded them. He unbuttoned his shirt, all the while looking at them. "What? What are you doing?" the suit roared. The candidate didn't stop. He removed his shirt. Removed his vest. And then pointed to a badly healed wound just below his heart. "I don't think Superman has such a scar." "You think this is a joke?" Silverhair rose. "Do you know who we are? Just because you aren't in the military, you think you can get away with such behavior? You are walking that close to the edge, young man." The speaker finished dressing and stood smartly, waiting for the outburst to finish. "Yes, sir. And I apologize for offending you. I meant no disrespect. Way I figure, you have been sitting there all day, listening to other candidates like me. You are trying to decide who's the best person for the job. You made a comment. I do not know if you were serious. I could have said something. Lots of words, but I thought you probably have had enough of words, and hence my action. He paused a beat. I will understand if I am not selected. For whatever you have in mind. The suits did the bent heads whispering furiously thing again. You are not afraid? The balding man asked him. Yes, sir. I am. I don't mean that stunt you pulled off, the man waved. I mean in the field. I am often afraid, sir. And yet you came here. I was told it would be a good idea to offer my services to my country, the candidate said, smiling sardonically. You know you won't get paid? Yes, sir. Driven by noble intentions, no doubt, Silverhair said sarcastically. The candidate didn't rise to the bait. You know what this is about? The balding general threw an irritated glance at the interruption. I can make a guess. You are looking for an outside contractor. That means whatever you are planning is high risk and has to be deniable. I was told your candidate should speak Pashtun. Right now Afghanistan is our hottest spot. Maybe you're thinking of rescuing those 3 Delta operators. Using someone like me. Silence in the room. You are still bound by the declarations and non-disclosures you signed, Silverhair barked. Sir, the speaker said, smiling fully, I am sure you vetted all the candidates before interviewing them. None of us would have been in this room if we were in the habit of running to the nearest newspaper, TV channel, or website. More silence. That's the most hostile terrain in the world, Squat Suit said, shifting in his metal chair. The most dangerous fighters out there. Yes, sir. I have been there. I have fought them. Indeed you have. And you still want to go back? Assuming that's the operation. You could die. I don't mind dying, sir. Let me get this straight, Silverhair said brusquely. You are willing to go on something that's pretty much a suicide mission. Involves no payment, no fame, no movie or book deal out of it. Why? Love of country. I was Delta. Those men are Delta, sir, the speaker said, as if that explained it all. You could be tortured. I have been tortured, sir. Quite a few times. Silence. The men stared at him. He held their eyes. You like killing? Silverhair said, no inflection in his voice. No, sir. What do you like? Saving people, sir. A clock ticked somewhere. A chair scraped. Outside the small room, faint voices could be heard. The bald man spoke finally. Someone will let you know. Yes, sir, he squared his shoulders and turned to leave. A moment. Sir. Why did you leave Delta? I was getting promoted, sir. That meant a desk job. You don't like management? The administration side of operations. I do, sir. But not if it's what I have to do all day. You like the money as a private military contractor. I am a mercenary, sir. A smile ghosted over his lips and disappeared quickly. There's no need to use fancy words. To answer your question, I do, but I don't do it just for the money. What's your name? All the folders are anonymous. You don't have to share it if you don't want to, he added quickly. Zebediah Carter, sir. Zebediah. That's quite a mouthful, son. Everyone calls me Zeb, sir. And Zeb Carter left the room. Chapter 2. Sorry. It was a small village in the Badakhshan province of Afghanistan. The region, nearly 17,000 square miles, was spread across Afghanistan and Tajikistan, with 2 major mountain ranges defining it. The Hindu Kush mountains that ran in the northeast of Afghanistan, and the Pamirs, which were more on the Tajikistan side. Noshak was the highest peak in Afghanistan, rising well over 7,000 meters. Foladi to the southwest rose to just over 5,000 meters. The region's terrain soared sharply to the skies and fell away to valleys. In the winter, snow blanketed the peaks and lower lands, cutting it off from the rest of the country, from the rest of the world. Avalanches were common, sometimes destroying entire villages in one blow. Travel by horse or donkey was the most common mode of transport in the mountains. A villager owning such an animal was considered to be rich. Even in such an environment, with several small villages in the district, Sori stood out. It was not just high up on a mountain, it was perched on a cliff. A dirt path 2 feet wide skirted the steep descent and snaked through the village. A rugged vehicle could climb the rubble road, its wheels kissing the sides of the steep drop. Even then, the vehicle wouldn't be able to go inside the village. The driver would have to park a mile away and to return, do a heart-thumping U-turn. It wasn't unheard of for grown men and women and children to fall off the cliff in the dark, never to be seen again. The village didn't have more than 200 people at any point in time, most of whom farmed the poppy fields in the valley below. Poppy. It was the main cash crop in Badakhshan. It was what made Afghanistan the world's largest opium supplier. Badakhshan was at the heart of the narcotics trade in the north of the country. Its valleys and plains had the poppy fields. Its villages had factories that turned the harvest into heroin. Several villages across the province and in other parts of the country acted as marketplaces, where smugglers and sellers met. The drug changed hands and in return, American currency or weapons were accepted in payment. A significant amount of the heroin produced in Badakhshan traveled to Europe through Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, and Central Asia. The immediate beneficiaries of the narcotics trade were the farmers, but they were paid a mere pittance. The biggest beneficiaries were the traffickers, the drug mafia, and the Taliban. The terrorists extorted tax from the farmers. They received tax from the smugglers for safe passage of the drugs. They extracted a price for the import of chemicals needed by the factories. The Taliban were everywhere, siphoning off money from Afghanistan's narcotics manufacturing and supply chain, because they had realized that as long as there was a demand for illegal narcotics, there was money to be made. And that money could fund their terrorism. And so, back to Sori. The village was home to one of the province's heroin-producing factories. Farmers, when they weren't tending to their poppy crop, helped out in the manufacturing. The village had huts made of mud bricks with holes in the walls for windows. No sanitation. One of the largest houses was where the drug was produced. Black sheets covered the windows. The stench of chemicals filled the air and permeated the hamlet. But the villagers didn't care. Poppy growing gave them a living. Working in the factory gave them a semblance of daily wages. And even if they wanted to escape, they couldn't. Because the Taliban ruled Sori. Chapter 3. The terrorists had effectively captured the village. To protect it, they said, but the villagers knew they were protecting it for the traffickers who ran the factory and the distribution. It was not just Sori that the Taliban controlled. They also controlled Mir Dara and Ragi, the nearest villages, lower down in the valley. There was no other hamlet within a 10-mile radius. That control and isolation made it an ideal location for both the terrorists and the drug runners. The former made Sori their camp from which they descended and waged their war against the Westerners. The latter turned the poppy harvest into heroin in the village and smuggled it out to Tajikistan. The Delta team had been in the valleys hunting for a Taliban commander, Atash Muhammad. The 5-member team, led by Chick Roderick, had drifted from village to village in the guise of aid workers. They had spent 2 months in Badakhshan, keeping their eyes and ears open for any information, any clue, on the warlord. There were just 5 because a larger presence would give them away. The Americans could have shelled the mountains to flush out Muhammad. And maybe that would have worked, but it would have also increased civilian casualties. And who knows, Muhammad could disappear in one of the many caves in the mountains. The U.S. Army had learned this the hard way. Earlier, coalition forces consisting of Afghans, Norwegians, Germans, Italians and troops from several other European countries had mounted 2 operations in Badakhshan province to flush out terrorists. Each operation was successful, but after the coalition forces left, the surviving terrorists regrouped, more joined them, and they disappeared back into the mountains from where they waged their war. Back home, the generals considered their options as they studied the operation, the focus of which was to take out Muhammad, who ruled over the northeastern region of the country. Eliminating him would cripple the Taliban in the region and achieve a secondary purpose of damaging the narcotics flow from the region. The generals talked to other coalition army leaders. They talked to the Afghan army. All agreed it would have to be a small, nimble operation. It wasn't as if Muhammad surrounded himself with men. It was a guerrilla war he was waging. Sure, he commanded more than 150 terrorists, but they were scattered throughout the northeastern provinces. All intel said that Muhammad had 20 at most, 30 men with him at any point in time. Use the terrorists' tactics against them, the generals agreed. Send in a small, highly mobile force. But first, they had to know where Muhammad was based. There was no point in sending an attacking force to comb through the mountains. So they sent a recon team. And that was how Chick, Bud Rohr, Kelly Hobson, Quincy Mayo and Travis Lefkowitz were in Badakhshan. They carried IDs from a prominent charity. They drifted from village to village, trying to pinpoint Muhammad's exact location. In the second month they heard about Sori and about several bearded, armed men in the village, one of whom, their snitch whispered, commanded particular respect. Okay. That too wasn't uncommon. Chick plied the informer Sohrab Humayun with drink and pulled out several photographs of various Taliban commanders. Humayun unhesitatingly fingered Muhammad's picture. You're sure? Chick looked searchingly in the black eyes opposite him. Yes, sir. The snitch's teeth were dark and stained. He ran what passed for a general store in Ragi. It was the largest in the region, and he frequently went up into the mountains with supplies. He was a well-known figure in the community. How long? The informer shook his head. He didn't understand. How long will he be there? How many men does he have? What are his movements? Humayun said it would take him a few days, maybe as much as a week, to get that information. He couldn't ask the terrorist straight out, could he? The informer returned in 10 days. Muhammad rarely left the village, he told them. Instead, he used burner phones and messengers to communicate. He told the Delta team everything that he knew. His eyes dilated when Chick casually drew his Glock and placed it on the table. I don't play both ways, he said, shrinking away from the gun. We know, the team leader said, and left it at that. Message delivered and received. The operatives went to Sori the next night. They drew up to the base of the mountain on which Sori's shabby buildings rose, in the aid organization's jeep, and started climbing. They avoided the narrow path that wound up to the peak and took to the rocky hillsides. They wore dark clothing, tunban, the long baggy pants worn by Afghani men with a parahan, the loose shirt that dropped to the knees. Armor beneath their shirt, boots instead of the chapli that the local men wore. They split up, maintaining comms contact. Moving easily, their weapons on their backs. HK-416s, Glocks, blades, ammo, blood packs, grenades. Chick and Bud would approach the village from the front. The rest would enter from behind. They would draw a detailed layout of the village. Sure, they had maps of the village. Choppers had flown over Sori several times. They had produced high-res images. But the informer said there were several secret alleys concealed by the almost touching overhanging roofs of the houses. Some of those could be routes to escape to tunnels and therefore, the night recon. During the day, they would hide themselves on the side of the mountain and mount a vigil in hopes of getting eyes on confirmation of Muhammad. They hadn't climbed halfway up when their plan went south. Chapter 4. Concentrated firing broke out from behind several large rocks above them. Cover. Chick hissed and dove behind an outcrop. His HK slipped to his hands. Took out a shadow that was racing down. He felt a sinking feeling in his stomach when he saw numerous figures running down the mountain. Firing filled the dark of the night. 5 Delta operatives against what seemed like hundreds of Taliban. The Afghans had the high ground. The Americans were disadvantaged not just by numbers but by terrain. Fall back. They could still make it to their jeep, on which heavy armaments were hidden. More terrorists went down as Chick and his men laid down lethal fire, and then a fighter leapt over his cover. The operative chopped him down with a hail of rounds. More men appeared and Chick swung, fired, knocked and thrust his HK. In his peripheral vision, he saw Bud and Kelly were similarly occupied. He couldn't see Travis or Quincy. A blow to his temple brought him to his knees. Why haven't they killed us, he thought, just before he lost consciousness. The Taliban wanted hostages. Muhammad wanted to make Sori impregnable. What better way than to hold American prisoners in the village? Any U.S. or coalition attack would be hampered by the operatives' presence. Zeb ran through Central Park. New York. Home. He had returned from D.C. the previous night and had gone about his day, which started off with a run. He knew what had gone down that night in Sori. Everyone knew. The Taliban had made a big deal of the capture of the operatives. Quincy and Travis had escaped. They had started retreating as soon as Chick had given the order. Loose stone underneath their feet had made them slip, and the momentum had carried them down quickly. They both were hit while escaping. Quincy took a round through his left thigh. Travis had his upper right arm perforated. But they had managed to struggle back to the jeep, chased by Taliban. Quincy took their vehicle off the rutted path as the terrorists opened fire. Rounds struck it as he drove deeper into the woods. He saw the fallen tree too late. They crashed into it, their heads knocking against the windshield, and lost consciousness. An animal herder found them an hour later, as dawn was breaking. The U.S. forces and coalition forces had both mounted rescue operations. 3 of them with heavy airfire to support ground troops. Muhammad and his men disappeared into the caves of the mountains, along with their captives. Meanwhile, the Taliban made a show of laying out bodies on the ground and inviting the world's press to view them. Civilian casualties, they said, killed by the barbaric Westerners. 2 months had passed and no progress had been made to rescue Chick, Bud and Kelly. The terrorists posted their pictures occasionally. Gaunt, haggard bodies, marks on their faces to hint at torture. The Americans tried diplomatic efforts. They failed. The Taliban were well entrenched in Badakhshan. Muhammad was a highly popular commander. There was no way they were going to release the prisoners. Zeb took a deep breath and cleared his mind. He upped his pace. In, out. In, out. Smooth, long paces that covered the ground effortlessly. After a few minutes, he saw 3 figures in the distance. 2 large men, a smaller one beside them. Bawana, his ebony face breaking into a smile when he turned to see who was following them. Bear, built like a mountain, with a well-trimmed beard, and Roger, handsome like a model, a Texan who didn't let anyone forget it. Zeb joined them and they ran in silence for a while, comfortable in one another's company. All 4 were former Delta operators. Friends. All of them were pursuing similar careers on leaving the military. Private military contractors. All were choosy about the assignments they accepted. Nothing that would risk national security. No operation that would harm innocents. Zeb was freshly returned from Russia, where he had taken care of a prominent mafia boss who was smuggling NATO weapons, an assignment sponsored by one of the 3-letter acronymic agencies in D.C. How did it go? Bear rumbled. He was referring to the interview. They said they would let me know. Zeb briefed them quickly. The unusual request had reached him through a military contact, a colonel who sometimes offered him work. The brief said the Pentagon was looking for an exceptional operator. Someone who was independent, not a current serving member in the armed forces. Delta has enough operatives. There are the SEALs. Other specialist units. Why me? Zeb had questioned. Not just you. I am reaching out to a few other people. How many? 4 others. Similar background to yours. What's this about? Can't say. Can't or won't. You've known me long enough. It will be cold, the colonel relented and then clammed up. Zeb's friends hadn't applied because they didn't speak Pashtun. That was one of the requirements the colonel had specified. You really think we'll send just one person? On a rescue mission? If it is what we think it is, yeah. All other approaches seem to have failed. I am sure you'll be selected, Bwana grinned. 2 heads nodded in agreement. They knew their friend. They knew what Zeb Carter was capable of. Chapter 5. The suits considered the 5 candidates. All were impressive. Their files were thick with their exploits in distant locations in hostile situations. The details included their missions while in the military, as well as operations as private contractors. One had been in a team that took out an African dictator who had started a regional conflict. Another had eliminated a Mexican drug lord. Don't like him, Silverhair said dismissively when they discussed Zeb Carter. All files were labeled numerically in interviewing order. Number 5 had ZC scribbled on it. He was the only candidate of whom they had asked a name. He's got an attitude. He'll stick out like a sore thumb in Stan. He's been in covert operations. He was in country, undercover in Libya for a year, Squat Suit said in defense. I am sure he knows how to conduct himself when deployed. He's a loner. You've seen his file. Works well in a team but prefers to work alone. He will be alone in Stan, the balding man sighed and rubbed his eyes. Quit griping, Klein. You didn't like the stripping act? Well, I did. It showed unconventionality. A willingness to do some lateral thinking, and a lot of that will be required if he goes. That stopped Klein, the silver-haired man. They were all equal, but Spear, the bald suit, was more than that. He was rumored to be liked by the president. If that was true. He knows more languages than the others, Klein accepted grudgingly. Yes. Pashto, which all of them speak. But Carter also knows Farsi, Tajiki and Pamiri. Which is important. Because Badakhshan had more Tajiks than Pashtuns. There were Pamirs and Uzbeks as well. I like that Libya operation, Squat spoke up again. He lived as a goat herder. Got close to Wasim al-Hamid's camp in the desert. Took him out one night. Escaped. No support, nothing from us, he shook his head admiringly. Spear sensed the shift. We're all agreed. Carter? A chorus of yas. I'll speak to Kilmer. He'll progress. Kilmer, the colonel, met Zeb in a cafe in Foggy Bottom 2 days later. Both were in civilian clothing, but their short hair and erect postures hinted at their military backgrounds. The officer waited until their server brought their order. He poured steaming coffee into 2 cups and pushed one toward Zeb. You look well, he said, casting a critical eye over the younger man. I heard the Russian job went well. Was it through you? Zeb looked at him curiously through gently rising wisps of steam. Another middleman offered it to me. Not me, the colonel said firmly. We like the outcome, obviously, he said dryly. He took a long pull, looked around casually, and then reached for his briefcase. He opened it and pulled out a thick file. Atash Muhammad. Everything we have on him, and on Sori, Badakhshan, that Delta operation. The job's yours. If you want it. Zeb didn't open the folder. Those men. I recognized one of them. Speer. He's the commander of SOCOM. I reckon the others were his peers. If the military wanted to send someone like me, an expendable resource, why interview us? He spoke with no bitterness. He had been in the game long enough to know how it was played. Mercenaries were disposable resources. That was Speer's idea. He has this thing about honor, Kilmer sighed heavily. Zeb, you know chances of success, of survival on this operation are low. Practically non-existent. What can one man do that the U.S. military couldn't? Yeah, I know. Well, Speer wanted him and the others to look the men in the eye. And to live with their decision, if the selected candidate never came back. They make such decisions regularly. The difference is, this time you will be on your own. No air support. No comm support. No U.S. involvement. Total deniability. You can back out, the colonel said, eyeing the untouched file. What happens if I do? Nothing to you. Speer and the others will not go to the other candidates. They won't go second choice. We'll have to figure out how we can rescue our men. That might take a long time. Yeah. A motorcade of vehicles rushed past outside. Police escorts and outriders clearing the way for black SUVs and limos. Traffic scattered and regrouped when the convoy had passed. Life in D.C. Politics was in the air. Something else struck me. Zeb's words drew the colonel's attention back. What? I was thinking Muhammad kept our operatives alive because having them would protect him. Their presence will constrain our actions. Yes. That's what we believe too. But that hasn't stopped him from killing other prisoners. Remember Hawkins Jones? The Taliban commander had executed 2 captured American soldiers the previous year. The killing had made headlines around the world. It was followed by intensive bombing and ground operations by U.S. and coalition forces in Badakhshan province. Muhammad had escaped into his caves and had survived. He is a master strategist. And a survivor. He looked up sharply. He, the Taliban, aren't negotiating with us for a prisoner exchange? Kilmer shook his head. Nope. That would never happen. Zeb's frustration showed in his voice. So why are our operatives alive? Chapter 6. Zeb and Kilmer thrashed it around for another hour. Neither came up with any answers. Zeb took the folder and rose. Kilmer rose too. There's one more thing, the colonel said, stopping him. In about a month's time, 5 weeks precisely, coalition forces will begin a significant assault on the Taliban. On all fronts. Kandahar. Badakhshan. Everywhere. Zeb knew what he meant. Any rescue attempt would have to happen before that. Otherwise, not only would escape be more difficult, there was a real chance Muhammad would execute the prisoners. You aren't making this easy, are you? He grinned as he followed the colonel out. We wouldn't have come to you if it was, Kilmer retorted. He gripped Zeb's forearm and looked deep into his eyes. Come back. Alive. With them. Zeb reached his place in New York's Jackson Heights neighborhood that evening. He ducked inside a Korean supermarket on the way, bought rice and soup, and cooked dinner in his apartment. He ate by the window, watching the city go by down below. He rinsed and washed, then opened the file and started reading. He turned off the light at 1 a.m. and went to sleep. At 5, he was up and heading out to Central Park. The fresh air reinvigorated him, and when he was on his second lap, he decided to leave for Stan. Just like that. Which was the way he operated, because he had no one to answer to, no spouse or partner to consult. On returning home, he opened a hidden compartment in his wardrobe and extracted a large box. In it were thick wads of cash, US dollars. British pounds. euros, and the currencies of several Middle Eastern and Asian nations. The file that Kilmer had handed him contained several thousand Afghanis, the currency of the country. Zeb had more of those in his box. He considered them for a moment. The American dollar was universally accepted in the troubled nation, but there was no point flashing them at a tea vendor. He removed a thick bundle of the local currency and stowed the box away. He stashed his Glocks away too. He wouldn't need them. He would procure arms locally. He went to another compartment and withdrew several passports and identification documents. Rifled through them swiftly and separated out a blue passport, Afghani suitably torn with worn documents to accompany it. He slapped it all together in a duffel bag, along with his American passport. He went to the bathroom and emerged an hour later. His brown hair was now black. The beard he had started growing right after the interview was black, as were his brown eyes. His teeth were stained as if he chewed and swore, the powdered tobacco that Afghanis routinely stuffed in their mouths. He took one last look around the apartment and left. Caught the night flight to London. At Heathrow he went to the restroom and emerged a half hour later as Akmal Rahman, black tunban, black parahan, a white waistcoat waistcoat. Large nose and misshapen ears. Rahman, Zeb in his Tajik guise and with prosthetics to change his features, went to the Pakistan International Airlines counter and bought a return ticket to Islamabad. "Business, sir," the woman behind the counter said with a smile. "Business. I am an importer," he told her. After 8 hours of flying, he was in Pakistan the next day. At the busy airport, he took in the various odors and sounds. Stale sweat perfume, Urdu, English, Pashtun, Hindi, Arabic. He searched for a Pia window and bought a ticket to Kabul. "Business or pleasure, sir?" The woman scrutinized his documents carefully. "Home," Zeb said. "I am going home." 3 hours later, he was in Kabul. He rented a jeep at the airport and drove through noisy, traffic-laden streets to Kart Saki, a neighborhood adjacent to Kabul University. New construction alongside old. Neoclassical feel to many houses. Warm colors. Stone, brick, and masonry. He stopped outside a metal gate and jumped out of the jeep. A couple of passing women in full face veil gave him curious looks. They hurried on when he looked back. The gate opened noiselessly and closed behind him. He entered the still house, climbed to the upper floor, and in the bedroom bereft of furniture knelt. He fingered a corner of the floor and pressed a natural-looking scratch on the surface. It was a fingerprint scanner designed to look like part of the floor. Several tiles slid back to expose an armory. Glocks, mags, a couple of Benchmade, several grenades, 2 HK-416s and ammo for them, 2 sniper rifles, 2 grenade launchers, enough weapons to start a small war or finish one. He drew out night vision goggles, or NGVs, blood packs and medical kits. Several pieces of body armor followed. He stripped, put on armor and got back into his clothes. He grabbed several more pieces of protection and helmets, and after wrapping them in cloth to keep them from clanking together, stuffed them all in a case. He closed the compartment and checked the various security devices in the house. Concealed cameras, motion detectors, it had them all. Zeb owned or rented several such houses in the hotspots of the world. Cairo, Mogadishu, Gaza, Bangkok, all had a weapons cache and comms equipment. Feeds from these locations went to his Jackson Heights apartment. Alerts came to him if any house was broken into. So far, not one had been. Janitors, people he had cultivated over a period of time and trusted, visited the houses regularly. They cleaned them, maintained them, and gave the appearance that large companies owned the premises. He dumped the case in the rear of the Jeep and padlocked it. Shut the metal door. And set off to Badakhshan province. Chapter 7. Zeb went through his cover as he drove. Akmal Rahman was originally from Ragi. His family were traders. They bought vegetables from local farmers and sold them in the village markets as well as in more distant towns. They were comfortable but not wealthy. A good cover had to be truthful to a large extent. The Rahman family did exist in Ragi. They were vegetable and farm produce traders. They had been so for generations. There was a male child, Akmal Rahman, in the family. He had been sent to Kabul, and from that point onwards, the truth and lies started to converge. The real Akmal Rahman had died when he was 21. He had joined a militia gang and had been killed in a shootout with another gang. As far as Joe or Jane Public in Afghanistan was concerned, if he or she cared enough, Akmal was in London for higher studies. His uncle, Abdul Rahman, was a prominent politician in the Ministry of Transport. He knew Zeb well. The American had done several favors for the minister. Over time, the two men had grown close. It was Zeb who had gotten the story of Akmal changed. It had been easy because he, Bawana, and Roger had been first on the scene. He had recognized one of the dead men and had called the minister. He had asked him to come alone. On seeing his nephew, the politician had been broken. Then pragmatism crept in. His career would be destroyed if it was known the young man had been a militant. Zeb promised to keep quiet about Akmal's killing. It wasn't difficult. The Delta operatives knew how the country worked. A favor to Rahman of such magnitude meant that the politician would be indebted to them forever. The story was that Rahman was in Britain. The killing? Only the Delta operatives and the minister knew that one body was missing when the police arrived, and neither side would talk. As Zeb drove towards Ragi, 4 people met in Kabul. They were in the minister's office late in the evening, when all the officials had retired for the day. The minister came down to escort them past the security measures. Not that there were any of consequence. At a nod of his head, the security detail let the 3 visitors in, 2 men and a burqa-clad woman. The minister took them up his private elevator and gestured them to seats. He poured tea for them, and when they had been served, he went behind his desk. Before he could speak, the woman lifted her veil. "No one ever asks who your visitors are." Atash Muhammad wiped sweat that had beaded on his forehead. "I should have come without this dress." The Taliban commander was heavily bearded, with unruly hair and eyes that moved constantly. A scar above his left eyebrow gave him a sinister look that helped reinforce his savage reputation. "No one dares to even meet my eyes," the minister boasted. "What is the status?" He turned to the other men. "We are almost there," said Vladimir Bykov, a lean, clean-shaven Russian with sinewy arms, shrugging. "The final batch will be extracted, processed, and packed. 2 weeks, maybe 3 more. Many of my people are on site." "How are you explaining that?" "Expert contractors." "Not that anyone will ask me." The minister turned to Colonel Jesse Tucker, an American. "Your corridor will be ready?" "Yeah, all will be taken care of when the time comes." "What about our men?" "They are safe." "Well." Muhammad spoke good English. His tone was insolent, he didn't try to hide his contempt. "You were to release them," Tucker said heatedly. He was in his uniform. Of the visitors, he alone had no fear of being seen in public with the minister. They met often to discuss security matters. "Will happen. Once the consignment leaves. I am releasing some more pictures to the media. Proof that they are alive. Unharmed." Insolence in his voice. The minister intervened quickly before the discussions got out of hand. "Muhammad has given us his word. We should accept that. He gave it before too. He didn't stick to it. I release them now and you will bomb us." "Consignment cannot leave," the Taliban commander said, his eyes gleaming. He had a point, and he knew it. "We are talking of just a few weeks. The rewards are huge." "Which is why we are here," the minister said, adopting a conciliatory tone that got to the soldier. The American nodded stiffly, and the conversation progressed. They discussed logistics. How the consignment would move. Muhammad and his men would escort it to the Afghan border. From there, Bykov would take over. The American and the minister would ensure that no U.S. or coalition forces would be on its route. They all had a role to play. The upside was enormous, which was what had brought them together in the first place. The American and the terrorist were on opposite sides. The Russian had his own side. The minister was looking out for himself. Greed made them put aside their hostility. Avarice got them working as a team. Anything else? The minister asked as he stood up, signaling a close. Yeah, Tucker said, remaining seated. My people are making a rescue attempt. When? Muhammad asked sharply, leaning forward. How many men? Air support? They are sending one man. One man? What can one man do? The terrorist scoffed. His name is Zeb Carter. Chapter 8. He was Delta. Now he is a mercenary. Delta. I have 3 of them. Killed more, Muhammad sneered. The minister waved him to silence. What can he do? He has a record. That's why they sent him. It needn't have come to this, the soldier flared, if this terrorist had released our men. Colonel, Bykov's voice was soft, and yet it had the desired effect. The red flush on the Taliban commander's face faded. The American unclenched his fists. The minister let out his breath. That is in the past, the Russian continued. We should focus on the now. You have anything more on this man? No, the colonel shook his head reluctantly. My contact, he says this man is a lone wolf operator. You don't know when he is coming? No. He might already be here. The American knows nothing, the Taliban man whispered, not so sotto voce. He fell back and raised his hands placatingly when the Russian turned furious. This is how he looks, the colonel pulled out several photographs from a pocket and circulated them. He speaks Pashtun well. We will find him, the terrorist said, fingering the image. He will come to Badakhshan and to Sori. We will be waiting for him. Zeb also knew Dari and a smattering of Uzbek. That wasn't in his file. No one knew of that but for his closest friends. Those languages would be of more use to him in Badakhshan because the Tajiks in that province spoke Dari, though many of them understood Tajiki. The plan fell into place as he drove out of the city early the next day. The roads were good, courtesy of foreign aid, and at that early hour 5 a.m. there wasn't much traffic. At 8 a.m. he had his first halt. It was involuntary. He was following the AH-76 towards Baghlan. Green Parahan and Tunban on his body, sneakers on his feet, and a checkered red and white shamag across his face. Just his eyes visible. His Jeep Green 2 was covered with a film of dust. He had the window down despite the cool air. Traffic started bunching, slowing him down, and when he peered out, he saw nothing but a long line of trucks. Police, a trucker spat. Americans. Zeb nodded understandingly, as if Americans and police were synonymous. He saw it was a military checkpoint. Several armored vehicles and large military trucks had formed a choke point through which all vehicles passed. Afghan soldiers were inspecting papers and questioning drivers before they were let through. Americans too, he recognized when he got closer. Several armed soldiers, alert, clutching their weapons. A soldier held out his hand for Zeb's papers. He handed him the rental documents. Maybe it was something about the Jeep, but a few U.S. personnel came closer. Going where? The bearded Afghan demanded. Faizabad, Zeb replied in Farsi. Why? Boss's work, Zeb shrugged. The soldier handed back the papers and was waving him through when an American whistled. What's in that box? In the back, buddy. Zeb put on a stupid grin. No. English, he replied brokenly. Can you step out? 3 Afghans covering him. 2 Americans. A third soldier joining. What's up, Steve? A female soldier, Lieutenant Chloe Sundstrom, 82nd Airborne. It took all of Zeb's iron control to show no sign on his face. The same blank grin as he stepped out. Hands in the air. Box in the back, Steve told her. Can you open it? Zeb looked at him uncomprehendingly. Box? What's in them? An Afghani snapped in Farsi. Guns. What? The soldiers tensed. Their weapons raised. The few onlookers who had gathered scattered. Papers, Zeb explained. In jeep. Show them. He moved unthreateningly to the glove box and removed a sheaf of documents. Went to the back, opened the box and waited while the Afghans inspected the weapons and compared them to the list on one of the papers. Rahman. Minister, his weapons. He heard snatches of conversation between the Americans and the local soldiers. Sundstrom had her head cocked, half listening, eyeing him curiously. Call it in, she said, her green eyes on him. They called it in, their shoulders relaxing when the voice on the other end confirmed that Akmal Rahman was the minister's nephew, and that he was transporting licensed weapons to their family home in Badakhshan. Go, an Afghani thrust his papers back and waved him through. Zeb bobbed his head in supplication, thanking the minister for not revealing that Akmal had studied in London and would have known English. He took one last look at the petite woman, who had turned to the other American soldiers. Last tour, Chloe, one said. Yeah. We'll be going back in a month. For good. And then they were behind him, receding into the distance. Chloe here, fancy that. He shook his head at himself. It shouldn't have surprised him. Stan was a large country, but the world of U.S. soldiers was small. He had first come across her in Helmand. They shared the same mess, and he and his friends had seen how she had affected Bear. The large man was one of the best operatives Zeb had come across, but at heart he was painfully shy. He had never told her how he felt, and now he was in New York, and she was here. Hope's not lost. It's her last tour. We'll tell Bear when I am back. His smile faded. If I am back. Chapter 9. He reached Kesham in the evening with no further incident and hit more traffic, due to road building. As he slowed to a crawl, he looked up. Another hour to darkness. He preferred to reach Ragi during daylight. Make a night camp. Decision made, he swung off the asphalt road, following a gravel path that took him around the town and in the general direction of his destination. He stopped when he was away from habitation of any kind and under the stars, had a cold meal, checked his Glock and settled back in his jeep. He went through his plan again. Find out where Muhammad was. Find where he stowed the captives. Infill. Extract. Exfil. It wouldn't be so simple as that. There would be no flag or mark over the location where the prisoners were held. The terrorists wouldn't be parading openly. Or maybe they will. In that part of the country. All the farmers fear them. The politicians are in their pocket. Will Muhammad still be in Sori? He thought so. Intel said he was still in the region. The remote hamlet was one of the most impregnable ones in the province. He has already survived attacks. There's cave cover. Why would he leave? I'll have to check out all the villages in the vicinity. In the dark. What if he isn't there? Or what if the intel's wrong and someone else has the soldiers? Zeb smiled in the dark when the answer came to him. He would work covertly, searching the villages. At the same time, he would stir the waters a little. He would hit the terrorists where it hurt them the most. He would attack their drug factories and shipments. That'll draw them out. They'll come out of hiding hunting for me, and when Muhammad emerges, I can backtrack or question him. Just before he fell asleep, another thought struck him. Maybe I should be a drug smuggler as well. Demand to work only with the source, Atash Muhammad. No middlemen. He liked it. He would splash money. That would get him attention, and word would reach Muhammad and hopefully draw him out. Getting the terrorist to come to him was preferable. He pulled a thin blanket over himself and snuggled deeper into his seat. The thrumming of engines woke him. 2 a.m. The dial on the dash told him. Zeb was parked in a thicket well away from any roads or whatever passed for them. No houses around. The sound came closer. He reached behind and grabbed the weapons that he had removed from the box once out of Kabul. A Macmillan TAC 338 sniper rifle, an HK and his Glocks. He swiftly strapped the handguns to holsters on his thighs. Stuffed mags in his pockets, took a helmet and climbed out of the vehicle. He went into the thicket, away from the noise, which was now very close. Found a small depression in the ground just behind a bush and settled there. 150 yards away from his vehicle. The TAC went to his shoulder, its Night Force mil-dot scope to his eye, and he waited. 2 vehicles came roaring. Soviet-style armored carriers, their lights cutting tunnels through the darkness. They followed the same non-existent route he had taken. They squealed to a stop when the beams fell on his Jeep. An engine revved, and one of the vehicles moved to the front of his, boxing it in. Silence for a moment, then 4 men spilled out, 2 from the front, 2 from the rear, weapons trained on the Jeep. All armed. All long-bearded, in loose robes. "Come out," one man ordered in Farsi, his voice carrying clearly through the night. He repeated the command in Pashtun when no reply came. He went forward cautiously and peered through the window. Straightened when he saw the front was empty. He went to the rear and looked inside. "No one inside," he called out. More armed men jumped out of the vehicles. 6 in all. 2 drivers stayed inside, smoking, by the looks of the red dots glowing near their mouths. 8 men. He couldn't see inside the vehicles. There could be more. "There's something in the back," the gunman exclaimed. The bulk of the arrivals crowded at the rear while 2 men watched, their weapons in front of them. "Break it open," a tall man said, heavier than the rest. He seemed to be in charge, because the others slammed the butts of their weapons against the door and broke through the lock. Hands reached inside and pulled out the crate. They nearly dropped it from the weight. "What's inside?" the leader asked. 3 men shook the crate and listened. "Weapons," one of them said hopefully. "There are no markings." "Open it." The crate didn't give. It was designed for extreme handling. "Put it in my vehicle," tall man said impatiently, and shaded his eyes as he looked in the darkness. His face was lit by the headlights. Zeb's finger caressed the trigger. He didn't know who the men were, but he didn't like them. 4 men carried the crate to the vehicle behind the Jeep, while the commander spoke softly with other men. They nodded, split, and went to the vehicles. Zeb's lips tightened when they returned, dragging 1 man from each vehicle. The prisoners were bound and gagged. They shook their heads furiously and dragged their heels on the ground, their desperation and fear showing clearly in the lights. Both men bearded, straggly haired, in dirty clothing. Tall man raised his weapon. "Let's kill them here and dump their bodies in this Jeep." Chapter 10. Zeb scoped the captured men. Neither of them was the Delta operatives. They thrashed on the ground and tried to roll away desperately. Rifle stocks were slammed into their backs and they groaned loudly. "Do it. We were thinking of dumping them somewhere anyway. This way the Jeep's owner will be suspected." Tall man kicked one of the prisoners in his head. He took aim and tall man's head exploded. Shocked silence for a moment. The killers watched his body fall. Then hands reached for guns. The armed men yelled and dove away. Shots sprayed in the dark, many of them going above Zeb's head. He had the advantage of darkness and surprise. He made quick use of it. He worked methodically, picking off the men as they sought cover, some trying to jump inside their vehicles, others ducking around it, changing mags without conscious thought. The drivers started their machines. Dust flew in the air as wheels scrabbled for purchase. The next moment, both vehicles went spinning when Zeb shattered their windscreens and took the wheelman out. A cry from behind a vehicle. A leg sticking out. Zeb fired. A body flopped into view and twisted spasmodically when Zeb emptied his mag into it. He slapped in a new mag and waited. 8 men down in 30 seconds. The strangers had no chance. Zeb had used the terrain and the vehicles against them. Still he waited. Any of the men could be playing dead. Time ticked. The Earth continued hurtling in space, silently, indifferent to the activities of its residents. The 2 vehicles were stuck in dirt, their wheels spinning uselessly. Half an hour. Then an hour. A moan. One of the prisoners, who raised himself up and looked around wildly. "Who's there?" he shouted in the dark. "Help us." Zeb didn't reply. He took in the entire scene. The night force tracked behind the vehicles to the route they had taken. Nothing moved. No lights pierced the darkness. He got up silently, slinging the Macmillan behind his back, a Glock coming to his hand, and approached the vehicles. He went to the left one cautiously, gun held in front, alert for the slightest move. The driver was dead. As were the strangers around the vehicle. Same story at the second. He was conscious of the prisoners staring at him. He didn't look in their direction. He bent over the fallen men and snapped their pictures with his phone, and only then did he turn to the captured men. "Who are you?" One man's lips worked, his eyes wide in fear. "Who are you?" Zeb asked back in Dari. "We are farmers." The prisoner tried to stand and flopped back when the Glock moved. "I am Naveed Ghani. He's Parwaz Noor. We are from Badgozer." "It is 1 hour away from Kesham," the second prisoner said, finding his voice. He shivered in the cold and propped himself up with difficulty. "Who are they?" Both men gaped at him. They had come close to dying, and yet that one question stunned them. "You don't know?" Zeb waited. "They are Abdul Malik's men. One of the Taliban warlords in Badakhshan. Second largest gang after Muhammad's. Big hand in drug smuggling," Zeb recalled from his intel dossier. "What is his name?" he asked, pointing to tall man. "Mujitaba," the prisoner spoke fearfully. "He was Malik's enforcer." "Why were they planning to kill you?" "We refused to grow poppy." Chapter 11. Zeb considered them in silence. The farmers became agitated. They talked, interrupting each other, telling him everything he needed to know. Mujitaba had been warning them for several weeks, grow poppy or die. They had refused. The rest of their village had succumbed to the terrorists' wishes, but not them. They were both single, had nothing to lose. They didn't heed the enforcer, who then swooped on them that evening and grabbed them when they were returning from their fields. "Where was he taking you?" Zeb asked, turning the story over in his mind. "To Ragi," Noor replied, "to kill us in front of the village." "Why did he change his mind?" "Ragi is Atash Muhammad's region." Mujitaba started having second thoughts. He called Malik, who agreed. They didn't want to risk a confrontation. Zeb drew out his benchmade and sliced their bindings. He helped them up and gave them his canteen. The men drank gratefully and wiped their mouths on their sleeves. "Who are you, Aga?" "Aga. Sir." "It's best you don't know," he told them, and went to the vehicles. Some Soviet make, leftovers from the Russian occupation. He turned off their engines and kicked out their lights. He went to the one that held his crate and dragged it out. The farmers rushed to help him, and the three of them loaded it back into his jeep. He returned to the killer's rides and looked at the sacks and boxes in them. "What's in them?" "Opium," Noor replied. "They were taking it to their factory in the mountains." Zeb hefted one sack. There seemed to be 50 kilograms in the two vehicles. At his gesture, Noor and Ghani worked with him and moved the drugs to his vehicle. They looked at him uncertainly when he climbed in. "Get in the back," he told them. They jumped in eagerly, thanking him. "I will drop you off on the road. You can make your way back?" "Yes, Aga," Noor bobbed his head. "Returning to your village could be dangerous." "We will go south, Aga," Ghani said. "Your fields?" The farmers shrugged indifferently. "They will still be there when we return." "Who are you, Aga?" "American." "What do you think?" Ghani shook his head decisively. "No American can speak like you. Or looks like you. You are with the police?" Zeb hid a smile and continued driving. The night was still, and the road a dark ribbon when he reached it. The farmers climbed out and came to his window. "What will you do with that?" Noor pointed to the rear. "Start a war." Zeb left tarmac half an hour after leaving the farmers and as dawn broke out took dusty tracks to a stream. He freshened up, made himself a hot drink, and as it went down inspected the confiscated drugs. Each sack or carton had a label on it. A red mark that had no meaning to him. Probably Malek's sign. Zeb knew many of the Taliban outfits, and the drug runners had their own symbols. The traffickers marked their consignments with their brands, so that everyone in the supply and delivery chain knew who had to be paid. He dug a hole in the ground, underneath a tree, and buried most of the loot. Made a note of the coordinates, and swept the ground with a branch to erase his tracks. He kept just a carton and dirty sack in the jeep, and covered the narcotics and his weapons with a tarp. The sun was shining when he headed out. It was bright when two vehicles came up from behind fast and overtook him. Chapter 12. 20 miles from Ragi, he thought absent-mindedly, fingering the Glock underneath his Parahan. One vehicle cut around sharply and blocked his way. The other cut his escape from behind. Armed men jumped out from both vehicles. All similarly garbed. Loose dark clothing. Bearded. Hawk-like eyes. AKs in their hands, trained on Zeb. A squat man gestured at him to come out. Zeb climbed out. 10-1 the men facing him. Not good odds. He had only his two Glocks on him. The HK was in the leg space in the next seat. Out of sight, but not within easy reach either. "Nice Jeep," squat man said in Dari. No friendliness in his eyes as they flicked their eyes over Zeb and his vehicle. "We need to search it." "No one touches my Jeep," Zeb told him quietly. Squatman's head rocked around to him. His brows drew together. "I am not asking," he grated, coming closer, his eyes boring holes. "Someone stole something from us. We are searching for it. I am telling you. No give. No hesitation. Matching stare for stare." Aware that the interrogator was less than 2 feet away, the rest of the hostiles close by. "No one comes near my vehicle." "Do you know who we are?" Squat man looked incredulous. Here he was, in the middle of nowhere, with 9 armed men ganging up on a stranger, and this man wasn't intimidated. "Taliban." A cool wind blew and stirred their clothing. Squat man's eyes sharpened. "You know what that means? We own this country." "You don't own me." Zeb was calculating distances and angles, and trying to gauge response times. There was a slight relaxing in the gunmen. They had the advantage of numbers. Squat Man seemed to be their leader, and he had the situation well in hand. It looked like the stranger they had surrounded was heading to a nasty end. It didn't seem to bother them. One gunman hawked and spat. Another shifted his weight when Zeb struck. He sprang forward, right hand darting through the opening in his Parahan, clasping the Glock and drawing it out smoothly in a move that defied eyesight. The handgun winked in the sunlight, and then its muzzle was pressed against Squat Man's neck. Zeb turned him around roughly, the terrorist now in front of him, covering him. His jeep behind him. The 9 gunmen, now in a loose semicircle, froze. Then they acted. Several yelled in anger, raising their AKs. Zeb shot, his round tearing off Squat Man's right ear. "You move, he dies." "Don't shoot," the leader screamed. He didn't clarify who he was addressing, but his warning worked. His men stood where they were. Wary, watchful, but they didn't fire. "What's your name?" Zeb shoved his barrel deeper in his captive's neck. "Jamil." Squat Man struggled to break free, panting loudly. He roared in agony when Zeb's Glock ground his ear. "Full name?" "Khalid Jamil," he cried. "Which Taliban group?" "Abdul Malik." "He will kill you." 4 hours since I killed those other terrorists. Hardly any traffic on the road. How did they find me so fast? And then he mentally slapped his forehead. Cell phones. He hadn't bothered to search the dead men. These dudes probably called Mujitaba and came searching when he didn't answer. "You were searching every vehicle on the road?" "Yes," Jamil panted. "Now Malek will come." We said, "We will arrive by 11. It is already 12. He doesn't like waiting." He howled when Zeb chopped him across the temple. "Drop your guns," he ordered the terrorists. They didn't react. "Do it," Jamil yelled when Zeb gouged his eye. 9 AKs dropped to the ground. "Strip." They looked uncomprehendingly at him, and then at their leader. "You heard me," Zeb told them coldly. "Remove your clothing." "You can't do this to us," one gunman burst out. Zeb shot him in the forehead and trained his Glock on the others. Jamil gasped. He stopped struggling. His men were stupefied. They watched their comrade's body flop to the ground. Now? Their trousers dropped. Their shirts followed. Rage and shame on their faces as they faced Zeb. "Run," he told them. They started shuffling slowly and then burst into a sprint when he fired at their feet. "What about me?" Jamil began struggling when they were specks in the distance. Zeb slammed his head against the Jeep's roof. "I have some questions for you, and then you will die." Chapter 13. Abdul Malik didn't have the Delta operatives. Khalid Jamil said, sobbing as he answered. He was pegged to the ground under the sun, naked. Zeb hadn't tortured him. He didn't need to. It seemed the terrorist was like numerous other killers, vicious and cold-blooded when he had a gun in his hand and when he was with his gang. A coward when he was defenseless and alone. Zeb's choice of the stripping tactic was deliberate. It took away the killer's self-respect, and with it, their power. Jamil started babbling as soon as Zeb had him tied to the ground. "No," he said. Malik had no hand in Chick, Bud and Kelly's capture. "Yes," he confirmed. Atash Muhammad still had them. How did he know? His eyes squinted in bewilderment. Atash Muhammad was Taliban, as was Malik. Sure, they had their own gangs, but they shared intel about American and coalition forces. "Sorry," he choked out when Zeb leaned over him. As far as he knew, the American soldiers were still in that village. "What of Muhammad?" Zeb asked him. Muhammad. He was the most prominent Taliban commander in the region. There were a few others. Malek, he was number 2, then there were Yawar Hafiz and Mir Kalen. All of them had their own tribal gangs, but Muhammad's was the largest, and he worked directly with the Kabul commanders. Where is he? Zeb asked impatiently. He knew the other names. Kilmer's file was extensive. Sorry, Jamil whimpered. Where in Sorry? Jamil didn't know. He swore on his mother and on his father. He didn't know. It wasn't as if Muhammad broadcast his movements and his address. How many people did he have with him? He didn't know. He didn't know anything more. He was a low-level shooter for Malek. Zeb questioned him for longer. Then shot him and left him out there for carrion to feed on. He felt no remorse as he fired up his jeep. Jamil, Mujitaba, they were stone-cold killers. They had chosen the way of the gun. They had become terrorists of their own free will. They were parasites who preyed on the vulnerable. They would prey no more. He drove towards Ragi. Several armored trucks passed him during his drive. All bristling with soldiers, both coalition and Afghan. None of them stopped him. Bearded Afghans eyed his jeep curiously when he overtook them. Many of them were armed. Some with ancient Soviet discards and a few with AKs. It was a country at war, from the inside as well as the outside. Peace-loving Afghans had to combat terrorists, and those who resented the foreign forces often joined ranks with the Taliban. Zeb crossed lush valleys and steep mountains. Vistas that took one's breath away. Remote, forbidding, and entrancing at the same time. At times, the road he followed was nothing more than a barely perceptible dirt track. He stopped to drink from a stream, and the stillness enveloped him. Snow-clad peaks of the Hindu Kush and Pamir Mountains rose majestically in the distance. Terrain swooped and fell as he turned slowly on his heel. A few huts far away. A village. This country will never be conquered. The British tried it and failed. As did the Russians. As we are finding out. It wasn't a new thought. He had realized that during his time in Delta. It was the landscape. No amount of firepower or technological superiority could crush a mountain range. The rugged country shaped its people, who were used to battle. It was almost second nature to them. Zeb leaned against his jeep and wiped the dust from his face and arms. His job wasn't to win a war or to convince anyone back home of its futility. His eyes grew bleak when they returned to the mountains. Somewhere up there, 3 American soldiers were held prisoners. He would rescue them. Or die trying. That was all that mattered. He removed the prosthetic ears and nose and replaced them with less noticeable ones. He was still Akmal Rahman. Still the minister's nephew. However, the large nose and misshapen ears would be for his drug-running persona. The Taliban who had encountered him would remember him from those features. He had to do something about the jeep, though. He filed that thought away in his mind and climbed inside his ride. Ragi had a single street around which the village bustled. Like Main Street in American towns. It was lined with stores for groceries, clothing, everyday items. Women in colorful clothing perused what was on offer. Men of varying ages drifted up and down the street. A few armed. Not many young men. They've probably joined the terrorists or have moved to Kabul, where there are more opportunities. Farming was the main occupation in the village, located in a valley beneath the Hindu Kush range. Wheat, maize, vegetables, fruit. And there was poppy. Sometimes it was grown out in the open, and sometimes remote fields grew the opium-producing flowers. Zeb walked down the street, aware that many eyes were on him. Strangers didn't come often to the village, and they were usually associated with either terrorists or the army. His HK was across his back, in a leather case that hid its shape. The Rahman family's house was in a side street, away from the hustle. It was made of stone and plaster, like most other homes in the region. A wooden door with a latch, on which was a padlock. Zeb kicked the door. It splintered. He enlarged the opening and ducked inside. A courtyard. Stone construction beyond. Several rooms. All disused, filmed with a thick layer of dust. He didn't have any belongings to leave in the house. He made sure that it was empty and headed out. His destination, Sohrab Humayun's store. Chapter 14. Sohrab Humayun and his wife had been found dead outside the village after the Delta operatives had been captured. No one knew for sure who had killed them. What came to mind was the Taliban killing a suspected informer. It was what they did. The Afghan police from Faizabad had tried to investigate, as had the Americans and the coalition forces. But they had no luck, and, in a land where killing was common, the deaths were soon forgotten. Zeb saw that Humayun's store was open. It had no name. In a village that small, one wasn't needed. A young man barely in his teens served customers. He was dressed in white and was clean-shaven, which by itself made him stand out. Sacks of grain were neatly piled in front of the store, and it looked like business was brisk. It would be. It's the only grain store in the village. Zeb went to a cafe on the street and sat on a wooden bench outside. 3 old men made room for him. He ordered tea and let the conversation flow over him while keeping an eye on the store. Bidar, he learned, was the young man. Humayun's son. He had taken over running the store. He doesn't like it, but it is a living, an oldster cackled. Why doesn't he like it? Zeb asked. The old men paused. They looked him up and down with rheumy eyes. They didn't open up to strangers. But heck, the man had asked a question that related to their village. He wants to go to Kabul. He thinks that's where life is. The speaker removed his turban and scratched his head. He tried to sell the shop. But who can afford it here? These young people. They think they're too big for Ragi. Kabul. Or Taliban. That's all they think of. Who are you? He replaced his headgear and sipped noisily from his cup. His friends leaned forward expectantly. Akmal Rahman Aga. We have a family home here. Brows wrinkled. Eyes turned distant as they tried to place the name. Then a hand slapped a thigh. You are the minister's nephew? Yes, Aga. Your family, there's no one left here. Why have you come back? It wasn't asked rudely or bluntly. In the village, everyone knew the other's business. Business, Aga. I want to do something here. We have farms. They have been neglected. I want to sort that out. Farming. What's in it? Haven't you been listening? All the young people leave the village. And you have come back. There's money to be made here. Out in the fields. Farming, the old-timer repeated. No money in it. He's not talking of grains, you fool, a friend slapped his back. Poppy. Poppy. Is that true? I am not saying anything, Zeb smiled. I am just looking. Poppy. There's no money in it, either. Well, there's some, but the Taliban and the smugglers make most of it. And there's a lot of killing. The old man shook his head at the folly of Zeb's idea. There are ways, if I wanted to get into that line. I have some experience. You'll be a grower or a smuggler, the old man whispered. His friends craned forward to hear the reply. I am not saying anything, Aga, Zeb laughed. He slapped several Afghanis on the table, enough to cover all their teeth. The village has ears. You won't live long. Many have tried to do it independently. Sell their poppy to the buyers directly. The Taliban, they will not allow it. Zeb chuckled and left them, aware that Bidar Humayun was staring at him. He knew news of his presence would spread. The old men would talk up his hints of getting into the narcotics smuggling business. Word would reach Atash Muhammad and the other Taliban leaders. Which was what Zeb wanted. He walked down the street, went to the Rahman house, and continued walking. Making sure he wasn't followed, he went out of the village to his jeep, which was parked in a thicket 2 miles away from Ragi. He fired up his laptop and waited for his satellite phone to hook to a bird in the sky. He toyed with Jamal's phone idly. He had examined it after killing the terrorist. There had been a few outgoing calls and several incoming ones. Nothing recent. He hadn't tried to trace the numbers. Finding Malek wasn't his mission. He turned to his computer when it pinged. There wasn't supposed to be contact between Kilmer and him unless something drastic occurred. So he was intrigued when he saw a message from the colonel. It was sent from a disposable email address. Homecoming party is in 2 weeks. No explanation, nothing else. A chill settled over Zeb. He knew what it meant. For whatever reason, the coalition attack had been advanced from 5 weeks to 2. That's not enough time to survey the land, find out where the captives are. Grimly, he reconsidered his plans. His cover in the village would now have been established by the old men. He still had to find a way to visit and check out neighboring villages without risking suspicion. Sure, he could and would do that covertly, but a legit reason made a difference. He also had to find out how Muhammad smuggled out his heroin. Hit the drugs and the terrorist leader would be drawn out of hiding. Backtracking him would lead Zeb to the prisoners. He had 2 weeks to accomplish all that. He stowed away his laptop grimly. He would approach Bidar the next day and visit Sori. Chapter 15. My father used to talk of your family. They are very famous and rich. There was a tinge of envy in Bidar Humayun's face as he brought out sacks and arranged them in front of his store. Zeb had approached him early in the morning, before the street market opened up. He didn't have to introduce himself. The old men had ensured that Bidar knew everything of him. You were in London? Yes, Zeb grunted as he lifted a heavy sack and brought it out. Studying? A little. Doing business. What kind? Buying, selling. Something that people want. Bidar stopped and eyed him. He put 2 and 2 together. Drugs, he stated. No judgment in his voice. Zeb didn't say anything. Silence was the best way to build a legend. With your family connections and wealth, you can go far in this area, Bidar mumbled. How was London? Amazing city, Zeb replied genuinely. Great people. I loved it. I would love to travel someday, the shopkeeper said wistfully. What's stopping you? Bidar laughed, his hands on his hips. Have you seen this village? I barely make a living. Where will I find the money? I could buy you out. The grocer stared at him. You? Why? I need a business when I am here. Zeb shrugged. Not elaborating. Letting the other fill in the blanks. You need a cover business. For whatever you are planning to do, Bidar whispered, ripping open the sacks one by one to display their contents. He went inside the store and brought out plastic boxes filled with vegetables and fruit. Those went behind the grain. You know what happened to my parents? They were killed. By the Taliban, he said harshly. Because the terrorists thought my father was an informer. Was he? I don't know. A haunted look came into his eyes and disappeared just as fast. And now, you are asking me to get involved in whatever you are planning. No, Zeb corrected him. I want to buy you out. Not make you a partner. You take my money. You hand over your business. You leave wherever you want to go. What I do is my business. Think about it, but think fast. There are other businesses I can buy. There was a thoughtful look on Bidar's face when Zeb left him. He hung around in the street as the village woke to life. Traders set out their stalls and hawkers strolled up and down announcing their wares. Zeb ordered a tea in the cafe and soaked in the ambience. He made a show of talking to other storekeepers, gesticulating profusely. A couple of times he caught Bidar's eyes and the young man looked away quickly. It was when Zeb was making his way back to the Rahman house that the DEA, Drug Enforcement Administration, agents swept in. 5 of them, armed, eyes shaded, the black letters stenciled on their vests. They were accompanied by 4 Afghan police. He lingered when the group stopped at the same cafe and ordered refreshments. From snatches of conversation it looked like they were returning from a raid in Mir Dera, where they had burned several poppy fields. One of the agents looked Zeb up and down. "Got something to say, buddy?" Zeb grinned toothily. "Nice guns," he replied in Dari. "What's he saying?" "He likes your weapons." The DEA man shook his head in disgust and turned his back on Zeb. Zeb was leaving when his ears pricked up at a name. Atash Muhammad. "He isn't there." "No one is. We swept Sori last week." The agents were conversing in low voices. Zeb ordered another drink, snatched an old newspaper that was flapping on a bench and pretended to read. "All the intel says he's still there." "Our men too," another protested. "It's wrong. You saw for yourself. There were just a few people in the village. No Taliban." They talked back and forth, the conversation drifting to other topics. Zeb stayed back when they left, his eyes unseeing, the paper still in his hands. If Atash Muhammad wasn't in Sori, where was he? More importantly, where were the Delta operatives? The file Kilmer had handed him, was it wrong? Jamil confirmed the terrorists' presence, however. Prisoners tell their interrogators what they think their questioners want to hear. Zeb shook his head impatiently. That was for amateurs. A trained operative got the right answers because everyone had a breaking point. No. He wouldn't change plans. He would proceed, assuming what Jamil had told him was right. Still, it didn't hurt to verify. He was rising when a group of men occupied the next bench. They ordered their drinks, speaking in soft voices, none of them paying him any attention. Zeb had that knack of staying still, hiding his kai, so that even in broad daylight, in a crowd, people ignored him as if he didn't exist. He buried his head in the paper, his finger following a line, his lips moving silently as he read. "Muhammad is playing them," one man said in a low voice. Heads drew closer, nodded in agreement. One man chuckled. "He disappears into the caves. Returns when the soldiers leave. He is a fox." Their voices dropped further, making it harder for Zeb to overhear. He stayed back when they rose, embraced, and left. His lips were still moving, his head was still bent, a villager engrossed in a rare newspaper. It didn't surprise him that the residents spoke openly about the Taliban, or even seemed to support them. Poppy funds most of this region. Their livelihood depends on it. Besides, many of the Afghans resented the Americans and coalition forces. We are the invaders. Another thought struck him as he neatly folded the paper. There's a leak. There's no other way Muhammad would know of the DEA team's movement. Does the terrorist know I am here? Chapter 16. Where is he? Atash Muhammad spat tobacco from his mouth and wiped his lips with the back of his hand. Carter. Tucker drank from his canteen. No sign of him. My people are looking out for him. What have you told them? Bykov leaned against the colonel's vehicle, chewing on a twig. They were close to Keshem, in a clearing away from the highway. The terrorist had 5 men with him. He had arrived in his usual garb, the full body and face veil. The American and the Russian were unaccompanied. That he's a rogue mercenary, training the Taliban. Bykov's teeth flashed as he inspected the stick. Won't it get back to your people? Nope, Tucker drawled. I have given no description. In any case, there are a few mercenaries in the country. My people are on the lookout too, Muhammad said, wiping his face with a towel. One of his men jumped forward to take it back. Shooters doubled up as flunkies. So far no sign in Sori, Mir Dara or Ragi. How long do we need? Tucker turned to the Russian. 2 weeks. Why? There's an attack coming, the American briefed them. In 2 weeks' time. Air and ground attacks. To flush me out? Muhammad grinned, unperturbed. Not just you. Yawar Hafiz, Mir Kalen, Abdul Malik, others as well. All the Taliban commanders and the drug traffickers had informal agreements with one another. They wouldn't encroach on the others' poppy fields. They would share intel on safe routes and police and coalition action. And they came together when attacking the Western forces. They tried. Twice. We are still here. The terrorist smirked, stroking his beard. And they will keep doing so until you are dead. Don't underestimate us, Tucker retorted sharply. That doesn't give us much time. Bykov, playing the role of peacekeeper, stood between the men. We need 3 or 4 more weeks to extract, pack, and have everything ready. We don't have that much time, Tucker snarled. Hire more people from Ragi and Mir Dara, Muhammad said. So far you have used only your people. Take the villagers. They will not suspect anything. All they'll see is the extra earnings. You have got an exact date? Bykov frowned, running the Taliban leader's idea through his mind. No, Tucker replied. Not yet, but it will happen in 2 weeks. You need to release my men before that. It will happen, Muhammad waved airily. Muhammad, the American said coldly, this is non-negotiable. I said it will happen. Tucker stared at him until the Taliban leader looked away. What about the route? He asked the Russian, eyes still on Muhammad. The Panj River. We will float the crates on rafts. Why not the bridge? If there's an attack in 2 weeks, the bridge will not be safe. It will be inspected. The Panj River forms a large part of the Afghanistan-Tajikistan border. Nearly 1,000 miles long, it meanders through steep cliffs and valleys, with the occasional village perched on its banks. The U.S. had funded the bridge at Panji Poyan, which spanned the river and offered a road link between the two countries. The bridge was a key drug trafficking route due to corrupt officials and poor infrastructure. Resourceful drug traffickers also moved their contraband on the river. They bundled sacks on rafts made of inflated tires and cast them from the Afghan side of the river. On the Tajik side, their people hauled the drugs in and transported them onward. I told you of the attack only now, Tucker regarded him suspiciously. I always have a backup plan, Bykov said, smiling disarmingly. The Russian was a former Spetsnaz operator. He was lean, his angular face giving him a sinister look. He was an old Afghan hand who had once described himself as a bird of prey. We survive, Bykov had explained, hard angles on his face. Everyone thinks Russians came to conquer Afghanistan and failed. Me? I came to pick this country apart. They discussed plans and logistics and then broke up. The American was the first to leave. You have to keep your word. Release his men, the Russian said, watching Tucker's dust fade. Treat him with more respect. He can be a dangerous enemy. Pa, I can kill him whenever I want. What will the Americans do? Muhammad fingered his AK. Release his men. Or he and I will hunt you down ourselves. Bykov let the steel in him show, and went to his ride without another word. The Taliban leader glared at his back and made a crude gesture. What will we do about the prisoners? One of his men asked when they were on their way. Release more pictures. Other than that, nothing, he growled. There is nothing to be done. Chapter 17. Zeb realized his folly. half an hour after he set off for Sori. He was in his jeep, in his misshapen ears and nose guys. He had attached the sign of an aid organization to its sides and had changed its plates. The route to the mountain village was treacherous, turning to dirt tracks some distance from Ragi. Initially, it was easy going. Then the steep slope began. "Can I take this to the top?" he shouted at a goat herder over the noise of the engine. "Yes, but very dangerous." "Are you going to Sori?" "Just exploring. Our food convoy will be coming, and I need to see if we can drive." The road goes to the village but stops outside. Steep cliffs. Many vehicles have slipped and fallen. Trucks cannot go there. Many people ride on donkeys and horses. Zeb thanked him and continued driving, meeting no one else. The air turned rarefied. He stopped often to let the engine cool. Ragi had long disappeared from sight. Just the track ahead of him. Cliffs or slopes to his sides. He turned a steep corner and stopped suddenly. Checked that his shemagh was covering his face. It was. Because Sori was visible in the distance. Standing proudly on the edge of the mountain, stone and adobe houses clinging to its side, defying gravity. Now he could see why the approach to the village was so dangerous for any attacking force. Any approaching vehicle, any convoy, would be visible from the village. Terrorists can spot any arrival. They'll have enough time to escape to their tunnels and caves. He would have to reconsider. Think of another way to get to the village. He started turning back and nearly rolled off the cliff. The road didn't allow any turns. He would have to drive in reverse until he got to the bottom of the valley. 3 hours later, he was on level ground. He was sure he had been spotted from the village. He climbed out and checked that his vehicle had no distinguishing marks. It hadn't. Its green had faded, and from a distance it would look gray. In any case, gray or green jeeps were commonly used by aid agencies. The signage he had attached was that of an organization that was very active in Badakhshan. His shemagh had hidden his face. "They won't recognize me. They could check on the vehicle, but the plates are legit." As night fell, he opened a can of food and decided he would have to take a different route to Sori. Visiting the village is important. I need to be sure the prisoners are there. As long as Muhammad doesn't feel threatened, it's likely he won't move them elsewhere. I need to have eyes on, however. He licked his fork clean, washed it from a bottle of water and stowed away his gear. Drugs bazaar. I'll go there tomorrow. The bazaar was just that. A place to trade. For villagers to buy shoes, clothing, fruit, anything that they needed in their lives. What made it unique was its location, in the middle of the Panj River, on an island. Access to it was via a bridge, at each end of which were border controls. The bazaar was surrounded by concrete walls so that no one could see from the outside what transpired inside. The river was a 2-hour drive from Ragi, according to the map. But it took 3 hours for Zeb the next day, as he navigated bumpy and near-invisible tracks. He was in his drug smuggler guise, shemagh over face, nose and ears sticking out against the fabric, HK close at hand and armored vest beneath his parahan. The jeep bore another set of plates that he had stolen from a vehicle as he came from Kabul. He cold-eyed anyone who gave him a second look. It was all about image. At the border, he didn't show any papers. He slid dollars into sweaty palms and parted the opening in his shirt to show his Glock. "You haven't seen me. You'll forget me," he stated. The officials nodded quickly as the currency disappeared into their pockets. Zeb was alert as he crossed the bridge on foot. No vehicle traffic was allowed on the island. No one looked like a terrorist. Men and women, accompanied by the occasional child, thronged towards the gate. Once inside the compound, he stood to one side and took everything in, stalls that sold clothing, footwear, jewelry, precious stones. Zeb shook his head when a hawker approached him, brightly colored scarves in one hand. His attention was on the gems. Badakhshan's got lapis lazuli, emerald, and ruby mines. Gold too. Some of them government-owned, many operated by corrupt officials or traffickers. He wasn't here for the gems though. He drifted through the market, bought a cup of tea from a vendor, and walked and watched. At the far end of the compound was a concrete hut. Not in direct view. One had to circle the rows of stalls and go past an elevated stage to approach it. No foot traffic. The reason was obvious as he got closer. 4 men stood in front of the entrance. Bearded, like the majority of the men in the country. Dark clothing. Anonymous looking in most respects, but for the AKs slung over their shoulders. In plain sight for all to see. Conveying a message. Stay away. Zeb approached them, lowering his shemagh to expose more of his face. Tossed the cup away. Heard it splinter. Didn't look around. Pinning the men with his eyes. Seeing the way they tightened. One stepped forward, his hand raised to halt the newcomer's advance. Market's behind you, he spoke roughly in Dari. I know, Zeb said, equally abrupt. I am here for the other market. No other market. Heroin. At which the man reached for his gun. Chapter 18. The man reached behind. Started bringing his weapon to the front. Snarling. The other guards, if that's what they were, acting similarly. Zeb was 4 feet away. Still coming. No change in pace or expression. No fear. 4 against 1. AKs against Glocks. He had elite training and experience, however. He could read a situation like a book. For instance, the men were standing too close to one another. They were thinking they could scare the stranger away. Leadman's left hand was now gripping the AK, bringing it to the front, while his right was sliding down. Zeb used the weapon's momentum. He grabbed the barrel. Yanked it upwards and smashed it in the man's face. A howl of agony burst out. Cut short when Zeb slammed the man against his companions. They staggered back. One fell. AK man's lips were bloody. He was swearing. He was searching for his weapon when Zeb kicked him in the groin and slashed savagely with the barrel of his Glock, which had appeared as if by magic in his hand, and cut the forehead of a second man. He stepped back, his gun covering them. At that distance, the bore of his weapon would look like a large dark tunnel to the fallen men. Throw away your weapons. The AKs fell with a clatter. You don't know, Leadman started. He screamed when Zeb smashed his teeth with his Glock. I know, said Zeb, controlled, motionless. Image. I know exactly what happens in that hut. Traffickers bring their samples. Buyers check them out. Deals are agreed. You. He snorted contemptuously. You are just guards. Low-level Taliban fighters belonging to some warlord's gang. Your job is to keep people like me away. Who's inside? He had guessed that the hut was empty. Otherwise they would have had more guards. Cast a wider perimeter. No one, Leadman confirmed through broken lips. His breath whistled through his nose as he tried to stem the bleeding. Whose men are you? The guards stiffened. Looked at one another warily. Hafiz. Kalen? Malek. Or Muhammad? He grinned wolfishly when they tightened at the last name. Atash Muhammad. He's planning a big sale. No answer. If looks could burn, Zeb would have been reduced to ashes. He reached inside his shirt. They flinched and then their eyes widened when he drew out a wad of bills. Dollars. He flung them on the men. The bills fluttered to the ground, several of them settling on the men, who eyed them in disbelief. That's 5,000 there. Keep it. Take it back. I don't care. Tell Muhammad there's a new buyer. Me, I'm from London. From a very large gang. I want the best material. Lots of it. He doesn't sell, Leadman swallowed, his eyes riveted on the bills. Another man swore softly at the inadvertent admission that they belonged to the warlord's gang. I know, Zeb said curtly. He protects the drugs, though. I want him to guarantee the quality, quantity, and safety. Personally. We don't do business with strangers, another guard said, summoning his courage. You want money. I have it. Who are you? He's right. We don't do business with people we don't know. Call me Cher. Zeb removed the scarf from his face, letting them have a good look. Then he whipped his Glock across Leadman's face, leaving him howling, blood covering his face. You know me now. He gathered their AKs and left swiftly. Market-goers shrank back as he walked through them, giving him a wide berth. The border officials blinked lazily and asked no questions. Zeb might be new to the roles of their paymasters, but his money was just as good. Zeb picked up a tail on the drive back. He was going as fast as he could, wanting to put distance between him and the market. Hanging around wasn't a good move. If Muhammad's traffickers were arriving with samples, then his shooters would be coming too. In full strength. Those guards, they were just taking over the hut. The warlords and their traffickers probably have some arrangement among themselves, taking turns to display their drugs. He could have merged with the market crowd and followed the terrorists as they left. They would be alert. He shook his head unconsciously. No. It was better to draw Muhammad out. And in any case, he planned to check out Sori and Mir Dara as well. The glint in his mirror, like a reflection from a windshield, alerted him. Too far behind to make out. The track he was driving on was dusty, and plumes of dirt rose behind him. He slowed down imperceptibly. No vehicles ahead of him. Just the ruts in the ground as he drove past fields and valleys and occasional climbs up slopes. The pursuing vehicle came into view after a bend. It looked to be another Jeep. Gray. He couldn't make out who was inside. Must be someone returning from the market. Still, it couldn't hurt to check the vehicle out, find out whether it really was following him. He deviated from the route he'd planned, which would have taken him back to his hideout on the outskirts of Ragi. Instead, he took a fork in the track and proceeded towards the highway, 10 miles away. The vehicle followed. Ahead of him, in about 3 miles, was a small village on the edge of fields. He hit the gas and tore forward. The other vehicle fell back, but continued. 1 mile to the village. The pursuer was still behind. Ambush him. The village approached rapidly, and then he was driving through it, men and animals scattering from his path. Similar layout to Ragi, but much smaller. One big street through which he drove and smaller lanes cutting from it. At the end of the street was a larger building. A school. He drove out, checked his mirror and reversed carefully. The cloud of dust hung over the exit he had taken. He revved slowly and edged behind the building until it shielded him. A few heads craned out of holes in the walls. Curious. They withdrew quickly when he raised his HK and thrust it out of the window. In that part of the world, innocents minded their own business. Stayed clear of those who carried weapons. The follower would assume he'd left the village. I hope. Chapter 19. Zeb didn't have to wait long. The sound of an engine alerted him. Then the vehicle raced into sight. A Toyota SUV, not a Jeep. A lot of miles under its hood, but still good. It raced past, but not before Zeb got a glimpse of its occupant. One man. Alone. Hunched over the wheel, his eyes locked ahead. Zeb's ride surged forward. The village fell behind. The SUV in front. The man craning his head back, alarm and surprise on his face. Zeb rammed his vehicle, his Jeep crushing the Toyota's rear door. Sent the vehicle spinning around as the driver lost control. Zeb followed its turn, aware that the driver was reaching for something. He crashed into the driver's side door. Buckled it. The Toyota stalled. He leapt out, slid over the hood, and fired a round through the Toyota's window. "Don't shoot," the man screamed from inside, his hands rising. Zeb stepped down and gestured with his gun. The driver looked at him fearfully, dazed from the impact, and reached for the door with shaking hands. "You come out with a gun, you are dead," Zeb warned him. "No gun," the driver moaned, and fell out of the SUV. He got to his feet shakily, and stood trembling against his vehicle. Zeb squinted. He looked familiar. "Who are you?" "Behruz Rehman," he said, licking his lips. "I was with Jamil. Malek has ordered everyone to be on the lookout for you. You are to be captured and brought to him." Zeb remembered. Rehman had been one of the 9 men, along with the terrorist, who had accosted him as he was driving to Ragi, after he had rescued the farmers. "You found some clothes." Rehman lowered his head, his face flushing in shame. "Where did you see me?" "The market," the captive whispered. "I saw you come in. I hid. I saw what you did to those guards." "Why were you there?" "I am Malek's scout escort," a tinge of pride in his voice. A scout brought drug samples to buyers. He was the drug trafficker's man. An escort was a hitter who accompanied the scout. The Taliban didn't traffic in drugs directly. They did everything else. Provide protection, extort tax. Control the farmers and often seize the farms. Those guards told me it was Muhammad's turn at the hut. Yes, but if the buyers agree to a deal, I could have approached him. Muhammad wouldn't have liked that. Malek, he isn't scared of Muhammad, Rehman boasted. Why were you there? Who are you? You didn't hear? I was too far. Zeb wasn't interested in Malek. Rehman's appearance was a distraction. Or maybe not. Muhammad will be on high alert once he hears a new buyer has turned up, asking for him by name. I can let all the traffickers know I'm in the market. That will allay his suspicion. I am a buyer. You? Rehman's eyes widened. He looked searchingly at the man in front of him. Zeb knew he was trying to piece together this revelation, along with the incident on the highway. You didn't say that before. You take me for a fool? Zeb snapped. How was I to know who you were? You think I go around asking every armed man if he is selling drugs? What happened to Jamil? He never turned up. We searched for him but didn't find him. Jamal's dead. I don't like people who stop me for no reason. Or those who follow me. Rehman blanched. His lips worked. He opened his mouth to protest. You were going to follow me. See if you could capture me, Zeb cut him off. No, I think I will kill you. Yes, that's best, Zeb decided. No. I will leave. I will not say anything about you, Rehman babbled, cowering as Zeb approached. I can't trust you. You followed me. That shows you don't mean good. You can. I will do anything you say. Let me live, please. Rehman fell to his knees sobbing. Zeb straightened his Glock and aimed it at the escort. Please, he screamed. You carry a gun, an AK. Huh? The captive raised his tear-stricken face, not understanding. You have a gun. Yes. You have used it. His face paled. He didn't answer. You have killed with it. The Glock moved threateningly. Yes. Then why are you so scared of dying? If you can kill others, you should accept you too will die. At the end of someone's gun. Let me live, please. I won't kill anyone again. Zeb made a show of reconsidering. He knelt beside Riemann and grabbed him by his hair. Tell Malek this, I am a buyer. If he has good quality material and lots of it, I will consider. Tell him I could have killed you. I could have killed those 8 other men too. I didn't. I am a traitor. Not a killer. But if anyone comes after me, I will retaliate. Got me? Yes, yes. The escort nodded jerkily. How will we contact you? I am new to the area, Zeb said. What do you suggest? There's a general store in Ragi, Riemann straightened, wiping his eyes, his confidence returning now that he knew he would live. You know where that village is? Yes. The general store. The owner, he is part of you? Him? Riemann managed a derisive snort. All he wants to do is sell his business and escape this place. He is a coward, but he passes messages. He knows you are Taliban? Malek's man looked at him perplexed. Everyone knows we are Taliban. Okay. You leave your message at the store when you have a sample. I will set up a place to meet. We can meet at the market. We won't. Zeb shot him in the thigh and left him writhing on the ground. He was building an image of a ruthless traitor. I could have killed you, he yelled above Riemann's wailing. Tell Malek, if he comes with a gun in his hand, I will kill him. Chapter 20. Zeb made a second attempt to go to Sori that night. He reached his hideout in the evening and rested for an hour. When the sun sank, he drove to the woods, the same place where Quincy and Travis had crashed their getaway vehicle. He arranged fallen branches on the Jeep and concealed it from view. Then set out. Sori was just 5 miles away as the crow flies. On the ground, it was a different story. 12 miles from where he was, even ground or a slight slope for 6 miles, and then the steepness began. Zeb planned to approach the village from behind, where he had seen houses perched on an edge. There was a sharp drop at that point that met a steep slope. His idea was to climb that cliff. He jogged at an even pace. Ragi was to his left and behind. There wasn't much cover, but the night was dark and moonless. He flitted from shadow to shadow, breathing evenly. 6 miles covered in 90 minutes. A light film of sweat as he took on the steeper climb. More bushes and trees. Still no traffic. If he squinted his eyes, he could just make out a thin line to his right, far away, paler than the rest of the surroundings. The road to Sori. He took a break after 2 miles. Uncapped his water canteen. Leaned against the trunk of a tree and was swallowing when he heard the distinctive sound of a hawk and a spit. He didn't move. He calculated. The sound had come from behind him, which meant in the direction he was heading, because his back was to the village. 50 yards away. Maybe 60. He waited, breathing easily, willing his Kai to become one with the tree and the night. A murmur. A subdued laugh. To his left and behind. Which would be to his right and ahead if he was facing the village. Badakhshan at night, in the middle of nowhere, wasn't the place for an evening stroll. Ragi was far behind. Sori was well ahead. Hostels. No other explanation came to mind. How many and why were they there? He snatched a quick glance around the trunk and saw nothing but darkness. He got to his belly and started crawling slowly. Once he was in the open, he glassed with his nightscope. Nothing, and then there 2 men. Standing idly. The distinctive shape of weapons over their shoulders. One of them hawked and spat again. Bad tradecraft, but then, why would they suspect anyone was out in the night? Ragi was full of informers who would have alerted them to any attacking force. Nope, these 2 seemed to be part of a routine patrol. Zeb thought of going past them. They didn't suspect he was there. Or he could have taken them out with his HK, but he wanted answers. He crawled slowly, his body making no more sound than that of a panther in the jungle. That whore, she was good, one man chuckled. Yes. We should go again. She was. He broke off in a gasp, the whites of his eyes showing, when a shadow appeared in front of them. Who what? Zeb sank his benchmate in his throat. Withdrew it swiftly, turned it around in his palm in a practiced move and whipped its hilt across the forehead of the other, before their minds had even grasped who he was or had assessed the threat. Abdul and Nazir. He learned their names from the survivor, Nazir. Routine patrol. He had suspected correctly. Atash Muhammad had instituted the measure a year back. It was one reason why Chick Roderick's team had been spotted that fateful night. Why didn't you see me? Nazir hesitated and then yelled hoarsely when Zeb's thumb dug into his neck. No threat. We weren't looking for anyone, he gasped. That time we knew the Americans were in the village. Are you American? He craned his head to look at Zeb. Groaned when a blow smashed between his eyes. Do I look like one? Or sound like one? Zeb hissed in anger. Nazir shook his head weakly. No, who are you? Zeb thought fast. He had already killed Abdul. If he killed Nazir too, Muhammad would know there was someone out there. He would increase the patrols. Maybe even disappear into the caves. Zeb had to come up with an answer that sounded plausible. That wouldn't make the terrorist feel threatened. You remember that woman Muhammad and his men raped? Earlier this year. Were you there? Nazir squirmed, his eyes large. Zubina. Nazneen and Mashad. Or. He choked out a cry when Zeb smashed his head to the ground. It was an easy guess to make. That the terrorists would rape women, but the way Nazir reeled off their names. I should finish him, he thought savagely. Nazneen, his rage bubbled out. I am her brother. Muhammad wouldn't worry about a sibling thirsting for revenge. He might even take pride in that. He would see it as a sign of his manliness. Molested so many women that one brother came after him. The captive moaned in fright. Not me. I didn't. I wasn't, he pleaded. We didn't know she had a brother. No one knew. I ran away when I was young. What you did to her. Raped her in front of the village and then killed her. I should finish you right now. Next to Abdul. Let the vultures eat your body. No, the sound came out muffled against Zeb's palm thrust over Nazir's mouth. The guard wet his trousers. Please. I will do anything. I didn't take part. You watched. I had no choice, the prisoner begged. What else could I do? He was pliant. Eager. Ripe for questioning. Zeb began. The sentry confirmed what was in the intel report. That Atash Muhammad had 20 people around him in Sori. There were passages to caves and tunnels in the village, but Nazir didn't know where they were. I don't go to the village, the words spilled out of him fast. I live here. They send food to me. I relay information to them through my phone. He glanced down toward his pocket at the device. He didn't know where the prisoners were held, either. He hadn't seen them. Yes, they were in the village. He knew that much. His fellow terrorists spoke of them often. Zeb sat back on his heels and considered the broken man in front of him. I will let you live. A string of words flew out of the guard, thanking him. Tell Muhammad they first am coming. Dalir Nazneen's brother, he said sternly. He will die slowly. I will drag him to Mashad and kill him in front of everyone. I will, Nazir nodded hard. He would say anything to escape alive. But you are just one man, he dared to say. I am a brother. Nazir shrank and thanked Allah that he was left alive. Chapter 21. What's his name? Atash Muhammad paced the room in his house in Sori. 5 men behind him, armed but relaxed. They were in their stronghold. Nothing to be worried about. In front of the terrorist was a bearded messenger who was relaying Nazir's information. The courier was responsible for carrying food and rations to the 2 sentries on the slope. Dalir. Her brother. Muhammad stroked his beard, his eyes distant. He was remembering the way the woman had felt under him. He said he will kill me in Mashhad? His eyes glinted. That's what he told Nazir. The warlord chuckled. His men sniggered along with him. One demented man against the most dangerous terrorist in the region. It wasn't worthy of a full-blown laugh. How does he look like? It was dark, Aga. Nazir could not see well. Bearded. Dark eyes. Dark Parahan. He couldn't see any other features. We'll sweep Mashhad, Aga, one of his guards said. We'll get him. No. It will show we are afraid. Let him try. He will get nowhere. Anyone seen this Sher again? Head shook. No sightings of the buyer who had accosted the terrorists' men in the bazaar. We can leave a message for him at the general store, the guard offered. Muhammad waved him to silence, impatiently. He knew that. He wasn't ready to make contact yet. This buyer had come from nowhere. He knew of the bazaar. He had taken down the warlord's men, single-handedly, and had then flung a huge sum of money on the ground. The terrorist leader had made inquiries. The traffickers he worked with hadn't heard of Sher. London was a big market for their product. There were several gangs there, and it was plausible that one of them had sent a buyer to cut the middlemen out. It was also possible that Sher was an American operative, setting up a trap for Muhammad. The terrorist was less inclined to believe that, however. Americans and Europeans stuck out in Badakhshan. Even if they were undercover. They might speak the language, but they just couldn't blend in. No, he was reasonably sure this buyer was genuine. Muhammad was intrigued. Cash buyers were rare. Many buyers traded weapons for drugs. Cash would be good. It would set him up for the future. For those glorious plans he had. Any strangers in Ragi or Mir Dara or any other villages? No, Aga. There's Akmal Rahman. He has returned. I heard that. He is interested in buying a store. Muhammad frowned. Why did he leave London to come here? Some say he wants to invest in the poppy business. Everyone wants to get a piece of that, the warlord said sourly. He's not Sher? No, Aga. We checked him out. The 2 men are different. Rahman lives in his family home. Keep looking for Sher and Dalir, Muhammad ordered, and moved on to discuss logistics for the big event. What of Nazir, Aga? The guard asked when they had finished. Kill him, the warlord said indifferently. I don't like failures. 2 of them allowed Dalir to overpower them. No, wait. He thought. He saw Dalir. Let him live. He might recognize him if that brother tries again. Send a replacement for Abdul and set up a watch from the cliffs. Zeb had aborted his Sori attempt that night and the next day hung around in the village as Rahman. He wandered up and down the street, making sure Bidar saw him talking to various shopkeepers. He knew his various covers would be checked out by the terrorists. Sher. They'll be hunting hard for that dude. They'll never find him. He sipped tea and chatted idly with the old men. They talked of terrorists, Poppy, and the war. He wasn't surprised that the sentiment was against the coalition forces. First the Russians, now the Americans and British, an old-timer snorted. This is our country. They have no right to be here. Zeb refrained from pointing out that if the country hadn't harbored killers, the foreign forces wouldn't be there. He headed back to the Rahman house when night fell and was preparing to leave from the rear to his jeep when someone knocked. His Glock appeared as if conjured from thin air. He concealed himself in the shadows. "Rahman?" It was Bidar. "Rahman, are you there?" "Come in." The doors open. He moved swiftly to occupy another position. The door opened and the storekeeper entered. He was alone. "Close the door." Bidar Humayun closed the door and peered uncertainly in the darkness. "Where are you?" He startled when Zeb appeared next to him, Glock hidden. "Why all this secrecy?" "My uncle has many enemies," Zeb told him. It was true, and the answer satisfied the visitor. "What's on your mind?" he asked when Bidar fidgeted. "Your offer. Is it still available?" "Why?" Zeb drew back. "You didn't seem very keen." "Things have changed." "What?" Zeb asked, instantly alert, keeping his voice casual. "Did you hear of what happened in the bazaar?" "What bazaar?" "You want to get into the poppy business, and you haven't heard of the bazaar." Bidar shook his head in wonder. "I didn't say anything about poppy. All of you assumed that." "Why else would you be here?" the young man exclaimed irritably. Zeb kept quiet. Let him make his assumptions. It will further my cover. "The bazaar is on an island in the Panj River." "You know where that is?" the storekeeper asked sharply. "Yes. I have been driving around." "If you follow the river and drive west, you'll see the island. You can't miss it. There's a concrete wall on it." "What happens there?" "There's a bazaar each week. For people from all around to come and trade." "So?" Bidar shook his head at Zeb's ignorance. "The Taliban escort their traffickers, who bring samples for prospective buyers." "I still don't see what's changed your mind." The storekeeper lowered his voice and leaned toward Zeb. "There was a new buyer at the last market. Share, he called himself. He threw thousands of dollars in the air. He wants to trade directly with the big sellers, which is Atash Muhammad and his people." Bidar's brows drew together. "Say this buyer, he's from London too. You have heard of him?" "No. London's a big place. Millions of people, and when people say London, they often mean Britain, which is a big country." Bidar nodded. "Things are going to change here. If Sher strikes an alliance with Muhammad, the other gangs aren't going to like it. I see more violence coming. Which is why I want out. Is your offer still open?" "Yes. I spoke to other storekeepers, but they are taking their time. I want to move fast." They negotiated long into the night, Zeb playing along. Funds weren't a problem. Kilmer had given him an ample sum for his mission. On top of that, he had his own resources. They agreed on a figure, finally, and hugged to seal the deal. "What will you do with it?" "Go to Kabul," the storekeeper replied. "Spend a few weeks and then I will decide. I want to get away from here. I haven't thought about anything beyond that." "I want you to stay on for a couple of weeks at least," Zeb told him. "There are some family matters I need to attend to." "I can do that. In any case, I can't leave immediately." "Why not?" "Because I have deliveries to make. To Mir Dara and Sori." Chapter 22. Mir Dara and Sori. Zeb repeated and clamped his jaws shut when he realized he was gaping. "Yes. I set up a stall for a day in each of the villages. Every week. You'll come along with me, so that the villagers will know you. They wouldn't allow you in if I sold and just disappeared. Especially not in Sori." Bidar kept talking, but Zeb was lost in his thoughts. This was a stroke of luck he hadn't anticipated. I can check out both villages. See them from the inside. When? He found his voice. In 2 days. Bidar frowned. Is there a problem? No. No problem at all. They went to Mir Dera on a Tuesday. The store in Ragi would be managed by a temporary worker, Bidar knew. They set out in a rickety tractor, a trailer behind it filled to the brim. They left early and reached the village by 10 am. Bidar reversed the vehicle carefully, with the trailer facing the village, and jumped out. A few elders greeted him. He raised his hand in acknowledgement, and he and Zeb began unloading the trailer. They were helped by several villagers, who rushed forward, and by 11 am were doing brisk business in the square. Not everyone can come to Ragi, Bidar explained, as he showed the records he maintained in a well-used notebook. Some of these people are regular customers. They have credit accounts with me. Zeb nodded, suppressing a smile. An operator had to be prepared for any eventuality, any situation, in an undercover mission. Still, running a grocery store was an outlier. He hadn't brought his weapons. If there are any terrorists in the village, they might search us. 90 minutes later, he excused himself. Told Bidar he wanted to explore the village, get to know it better for the future. The storekeeper licked his pencil and nodded absent-mindedly. Mir Dera was smaller than Ragi. Small narrow lanes. Houses close to each other. Not as many armed men in sight as in the larger village. He walked, making a mental map of entries and exits, inconspicuously observing every male. No one looked like a terrorist. Most of them were old, gray-bearded faces lined. He went to the place that was the information clearinghouse in every such village, the tea house. He lingered over the brew, listening, smiling whenever anyone looked at him. The talk was of the weather, of coalition forces, of markets, of the price of milk. The Taliban weren't mentioned, which was very different from Ragi. No poppy here, Bidar told him when they had finished for the day and were heading back to their village. In Ragi, poppy and terrorists are common. The village benefits from their presence. Zeb cast a sideways look at him. It was the first time anyone had openly acknowledged that fact. I thought you had to pay a tax. Yes, and I will introduce you to the collector. He is a Taliban man. He takes from every business in Ragi. From every poppy farmer. What do you get in return? I live, Bidar shrugged. No one goes to the police. Tells the soldiers? Not if they want to live. Or want their mothers, wives, or sisters unmolested. You think anything will change here? He waved a hand at the forbidding landscape. Mountains in the distance. Valleys. A picture worthy of a postcard. Drug traffickers are everywhere. The Russians came, and for a while they disappeared. They came back when the Russians went, and the Taliban came in too. Now the Americans, the British, the Germans, everyone is here. The Taliban will vanish into their caves when the bombing starts. The smugglers? They will continue. Nothing stops them. The foreigners cannot stay in our country forever. Things will be the same when they go back. We all know that. That's why we pay tax. There was no bitterness in his voice. Resigned acceptance. It is why I want to leave. The remainder of the ride was in silence. Zeb helped him unload the trailer in Ragi, went to the Rahman house and freshened himself. The village was quiet when he detoured to his jeep and came across the men. He heard the rustling first and then the quiet murmuring. He stopped in the shadow of a tree and whipped out his prosthetics. Attached them to his face. Pulled his shamag over his face, glad that he was now armed, having retrieved his Glocks from the Ragi house. The thicket where his vehicle was concealed was ahead of him. Still not visible, they have found my jeep. Whoever they are. Behind and around him were the woods. The sounds of Ragi had long since faded. He remained motionless, scanning his surroundings. No movement. Human sounds coming from the front. He moved stealthily, his feet rolling on the ground. He stopped when a voice rose and then relaxed. It wasn't directed at him. 20 yards away, he could make out the glow of torches. He crept closer, crouched, and peered through an opening in the bushes. 4 men. 2 of them holding flashlights, while the others tried to open the rear door. All speaking Dari. All with AKs and black and white shamags on their chests. "Break it," one of the flashlight men said. "No. The sound will go far in the night," another man grunted. Zeb circled wide, checking for other hostiles. None present. They could have called in and reported the jeep. Others might arrive soon. A Glock slipped into his hand. The men were still struggling when he returned. He wasn't surprised. He had changed the locks on all the doors and had installed shatterproof windows when he had taken possession of the vehicle. Break it. Think of the sound. Who's around to hear it? They argued among themselves and wiped sweat from their faces. "I have got the key," Zeb said as he stepped in the clearing. Shocked faces turned his way. The next instant they reached for their weapons, their flashlights falling, still illuminating the area. Zeb dove to the ground. He wasn't wearing armor. An AK at that range would be devastating. His first round took out one of the door openers. The remaining men tried to scramble out of the way. An AK shredded leaves above him. Zeb didn't flinch. A beard was in his sights. Trigger break. The beard's head exploded. Dirt and stone fragments hit Zeb's face. He continued firing so rapidly that his shots sounded like a roll of thunder. A double tap took the third man down. The fourth dove behind the jeep and started pouring lead. He fired too soon, however, his rounds disappearing into the woods. Zeb saw the man's shoulder and chest between the wheels. He fired. Need him alive. The hostile jerked and tried to scramble to safety. Zeb fired again at his chest on the right. The man screamed in agony. "Throw your gun," Zeb commanded. "I am hurt," the man groaned. "Throw it. Or you will die." The man threw it awkwardly with his left hand. "Stand up. Come out. If you're holding a weapon." "I know," the man moaned and scrabbled backwards. He disappeared out of sight for a moment. Zeb shifted quickly, moving several yards away, and trained his Glock. The man came into view snarling, holding a Beretta, firing furiously at the spot where Zeb had been. His mouth grew slack on seeing the spot was empty. He lurched wildly, turning, and Zeb shot him in the thigh. The terrorist howled and fell to the ground. His handgun went spinning into the dirt. He screamed louder when Zeb crushed his wrists and dragged him to the center of the clearing. Hamzad, the surviving terrorist, didn't hold back anything. He jabbered answers as quickly as he could. He and the others were a patrol from Sori. They were searching for this new buyer who had accosted Muhammad's men in the market. "Are you Sher?" he asked, shivering in the cold night. He shrieked when Zeb's thumb gouged the wound in his chest. "I ask the questions. How many people are hunting him?" "Only us." "If you found him, capture him and take him to Sori. Muhammad wants to know who he is representing." "Yes," he groaned when Zeb questioned him further. The Delta operatives were still in Sori. Muhammad too. No, he hadn't seen the operatives. Only Muhammad and a few terrorists knew which house they were hidden in. Yes, there was a heroin factory in the village. It was in the basement of a house. He didn't know where it was. He and the others were just foot soldiers. They weren't part of Muhammad's inner circle. Zeb checked Hamzad's phone. No recent calls. He searched the bodies of the other men. No outgoing calls for a few hours. There was one incoming call from a number. Zeb didn't bother to note it. Muhammad will have burner phones. He returned to Hamzad, who stared at his Glock. Don't. Zeb shot him. He arranged the 4 bodies together, went to his jeep, and came back with a marker. He began writing on their chests. Come looking for me only if you have product to sell. And come yourself. He drew an animal's head. Rough but recognizable. A lion. Share. Chapter 23. Atash Muhammad didn't rant. He didn't go crazed with anger. He became still, only his eyes flashing. Those who were close to him knew he was deadliest then. All 4 are dead? He asked quietly. Yes, Aga, the messenger replied, trying to keep his voice from trembling. Just because Muhammad seemed to be calm didn't mean he would stay that way. They made no calls? No, Aga. We too didn't call. Radio silence as you ordered. You are positive it is Sher? The messenger brought out the shirts ripped from the bodies of the men. He arranged them on the ground, writing oriented towards the warlord. Muhammad stood over them and read silently. Where were the bodies found? In the forest in the valley. A farmer found them. He informed our people in Ragi. Where exactly? At the edge of the forest, the messenger said, describing the exact location. Neither he nor anyone else in that house knew that Zeb had moved the bodies. Had brought them to that location. They didn't know anything. No, Aga. They rarely come deep inside the village. And when they do, they come only as far as the square. The leader dismissed him with a flick of his fingers. 4 killed by Sher. 1 by Dalir, he said savagely to the 2 men who remained with him. We have men, one of them said comfortably. 20 brave fighters here. No one can come to Sori without our knowing. Muhammad brooded for several seconds. Set up a meeting with Bikov and Tucker. They met in an abandoned village several miles from Keshem. Coalition forces had gone from house to house, clearing it of Taliban fighters. Its residents never returned. They relocated to other villages. Some went to Keshem, a few to Faizabad and Kabul. You're having some tough times, aren't you? Tucker gloated as he watched the warlord pace. If you provided better intel, none of this would have happened. New dealers in Badakhshan. That's your area. You and your trafficker friends. If this dude Sher came from nowhere, it's your network that's slipping. Muhammad glared balefully at him, his fists clenched. Why did you go searching for him, anyway? Bikov asked. I wanted to find out which gang he was from. Why does it matter? The Russian smoothed his hair and straightened the fall of his jacket. His money is as good as anyone else's. Anyone who can throw $5,000 away should be taken seriously. He's not Dia, the terrorist's lips curled bitterly. Nope, Tucker confirmed. They don't work like that, and they would have told me if he was. Arrange a meet, Bikov advised. If he wants to buy direct from you, set it up. You have product piled up. We'll need the funds for our other shipment. If he isn't a buyer, you know what to do. This other matter, nothing should interfere with that. You are close? You got the labor? Yes. From Ragi and Mir Dera, Bikov confirmed. A week at the most, and then we'll be ready to move. You got a date for the attack? Tucker grimaced. It will be in 11 days. We have moved troops up from Bagram and Helmand. Your men, Muhammad sneered, anticipating the American's question. I'll hand them over on the day of the shipment. Aren't you also? Yes, the Taliban man cut him off. So what? Make sure you stick to your deal, Tucker told him grimly, spun on his heel and left the house. Tomorrow we go to Sori, Bidar told Zeb when he arrived at the store and helped the young man lay out his groceries. I thought Taliban were in that village. The storekeeper looked about him and then lowered his voice. They are. So we'll just walk in like that? You'll see. They left before the sun rose the next day, Bidar's tractor sounding loud in the stillness of the village. They headed out of the village to the track and began the long climb towards Sori. They were halfway up by the time the day brightened. Zeb sat alert, observing the terrain from his elevated perch on top of the trailer. He picked out the spot where he had come across Abdul and Nazir. His eyes followed the route he would have taken that night. No cover, steep climb. The cliff he had been planning to climb was out of sight. I hope I get a chance to walk through the village. Explore it. Otherwise, he would have to make another night attempt to confirm the presence of the operatives. And then the rescue. He had a rough plan for that, but a large part of it was dependent on Sori's layout. However, distraction played a major role in his plan. I'll blow up the village. Get the operatives down the cliff. The Taliban will not expect that. The jeep will take us to the river, where I'll make arrangements for a boat. Sail to the east, not west. Away from the Tajikistan-Uzbekistan border. Head inland into Tajikistan, where he would make contact with Kilmer, who would arrange the exfil. There were big holes and unanswered questions in his plan. The operatives' condition was one. He hoped they would be able to move on their own power. Arranging a boat was another. That's probably the easiest part. He had seen signs for boat rentals when he had driven to the island market. Eyes on. Everything can be worked around that. Once I see the prisoners and assess their condition, I can make arrangements. He knew time was running out. 10 days remained for the coalition attack. Sorry, Bidar called out. Zeb's insides tightened as the tractor slowed as they approached a large parking space. The village was visible, a mile away. A few turbaned men were already streaming from it, heading their way. They'll help carry our goods, Bidar said as he jumped down and started to unlatch the trailer. Zeb helped him, his gut tightening. By the end of the day, he would know if the Delta operatives were in the village. Chapter 24. Unloading and transporting their wares took an hour and a half. Bidar was well known in Sori, and his weekly stall was a big event. Several villagers cast a curious eye in Zeb's direction as they helped carry baskets and sacks. At the entrance of the village, a street that snaked through the mud houses, 3 bearded men, faces covered, AKs shining in the sun, searched him thoroughly. This is your partner? One man asked the grocer. Yes. He's Rahman Ministers. We know, the gunman cut in brusquely. Did you tell him the rules? You know the rules? He glared at Zeb. Rules? Zeb shook his head mutely. No eye contact with anyone carrying guns, the shooter responded, showering spittle in his face. Look down. No questions. Don't leave the square. Understood? Zeb wiped his face with a sleeve and nodded. The gunman glowered at him for a moment longer, and then swept away. I should have told you, Bidar whispered. It's all right. I didn't know they moved around so openly. They. The Taliban. Bidar snorted in reply. Sori was the terrorists' village. Where else would they be? Does he? Don't say his name. Bidar said sharply. No. He doesn't. I have seen him only once. They passed small houses, holes in their walls for windows. A donkey tried to kick them and trotted away when a villager smacked its butt. The square, almost a circle, was small. Just an opening in the village, houses set back. At one time, residents probably gathered to gossip. meet one another. Practices that probably stopped when the Taliban took over the village. At one end was the street they had entered. At the other end was a large street. Small lanes ran out from the square, winding between the houses. The smell of urine wafted occasionally. Houses surrounded the central place, their roofs touching. A sole tea vendor was hawking his beverages. Old men and women gathered and waited for Bidar to start trading. No young people, especially no young women, Zeb observed as he helped. Other than the gunmen, 10 of whom ringed the square, watching indifferently. The first product to be sold was grain. An old woman carried a sack away. Business was brisk. The residents laughed and joked with the storekeeper, ignoring Zeb, which suited him. 200 residents. Afghan families are larger than most Western families. So 5 or 6 to a family. Assume 5. That makes it about 40 houses in the village. He had counted 8 on his way in. 7 circled the square. Rest of the village is probably on that other street. He had a rough plan for escape once he recovered the operatives. Distraction. Arrange several explosions in the village that will draw the terrorists away. Leave the village by climbing down the cliff to his jeep. The holes in his plan that he still needed to fill did not include arranging the explosions. In several previous missions, he had used multiple synchronized blasts to give the effect of waves of attack. He would use the same tactic here. The biggest question mark remained the physical condition of the operatives. Could they manage to climb down the cliff, hustle to the jeep, repel attacks? I won't know unless I see them. He smiled blankly as an old woman chattered at him and heaved a basket over her head. He straightened when there was a lull and stretched, his eyes flicking casually over the village. He had a feeling the cliff he had been planning to climb was nearby. Behind us. Beyond those houses facing the square. He wandered off to stretch his legs and drifted closer to the residences. Dark lane. A figure resting against a wall. A gunman. Another house visible and behind that blue sky. Which meant he was right. Buoyed, he returned and helped Bidar out. It will slow down during lunchtime, the storekeeper said as he wiped sweat from his face. He did. Bidar sat on an upturned crate and unwrapped his lunch. I need to go, Zeb said, shifting uncomfortably on his feet. Bidar looked at him puzzled, and then his face cleared. Behind any house. Find a wall. Zeb went to the far street where he thought the rest of the village was, moving casually, glancing around and finding no one was paying attention to him. He entered the passage and found out why it was dark. It hadn't been obvious from the square. Roofs jut out sheltering the street. Maybe for protection from rain. He hurried, stretching on his toes whenever he passed a window. He saw no one of significance. He was 3 houses deep when the street widened and a fork appeared. To his left, a branch headed off. Towards the cliff. Straight ahead, more houses, curving away as the passage bent. Decide fast. He went straight. Snatched a glance behind. Figures moving in the distance, in the square. No one waving or shouting at him. He fast-walked, passing more adobe and plaster, and saw an old man coming out, looking at him curiously. Turned the bend and stopped suddenly. 3 armed men. Right in front of him. Their AKs pointed at him. Chapter 25. They were bearded, like every other gunman he had encountered. No distinguishing features. Dark clothing, which seemed to be like a uniform. Who are you? The one in the front asked, gutturally. I am. Zeb stammered for effect, with the storekeeper. I was looking for a place to urinate. What's your name? Grim faces to match their voices. There was no one in the street behind them. Rahman. Akmal Rahman. From Ragi. Why did you come so far? I am new. I thought there would be some clearing. Some open space. What's happening? A voice growled. A man appeared from a house behind, took one look, and ducked back inside so fast that all Zeb could remember was a thick beard. He returned, a shemagh covering his face. AK on his back. He shouldered through the men, his eyes piercing. They briefed him. He didn't look at them. He had eyes only for Zeb. Rahman, he said in an even voice, no inflection to it. Zeb wanted to look at him fully, but that wasn't what a scared villager would do. Yes, Aga, his voice quavered. People die in Sori if they wander off. Aga, he trembled, I was just looking to relieve myself. The interrogator's hand rose swiftly. A Beretta, at the end of it. Its barrel jammed against Zeb's forehead. Aga, please. Zeb pleaded. A shout. He didn't dare turn. Pounding feet. He's with me. Bidar appeared, hands folded in supplication, sweating, face flushed. He must have strayed by mistake. Aga, please let him go. Fear in the storekeeper's voice. It will not happen again. No reaction from shemagh. Eyes drilling holes in Zeb. A gunman coughed. That seemed to break the spell. The Beretta lowered. Take him away. Make sure he behaves. Or you will suffer. Yes, Aga. Bidar grabbed Zeb's shoulder and swung him around, cursed at him loudly and shoved him towards the square. Are the men following? Zeb whispered. What? The storekeeper stopped mid-flow. Those gunmen. Are they behind us? Yes, the grocer replied savagely. Why did you come so far? I told you to find a wall. Not search the village. How can I let go against a house? Zeb replied angrily. Like this, Bidar dragged him to the nearest house and relieved himself. Zeb had no choice but to follow. He kept his silence as the young man ranted and swore all the way back to the square. Black eyes. Thick beard. A scar over right eyebrow? Sturdy shoes on his feet. Zeb memorized every detail of shemagh. Unfortunately, there wasn't much to remember. His head had been bowed during most of the encounter. Was that? Shut up, Bidar hissed and hurried to the stall. They worked in silence when business picked up, and when the afternoon lengthened, packed up and carried their goods back to the tractor. More gunmen appeared and watched them. Fewer villagers turned out to help. The sun was glowing orange by the time the storekeeper turned his tractor around, and they commenced the perilous journey to the valley. Were you scared? Yes, Zeb replied from atop the trailer. Not really. Near death isn't new to me. He had been readying to respond, back at the village. He had felt adrenaline flooding him, the familiar gray fog enveloping him. That dude was too close. He would have slapped the gun hand away, twisted shemagh around and used him like a shield. Overconfidence. They were complacent because they had numbers. That would have played to my advantage. Was that Muhammad? He asked the grocer. I don't know, Bidar admitted. He had his face covered. He was the same height and build, but he has other men with him. It could have been anyone. Would he have killed me? I don't know. I strayed once when my father took me. Those Taliban fighters treated me the same way. That time, my father wasn't around to save me. They let me go. Who knows what goes on in their minds? Zeb returned to Sori that night. He jogged over the plains and fast walked up the climb, taking a wide detour to avoid where he had come across Abdul and Nazir. Alert for sentries and patrols. He didn't come across any. It was a cloudy night. Windy. While Bidar and he had been at Sori, Taliban fighters had killed several villagers in a hamlet near Keshem. They had raped a few women too. He and the grocer heard about it only when they returned to Ragi. Muhammad's men, an old-timer murmured. Maybe that's a message from the warlord. No patrol needed after such a savage act. The weather suited him. He moved swiftly, barely making a whisper. He had climbing gear on his back and around his waist, along with his HK, Glocks, night vision, Benchmade, more gear in his backpack and pockets. He took a breather after 8 miles. Nothing human-like moved. Wind blew and rustled trees. Up ahead, he could see the paleness of the cliff rising from the surrounding darkness. Indistinct shapes on top of it. Houses. He set out again, more carefully, crawling where he needed to, because there was the possibility of sentries overlooking the valley. It was 1 a.m. when he reached the bottom of the cliff, a near vertical rise that sprang off the slope. The village extended to its edge and then drew back when the terrain became inhospitable. 40 meters, just over 120 feet. If he took several steps back, he could just about make out the walls of the house high above. No patrols. Otherwise they would have seen me. Riddled me with rounds. He pulled out a customized pair of goggles from his backpack and donned them. They magnified ambient light, bringing out the cliff's surface in sharper relief. He could see cracks. Dark patches that indicated cavities. He applied chalk to his hands. Sprang up and began climbing bare-fingered. Following cracks where he could. Jamming his body into narrow openings, camming and using the increased leverage to move up. Armbar and chicken wing grips where needed. The cliff wasn't particularly difficult to navigate. It was the darkness he had to deal with. Each crack, each grip had to be felt and gingerly tested before he could commit himself. He used momentum to swing, using the velocity to reach higher and grip. Sweat streamed off his face, some of it slipping past the thick protection of his goggles and stinging his eyes. He rested for a moment, letting his skeleton take his dead weight, and brushed his forehead against his forearms. Not much sweat got wiped off, but it helped. Zeb had incorporated bare-fingered climbing into his training routine several years back. He used it in missions when appropriate. It generally was, because few hostiles expected an operative to come over a sheer cliff with nothing other than his bare hands. Shoes were important. The ones he wore had rubber soles that stuck to the slightest uneven surface and held. Grips, full crimp, half crimp, open hand, all those came naturally to him now, as he slithered over rock much like a lizard would. Another break to sip water from a tube that was attached to the bottle strapped to his shoulder. Rapid eye blinks to dislodge sweat. A second to freeze when the HK clanked against rock. No heads peered over the cliff, however. It was the dead of the night. The body's rhythm was at its lowest. At 3 a.m. he peered cautiously above the cliff edge. The nearest house was 10 feet away. A dirt path skirted it and was right ahead. No lights. No voices. He heaved himself over and ran to the house. Leaned against it and breathed shallowly while the earth slowed its rotation and he got his bearings back. He was in sorry. Chapter 26. Getting off the ground was important, but Zeb first had to check out the 3 houses on the cliff's edge. And even before that, he had to establish a means of escape. He looked around. Nothing came to mind. Walked a few feet along the path and nearly tripped over something metallic. He looked down. A rusting curved hook buried deep in the ground. He frowned. Then his brow cleared. To secure animals. He removed his rope and tied one end to it. Tossed the other end over the cliff. His getaway route was established. A murmur. He dashed to the cover of the house and froze against its wall. It came again. He listened carefully. It seemed to come from within the house he was hiding against. A window in the wall, further down. He crept forward cautiously and snapped a quick glance. Darkness inside. His backpack had a cable camera that was night vision enabled. He brought it out and attached one end of it to his phone. Snaked the other end up and through the hole in the wall and adjusted. A greenish glow. 2 yellow and orange blobs. Males. One turned and murmured. Talking in his sleep. Zeb relaxed fractionally and checked out the rest of the house as well as he could. 2 rooms. One room in which the men slept seemed to double as the living and bedroom. The other could be the kitchen. His cable didn't extend that far. No other humans inside. The 2 other houses on the cliff had a similar plan. One housed one male, another an old couple. No Delta operatives. No Taliban either. He stuffed his equipment in a pocket. Took a short run down the narrow path. Leveraged off the metal hook in the ground, grabbed the edge of a roof and scaled the house. The roofs were inclined towards the cliff and slippery, but the rubber on his shoes was designed to grip even the smoothest surfaces. Now that he was on top, Zeb saw that the roofs didn't touch. There were several inches of gap, but from below, they gave the illusion of seamless cover. Afghan villages don't have such roofs. This is a Taliban modification to block aerial surveillance. He leapt to the next house, got to his belly and crept to the edge. Craned his neck cautiously and searched in the darkness till he found a window. The cable appeared and went into the opening. No prisoners. The next 2 houses yielded no result. All its occupants were either elderly males or couples. All the young have moved out of the village. Just the old left behind and the Taliban. He came across the first sentries on the street where the gunman had accosted him. 3 men standing well away from one another. One near the square, another in the middle, the last one at the end of the street where the houses petered out. They posed a problem. He wanted to check out the house from which Shamag had emerged. He couldn't thrust his head over the roof, however. He tried to angle the cable down the roof and find the window. All he saw was a black opening, and when he tried to use the cable, he felt resistance. Of course. They have blocked the window so no one from the street can look inside. He scurried to the sides. No openings. There was a hole at the rear. And 3 men sprawled on thin mattresses in the rear room. All bearded. Weapons close by. One at a distance. The other 2 closer together. That first dude, he Shamag? Atash Muhammad? Zeb couldn't be sure. It was dark. The camera didn't have that kind of resolution. It didn't look like there were any more occupants in the house. It had a still feeling to it, other than the sleeping occupants. He rose to a cautious crouch. The house was surrounded by others at the sides and rear, with the street in front. Is there a tunnel inside? Or are the caves close by? There was no way of knowing. He checked out the lane again. The guards were where they were. No change. He ran silently toward the square. Leapt across a narrow lane in which a man was standing, looking into the distance. Zeb landed as softly as he could. Crawled back to the roof. The terrorist hadn't heard his movement. He's half asleep. That's why. Zeb checked out that house. Gunman inside, sleeping. No signs of any prisoners. By 4:30 am, Zeb had checked out the majority of the houses in the village. He had peered inside those in the densest part of Sori, where the guards were. He hadn't seen any sign of terrorists. No person bound or gagged. No cell-like room. He stifled the bitterness rising in him. It was still dark. He could go on, but his return would then be in danger. It would be getting light. Anyone who stood on the cliff could see him. He swallowed his disappointment, controlled the helplessness rising in him, and ghosted towards the houses on the cliff. One last check to see that the cliff lane was empty of hostiles. It was. He dropped lightly and retrieved the rope. Wrapped it around his waist, leaned over the cliff, gripped an outcrop and dropped down. Going down was easier, even though it was just as dark. Or maybe it just felt that way, because his mind was swirling. Thinking furiously. Later, he blamed it on being distracted. His HK slipped to his elbow, and its sling got stuck in jutting rock. He tried to release it. Was clumsy, and the gun slid down the slope in a clatter. Move. Zeb scrabbled fast, reaching to his left, gripping openings and finding cracks. Crawling across the face of the cliff, as far from the sound as he could, going horizontal. 5 feet. 10 feet. Perspiration bathing his face. Peering up continually, and then he stopped and hugged the cliff. Because 2 heads had appeared at the top, from the spot where he had climbed down. The Taliban men played flashlights as they talked. Zeb didn't dare move. He prayed that his HK wasn't visible to them. The light played to their left and to the right. His left. It was a careless survey. If they had been looking, they would have seen his dark outline against the pale rock. They didn't, and then he realized their eyes hadn't adjusted to the light. Just some falling rock. He heard the words in the night, and they disappeared. He didn't sigh in relief. Instead, he thrust his hands down, found nooks and crannies, and swung his body down. Every now and then, he looked up. No more men appeared. When he was 10 feet above level ground, he let go. He landed heavily, panting, and stood for a moment to regroup. It was then that he heard it. A rustling behind him. Chapter 27. The Glock came out in an instant. He threw himself to the side of the cliff, whirling around. No gunman. The sky was lightening, enough for him to remove the goggles and use his naked eyes. There was a shallow depression where he had landed, but it deepened into a crevasse and disappeared behind a bend. He followed it cautiously and got down to his belly when he neared the turn. He saw nothing but a narrow valley, a crack between the cliffs, and a large rocky formation that ran for hundreds of yards. The sound came from inside the crevasse, which was dark and forbidding. He drew out his flashlight and proceeded cautiously, squeezing his body into the narrow entrance. Rock and patches of ground. No human and certainly no hostile presence. The valley, if it could be called that, turned some more, and then he caught a distinct odor. The smell of death. Zeb climbed over a wedge and dropped to the ground again. The stench was strong. He wrapped his shemagh around his face and went forward. Another turn. Another climb across a fallen boulder. A streak. His Glock almost fired. Then he relaxed. It was a fox. It was what the animal had been feeding on that shocked him. A human carcass. And there wasn't just one but several, lying in a random pattern on the ground. He stopped, drew out his phone and made a note of the coordinates. Stuck the device to his vest and turned on its video. The gun went back to his holster. Won't be needing it. Drew closer. 20 bodies he counted. 16 males. 4 female. Rotting, half-eaten by scavengers, but their heads and large portions of their torsos were sufficiently intact for him to see that they had been shot. Some in the head, some in the neck, a few in the chest. Most of them multiple times. He glanced up and thought he could see a grisly trail as the bodies had fallen down the cliff. Clothing. Dark gashes where blood had dried. All of them were Afghans. Male, some young, some old. The women were all young. He stepped carefully, taking care not to stomp on anybody. It's the least I can do, he thought bleakly. Check to see if his camera was recording. It was. His earlier tally was wrong, he found out. There were 28 bodies. Some of them had fallen on others. He moved them so that he could capture their faces. A glint of metal underneath a body. He dragged off the one on top and time seemed to stand still. It was a male. Bearded like the others. Shot like the others. Savaged but not so much because the body was buried under others. His flashlight was powerful and steady as its beam illuminated the dead man's face. Chick Roderick. Chapter 28. Zeb sagged against rock. Its sharp edges gouged into his butt and thighs. He didn't notice. All he could see were the Delta team leader's blank eyes. He remained in shock for some time, he didn't know how long. A beep from his phone alerted him that it was running low. That roused him. He cleared the surrounding bodies and videoed the operator from all angles. Went to the other bodies and dislodged them. Bud and Kelly were there too. Not now, he told himself, aware of the darkness growing inside him. There would be a time and place for rage and bitterness. It wasn't in that narrow crevasse. He recorded the other operatives too, and then searched for their dog tags. Cut them loose and pocketed them. Retrieving the bodies wasn't an option. Burying them wasn't either. He had no equipment to dig graves. Have to leave them here. He covered them with torn pieces of clothing. Arranged all the available rocks to restrict the entry of scavengers, and then he left, hoping, wishing he would come across some Taliban. The mental state he was in, he would make short work of them, and would fling their bodies into the open. No one crossed his path. He found his HK, intact and seemingly undamaged but for scratches. He slung it across his shoulder and started his return blindly. The animal part of him took over. It sought cover and shadow and ensured there was no direct line of sight from the cliff tops. All that was unconscious, muscle memory and training taking over. His thoughts were with the dead men, their tags on him. The darkness in his mind receded when he drew closer to his jeep. It was still in the woods, but in a different location. He waited, finally letting go of his rage, letting the cold in him return. Cold was good. Cold helped in better decision-making. Cold was for vengeance. He stepped out when he was sure there were no hostiles. Climbed inside and plugged in his phone. Turned on his sat phone and sent a message to Kilmer. Guests declined their invite. He attached the video and the coordinates of the location. He hoped Kilmer would arrange for their bodies to be recovered. He put back his equipment, removed the fake nose and ears, and dressed again in Akmal Rahman's clothing. Hiked back to Ragi, where he went to the family home. He took a bath in cold water, wiped himself dry and went to the cafe, where he had a piece of bread and a hot beverage, allowing normalcy to surround him. It didn't do anything for the emptiness inside him. He was on autopilot as the server smiled at him and chattered. He didn't remember what the questions were, nor was he conscious of how he responded. But evidently it seemed to satisfy the Afghan, who went away beaming. Zeb lingered in the shop for what felt like hours. The village woke to life. Store owners opened their shops and swept the yards in front of their establishments. Bidar arrived. He grunted a greeting and tossed a basket to Zeb. The two worked in silence until the shop was ready for business. "Good day at Sori," Bidar said, wiping sweat from his face. They must have been lacking provisions. The villagers bought a lot from us. "I'll be away for a few days," Zeb said, as he withdrew a thick envelope from an inside pocket. "Kabul. I need to settle a few matters." "What's in this?" The storekeeper fingered the packet without opening it. "Your payment. As we agreed." "All of it. Up front?" Bidar asked, astonished. "Yes, count it." "I trust you. Is everything all right?" Yes. Why? You look different. I feel different. That encounter at the village, Zeb forced a smile. First time I came across the Taliban. It scared me. You'll see more of them as you settle here, the young man said, a dark look crossing his face. He pocketed the envelope and went inside the store, Zeb following. Take no sides. Pay them tax and don't be a snitch. Those are the rules for surviving here. I'll follow them. I'll leave in a few days once you return. He turned in the dim light, his face serious. Akmal, you don't know how much this means to me. I do. Zeb meant it. He had started over in his life. More than once. Bidar hugged him and patted him on the back. A message from Kilmer was waiting for him at his jeep. I'll talk to the catering team. Zeb knew what that meant. Kilmer would let the American forces in Bagram and Kandahar know about the Delta operatives. A recovery team would be sent when possible. The venue's decorated badly, he typed, which meant that the terrain was inhospitable. It looked like the colonel was awake because the reply came swiftly. Got it. Let's cancel the party. No point in proceeding. Zeb's fingers hovered over the buttons. He knew his response. He was thinking of how best to express it. I'll let the other guests know. No need. They'll understand, Kilmer messaged promptly. It's courtesy, Zeb wrote back, knowing the officer would understand. The sat phone buzzed. Number hidden. Zeb didn't answer, letting it vibrate. He knew what he would do. He had come to Badakhshan to rescue the Delta operatives. He would go home only after killing Atash Muhammad. Chapter 29. I could go back to Sori, Zeb thought as he drove the jeep in his shared disguise. He was heading to the island bazaar to see if Muhammad's men were around. Having seen the village, it'll be difficult to find Muhammad. I don't know if that man I saw was the warlord. No, he would have to draw the terrorist out, and that meant the return of Sher, the buyer. At the same time, I'll hit these Taliban wherever I find them. I'll stir trouble between Malek and Muhammad. Do anything I can, and Muhammad will come hunting. Badakhshan was large. Big enough for him to operate like a guerrilla fighter. He had to act fast, however. 9 days left before the coalition attack. The bazaar was bustling when he arrived. He surveyed it for a while, standing behind a group of old men who talked of weather and crops. No armed men were visible. He went deeper inside, past the stage, his senses sharpening when he spotted 2 men in front of the hut. Both armed. Neither of them was from his previous encounter. He approached them boldly, noting the way they stiffened and looked at each other. He lowered his shemagh so they could see his face. Whose men are you? He asked them roughly. Who are you? Get out, one of them replied. Equally rudely. I am Sher. You've heard of me? They shifted on their feet, looking uneasy. They had. Whose men are you? Go away. The speaker summoned his courage and took a step forward, his hands clutching his AK. Zeb backhanded him. A blow that looked casual but carried the full force of his body. The Taliban man collapsed like a sack. His weapon clattered to hard concrete. Whose men are you? Zeb repeated emotionlessly, drilling the second man with his eyes. Hafiz, the gunman said, and licked his lips. You have buyers coming? A nod. Zeb picked up the fallen man's AK and shoved the standing guard towards the hut. Show me. You can't. Zeb slapped his face. The guard staggered. His face turned red. He grabbed his weapon but collapsed when Zeb's fist landed in his belly. Zeb grabbed him by the collar and dragged him inside the hut. A small bare room, No furniture other than a table draped with a cloth. He uncovered it. Plastic baggies. He picked one up randomly and saw a red sign on it. That's Hafiz's brand? The guard struggled, his face turning purple from the collar biting his throat. Zeb shook him savagely. Yes, he croaked. Do you have any product? Or just the samples? The guard's eyes darted to a corner. A plastic sack against the wall that Zeb had missed earlier. $1/4 kilo, he assessed. He withdrew bills from a pocket and made a show of counting them. $500, he said, and flung them carelessly in the air. That's the going rate for $1/4 kilo, right? The guard didn't reply. His eyes bulged as they followed the notes fluttering to the ground. Zeb threw him against the wall and relieved him of his weapon. Tell Hafiz I have taken his product. I want more. I will deal with whoever can supply me 50 kilos at the best rate. In person. I will pay cash. He grabbed the sack, kicked the guard outside, and strode away rapidly. A few spectators had gathered in the distance. They scattered at his approach, casting furtive glances. Once outside the market, he drew his shemagh and burst into a run. He turned and twisted randomly. No one followed him. No one at his jeep, which was parked between two trucks. He glanced about swiftly. No driver in sight. He tossed the AKs and the sack in the rear. Brought out a screwdriver and exchanged number plates with the nearest truck. He got inside his vehicle and swiftly changed into a green outfit. Got rid of the prosthetics. Grabbed a black and white shemagh and stepped out. Those from Sori would recognize him as Akmal, and it was as the soon-to-be grocer that he returned to the bazaar. He wasn't finished with the guards. Chapter 30. The Taliban men were inside the hut. Zeb leaned against the concrete stage and drank tea, watching its entrance. He wasn't worried about the gunmen spotting him. It was common for Afghans to look openly at anything, anyone that interested them. What's in that hut? He asked a vendor. Danger, the man replied and spat tobacco juice. An hour later the guards emerged, one of them holding a cell to his ear. He nodded rapidly, his face downcast, as he and his companion made their way out of the market. The two men swore at anyone who was in their way. The visitors jumped out of their way. One woman who stood her ground and yelled at them got slapped and was left with bleeding lips. Zeb followed discreetly as they passed out of the market, spoke briefly to the border guards, and headed to where their vehicle was parked. It was a truck, not far from where his own jeep stood. He reversed out of his space and fell behind the cloud of exhaust emitted by their vehicle. They went away from the Panj River, towards Sori initially, but then detoured in Kashem's direction, following a barely visible track. Just their two vehicles on the road. They might notice me. Call for reinforcements. He kept watch. They drove through a village, the same one where he had captured Riemann, and when they had crossed it, he made his move. He sped up, flashed his lights, and when the truck didn't give way, sounded his horn. A face appeared in its mirror. A hand waved him down impatiently. He kept going. It rumbled on. He grabbed an AK and fired at the mirror. A stray round shattered it. The truck veered sharply to the left. Beyond the track was a ditch. The driver oversteered. Tried to compensate, but weight and momentum were against him. The truck toppled as if in slow motion, its occupants jumping out just in time. Zeb halted, jumped out, and before the dazed men could recover, knocked them out. He drove away from the village and stopped when he came to a valley. Nothing but a few vegetable fields to his left. He went off the road and drove inside the growth. Stopped, hauled the men out of his vehicle, and threw them to the ground and began questioning them. The guards resisted initially. They might be low-level shooters, but they were still savage. He slashed their thighs with his benchmade. When he pricked one man's eyebrow, the man finally broke. Every fourth night, he groaned. One gang ships product over the river. There's one shipment tonight. Drug traffickers? Don't tell him, the other barked in anger. He howled when Zeb broke his teeth. You were saying, he turned to the first guard. Yes, drug traffickers. Not Taliban. Our men are there to help them. Protect them. Whose turn is it tonight? The terrorist swallowed. He looked sick. He flicked his eyes to his left, to his friend, for help. No help there. The man was unconscious. He licked his lips. I don't know. His scream rent the air when the blade dug into his shoulder. Muhammad, he gasped. Atash Muhammad's, his traffickers. We agree dates between ourselves. Will he be there? No Taliban leader is present. They send men like us. Fighters. Where? They'll kill me, he cried. I'll kill you if you don't tell me. Zeb was unmoved. He twisted the knife deeper. The guard passed out. Zeb emptied a nearby water can over him. Dispassionate, his face stony. He was dealing with parasites. They deserved no mercy. The gunman coughed and spluttered. His eyes flickered open and he moaned when Zeb came into view. His version of hell. 15 minutes later, he had drawn a crude map on the ground. Muhammad's men would float their drugs on rubber rafts in the Panj River, as it flowed through a valley to the east of where they were by about 20 miles. Are you sure? Yes. We use that place. Another gang uses it too. It is rocky. No one goes there. Which is why they use it. What are you doing? The guard asked fearfully when he drew out his Glock. What does it look like? He shot the two men in the legs, took their cells, and left them in the field. We'll die here, the Taliban man cried. I hope, he said, as he drove away without a second thought. One of the cells rang when the captives were a long way behind him. Sangar, a voice bellowed when he took the call. Where the hell are you? Sangar will die soon. So will his friend. Who are you? The voice asked after a moment. Shaitan. The devil. He tossed the phones out of the window and drove on. He had a date with a river. Chapter 31. Zeb drove through the village where he had attacked the guards. Sharwala, an old-timer, told him its name. He bought food. Filled his cans and bottles with water. Going far. To Keshem, he said, wiping his face with his shemagh. I am from an aid agency. We have our office there. In that vehicle, the shopkeeper's speech showed the gap in his teeth as he pointed to dents on the Jeep. Accident, Zeb laughed. You know how drivers are in this region. That started the old man going. He was still talking of accidents and rash drivers when Zeb left him. He'll remember a man from a charity if any Taliban question him. In a green or gray vehicle, heading to Keshem. Which isn't where I am headed. Zeb drew back to the market carefully, staying watchful. There could be shooters looking for him. However, other than an occasional truck, he encountered no traffic. He went beyond the bazaar, to the bridge and Panjipoyan, and then followed the river east. It twisted and turned, sometimes a blue ribbon, sometimes muddy as it flowed down from the mountain ranges. He was going uphill, along narrow tracks that it appeared only goats navigated. Occasionally he had to go off-road, which made him smile mirthlessly, because there was no paved road. He circled large boulders and mudslides. A goat herder waved him to a halt as his animals crossed. The boy, barely out of school, looked at him curiously and bestowed a toothy grin on him when Zeb gave him a tin of beans. One more hour, he said when Zeb asked him for directions. Road very bad. You fighter? He asked as he tried to open the can. Zeb slit the tin for him and handed it back. No. Charity worker. Going to the villages in the mountains. Mudslide, the boy nodded. Many people died. No food. That's why I am going. To check out routes. You see many fighters? How safe is it? Fighters everywhere, the boy shrugged. They cross river. Poppy. Drugs. Stay out of their way. Don't look at them. You'll be okay. Zeb questioned him further, but he didn't know any more. Or wasn't willing to tell. He started off again. 2 p.m. He wanted to reach the drug crossing by 4. It was between Pashar on the Afghan side and Dashtijum on the Tajik side. Malik's man had told him there would be landmarks. A steep cliff this side of the river, which by itself was meaningless since there was no lack of cliffs. However, on top of the cliff was a solitary tree that had weathered the winds and harsh nature. Gnarled and twisted, it was the only green on the slope. Zeb missed it the first time. He was so intent on driving as his wheels hugged the edge of the drop that he didn't see it. The trail wound around the cliff and stopped dropping. He jumped out of his vehicle when he was at the bottom of the valley and was uncapping his water can when he spotted the tree. He cursed, drank hastily, reversed and climbed back again and then returned because there was no place there to hide his vehicle. From the valley to the cliff was an hour's hike, with his equipment slowing him down. He walked the same trail on which he had arrived and then cut across the mountain, going to the river. Then he spotted the crossing. He was 100 yards above the river, on an animal trail. Sori was only 20 miles behind him, but 3 hours away by vehicle. Below him, the river ran brown and sluggish, 30 feet wide. Rocks, mud, and a steep drop on his side. A gravel bank marked by 2 trees and then cliffs on the Tajik side. Inhospitable terrain. Which is why the smugglers use it. Traffickers on the other side retrieved the drugs and transported them to the Pamir Highway, which was 10 miles away from the crossing. The highway, the second highest international road route in the world, started in Mazar-e-Sharif in Afghanistan, far away to his west, and ended in Osh in Kyrgyzstan. It cut through 2 other countries, Uzbekistan and Tajikistan, and skirted the border with China. It had been dubbed the Drugs Highway because it was the route through which traffickers moved their product from Afghanistan to Europe. It was paved in some places, while in many others it was just mud and rubble, beaten down by the passage of vehicles. Snowfall, avalanches, mudslides, and accidents disrupted it. Perfect, Zeb mused aloud. No American or coalition force would be able to stem the flow of drugs in that region. The rugged country beat them before they could even start. He slithered down the cliff, falling a few times on loose soil. There was no elegance, no stealth to his movements. He was sure he was the only armed man for a couple of miles. In such wilderness, he felt he was the only human around. He straightened when he got to the bottom of the cliff and walked to the water's edge. The river was slow moving. He tossed in a pebble and, judging by the sound and the ripples it made, he figured it was several feet deep. 5 p.m. Light enough to see faint tracks. He looked back toward the cliff and now spotted a barely discernible trail that came off the one he had been driving on. He searched the cliff for a suitable hide. Rejected several spots. They were either on a slope or had no cover. His eyes lingered on a boulder that had fallen off the cliff, close to its craggy wall. He went over and inspected it. Narrow opening from the front, but when he crouched behind it, he found it gave a great view. Wide angle of fire. The crossing was 150 yards away. He looked up. The vehicle trail was 30 feet away. To his left. The opening offered good cover, but left him vulnerable if the Taliban posted men high above. He climbed up again and after a long search, found a spot that was similar. A mudslide had bunched several rocks together near the face of the cliff. They had crawl space between them. The track he had driven on was behind, the trail to the river was still to his left, but there was ample cover. There was no danger of any hostile shooter being at higher ground. He settled down, the Macmillan on its stand with its scope. HK beside him. Mags water Binos. He was ready. It was time to send Atash Muhammad a message. Chapter 32. The traffickers came just after 7 p.m. It was dark, but they drove in with easy familiarity. Zeb heard their engines long before he saw them. 6 stabs of light swung across the cliff and the sky, which meant 3 vehicles. No movement on the other side of the bank. The river lay still, waiting. Tires slid on loose rocks and pebbles. Gripped. The arrivals passed so close to him that he could smell diesel and rubber. He lay unmoving, becoming one with the cliff, using the corners of his eyes to watch. Jeeps. Or some kind of 4x4s. They stopped at the river. Still no one on the other side. Do the traffickers cross it themselves? He didn't have to wait long for his question to be answered. It was as clear as daylight through his scope. Men jumped out of the vehicles. 7 armed men. Taliban. They fanned out, some watching the cliff, some the river, others the activity. A few eyes came his way, but he wasn't spotted. 8 men unloaded the contents of the vehicles. Several sacks, he lost count after 15. Then they reached deeper into their rides and brought out some tires. They strung them together and plopped them on the water. Bound the sacks together. 5 men waded in and started pushing the makeshift raft. They went deeper into the water until they were swimming, 2 men on one side, 3 on the other. The gunman and 3 traffickers stood on the bank, shouting instructions. No lowered voices. Who was there to hear them? Zeb waited till the transport was in the middle of the pond, and then he made his move. He fired 2 rounds above the gunman. Killing wasn't the objective. He wanted to drive them away. Reaction was instantaneous. The gunman scattered. Dove away. Returned fire blindly. The traffickers started screaming. Gesticulating. Passing mixed messages to the men in the river. Go on. Return. The swimmers stopped. Zeb helped them make a decision by firing into the raft. A gunman started running up the cliff. He fired into the man's thigh. The shooter fell and rolled down the cliff. Several shots came his way, most of them going wide, because none of the Taliban had identified where he was. Come back, he yelled at the traffickers. He fired more rounds in the water and on the raft. That decided it for them. Don't shoot. One of them shouted back, and the 5 men started paddling furiously toward the vehicles. His warning had exposed him, however. The Taliban rushed up the cliff, concentrating their fire at the rocks. Splitting up. He had the high ground, though. He had visibility. He had cover and several mags. He blinked when a chip grazed his forehead. Put his eye back to the scope. Triggered smoothly. A chest shot. A gunman went down. A headshot. Another shooter fell. The survivors ran furiously, the sound of their panting reaching him. Zeb wasn't planning to kill all of them. But the way they ran. Determined. He saw the flaw in his plan. There's a blind spot beneath me where the cliff curves inwards. The hitters could take cover and could then climb sideways, flanking him. He threw caution to the wind. Triggered rapidly until 5 Taliban fell. All return fire stopped. He waited. The gunman could be faking. He scoped them. No movement. On the river, the 8 traffickers stood huddled. The 5 from the river had their arms around their bodies. Shivering. Two men reached to the raft, started pulling it. He fired into the water. They jumped back. "Drive away," he ordered them. They stood, uncertain, whispering among themselves. He fired a burst at their feet. They jumped and ran to the vehicles. One smuggler was braver than the rest, or more foolhardy. He darted back to the raft. Zeb shot him in the leg. "Take him with you," he commanded the others. "Don't try any more tricks. Drive away and you will live." 3 men jumped out, swearing and cursing. They grabbed their fallen trafficker and hauled him to a vehicle. The rides turned around, engines groaning at the steep climb. Zeb scoped them, making sure no one jumped off again until they disappeared over the cliff. He waited till their sounds had faded. Waited for silence to blanket the river again. He rose cautiously after several minutes. His HK in his right hand, NVG over his face. Got down the cliff. No chance of being silent. There was too much gravel. He slithered a few times, reaching out with his left hand for support, keeping his weapon trained on the fallen men. None of them moved. He got to even ground, HK raised, before he moved forward. The 2 men closest to him were lying sprawled, face down. He prodded them. No response. Turned them over. They were dead. He was turning when his radar, his sixth sense, pinged furiously. He whipped his head around. 2 shadows, rising out of the ground, 6 feet away, springing at him. "Get him!" one man cried out in Dari. He saw the shine of a weapon. No time to bring his HK up. He straightened his body, brought his left elbow up, deflected a rising barrel, slammed the pointed end into the man's throat. The man's breath burst out like a pricked balloon. He screamed. It cut short when Zeb shoved him in the path of the second shooter, who had his weapon to his shoulder. The AK chattered. Rounds slammed into the Taliban man, who twitched and collapsed on top of the surviving gunman. Zeb pounced. His boot crushed the gunman's wrist. The weapon fell away, but the man wasn't done. He twisted, heaved away the dead weight on his body, and, when his hands were free, thrust up savagely with a blade. Snarling. Lips pulled back. Eyes savage. Zeb jumped back, the knife slashing, tearing his Parahan. He followed its swing. Grabbed the hand in a lock. Twisted furiously. A screech rent the air. Then a gargle when Zeb crushed his chest with a knee. He punched the Taliban man with a blow to his throat. Crouched over him until all breath, all life had left the man's body. He straightened, panting, shaking his head at himself in anger. I should have shot the men. He checked them again. 7 shooters. All dead. He went to the river and waded in. Retrieved the raft and brought it to the shore. 25 sacks. He turned on his flashlight. All of them had a brand. That of Muhammad's traffickers. He cut the sacks loose and then frowned. Only 5 of them contained powder. He checked rapidly. The remaining felt like stones. He freed one and ripped it open. Yeah. Stones. They were rough, misshapen, colored red and blue. He sat back on his heels. Stones? It came to him. They were gems. Lapis lazuli, the blue ones, and rubies, the red ones. 20 bags of precious and semi-precious stones, only 5 bags of heroin. He closed his eyes, thinking back to the discussion with Kilmer in the coffee shop in D.C. It felt like a million years away, on a different planet. He pictured the dossier in his mind. There was something in there. He rocked back on his heels when his memory flooded with recollection. Badakhshan was famous not just for poppy and heroin. It also had mineral resources. precious gems. The largest mine was not far from Sori. On the next cliff. The night was chilly, but Zeb was well covered. Several layers underneath his dress. His armor as well, and yet he suddenly felt cold. Now it makes sense. Why Muhammad let the world believe the Delta operators were alive. Because he wants to protect the mine. A coalition attack could destroy it. But isn't it government-owned? How does that matter? He's probably bought the officials. Or has taken it over, and the authorities aren't reporting its capture. He's smuggling not only heroin but gems too. The gems give him better profit. He won't involve the drug traffickers in them. A gust of anger filled him. He ripped the sacks containing stones, tore them open, and flung their contents in the river. He removed the heroin sacks and kicked the raft into the river. He brought out a marker from a pocket and turned a dead fighter on his belly. He scrawled a single word on the man's clothing. Share. Chapter 33. Who is this Share? Where is he? Atash Muhammad's eyes were furious. Veins bulged on his forehead and neck. Tucker and Bykov didn't answer. Neither did his men. They were at their rendezvous near Keshem. He, along with a vehicle full of fighters, the American colonel, and the Russian. Bykov chewed on a straw lazily, his eyes blank as he watched the terrorist pace. What happened to the gems? Gone. Muhammad flung his hands. Heroin's gone too. He left any money. He likes to splash it. No. Where is he? He turned furiously on Tucker. You said you would find him. We haven't, the American said, unperturbed. We are looking for Share and also this Carter. 7 of my men. He killed them. Just like that. The traffickers said he spoke Dari. With a Badakhshan accent. They didn't see him. Only heard him. He was hiding in the cliff. Bykov cocked his head. Yes. Like a coward. He kicked the ground savagely. Tucker wore a bland expression. Yeah. As if you're so brave, hiding in that village, fleeing to the tunnels. He said nothing. He disrupted Hafiz's sample display in the bazaar. Grabbed the product. He has put word out. He wants more product. Good quality. At the cheapest price. The Russians snorted. Everyone wanted good and cheap. Could he be Carter? Muhammad stopped. Tucker straightened. I can't see how, the American said uneasily. There's no sign of Carter. You're sure he's in the country? Positive. My source is never mistaken. No sign of him, but this man Share turns up. No one knows where he is from. London. The warlord interrupted. He told my people in the bazaar. He is from that city. He doesn't look like Carter, Tucker protested. Pa. Muhammad waved his hand impatiently. That means nothing. You should know. Your people have disguises. If he could find out about that crossing. Bykov started. He could disrupt our main shipment and my plans, Muhammad completed. He said he's a buyer? The Russian had a faraway look in his eyes. That's what he said. What's on your mind? The terrorist asked impatiently. And he wants to deal only with you. He said that too. Then set up a meeting. Sell him product. Bykov's grin was wolfish, his eyes that of a predator. The subject of their discussion was sleeping. Zeb was still on the cliff by the Panj River. In a different hide. When the sun rose, he woke and stretched. He was higher up, almost at the top of the cliff, in a narrow cave-like depression. His sleep had been uninterrupted. No Taliban. No vehicles. No river crossing. He walked out of his shelter and used his binos. The river was as placid as ever. The raft was not in sight. The bodies lay where they were. Hafiz's man said there's a consignment every fourth night. I could hang around, nope. It was highly unlikely the Taliban would use that spot again for the crossing, he realized. The coalition attack was just 8 days away. He couldn't waste time. He had to take out Muhammad. But he had to get to him first. I'll go to the bridge today. A lot of drugs moved across the bridge too. It was a more expensive route because officials had to be bribed. It was also dangerous because Afghan police, along with DIA, could swoop in and inspect the vehicles. Still, some warlords used the road route to move a small percentage of their product. I'll hit some shipments. How will I know though? Which vehicles are carrying product? The answer came to him when his HK clanked against a rock. There will be armed men. That will be a giveaway. But they need not be Muhammad's men. They could be another gang. It doesn't matter. I'll hit it. The news will reach Muhammad. Pressure. It was all about applying it continuously. Until something broke. Or someone. Muhammad Atash. Chapter 34. Zeb took 3 hours to get to the bridge. Driving down the slope while keeping watch for terrorists made for slow going, and the sun was right above, a pale disk, when he neared the river crossing. He parked at a distance and leaned against his vehicle, watching. Traffic wasn't like it was in a big city. A truck rumbled through once an hour. Smaller vehicles crossed more frequently. 3 armed soldiers were positioned at the entrance to the bridge. One was sitting in a wooden chair, his eyes closed, rocking. 2 others leaned against the concrete support, talking casually. A truck approached. None of them looked its way. Zeb shook his head in disgust. No wonder traffickers took to the road. With that level of security, smuggling drugs was a low-risk business. He opened a can of food and dug into it with his Benchmade. A car stopped, its driver seemingly asking for directions. The 2 guards approached it, and after a lot of arm-waving sent it on its way. Another truck, and this time the guards straightened. All 3 of them. Zeb stopped chewing. One of them went to the middle of the bridge and raised his hand in the universal gesture. The vehicle rolled to a stop. The driver leaned out and yelled. He got an earful in return. He jumped out and went to the rear sulkily. He lowered the gate and gestured. Something green. Vegetables? The guards were satisfied. The driver swore as he slammed the rear shut, climbed inside the cab, thrust a hand out and flipped them off. Action on the Panjipoyan Bridge. Zeb's mirth died. Why did they stop this vehicle and not the others? Maybe they know who the previous ones belonged to. He climbed into his Jeep and checked his messages. Several from Kilmer, all asking him to abort and return. Missed calls as well. He ignored them. He rested for an hour and when the sun turned orange, walked to the bridge. AK on his back. Several mags in his pockets and the Glocks concealed by his clothing strapped to his chest. The guards didn't pay him any attention until he was a few feet away. They stopped talking. Eyed his weapon. Who are you? The oldest of them asked. He was clean-shaven, hair graying short, his teeth blackened by tobacco consumption. How do you know which vehicles to let pass? Who are you? The soldier repeated. His men became alert. I am Sher. No expression on their faces. Then a dawning recognition. The older man looked at his men. They looked back at him. None of them knew how to respond. We have heard of you, the leader bobbed his head at last. Good. I need you to disappear for a few hours. Before that, tell me how I can recognize Mohammed's vehicles. Who do you think we are? The soldier blustered. Zeb waved a roll of bills in the air. Someone who wants this. We can't. His words trailed off when Zeb started counting them. 3 pairs of eyes grew wide when a bill blew through the air. A guard made an instinctive move to go after it. Curbed himself. You have heard of me, said Zeb, conversational, as if they were discussing the weather. You know what I have done and can do. You can do this the easy way. Take this. Tell me and go away. Or the hard way, where I kill 2 of you and torture the 3rd. Stunned silence. Then outrage. Didn't Zeb know who they were dealing with? They were Afghan officers. They didn't take to threats. They could call the. Who will you call? That stumped the leader. His mouth worked. No words came out. Zeb let fly another bill in the air. I don't have much time, Zeb snapped. I have to kill you or give you money. Decide fast. Mohammed doesn't run drugs, the leader said, making a last attempt to resist. I know that, Zeb glared at him. The traffickers he protects. They do. How do you know which are the smugglers' vehicles? They'll kill us. They won't. Not if they find you tied. You hide the money somewhere. I bind your hands and legs, and in the morning someone will find you. Zeb caught the gleam in their eyes. They lowered their voices and murmured softly. We want $100. Each. The leader demanded. Zeb gave them $300 each. Their hands trembled as they fingered the currency. One of them sniffed at it. It's genuine? He asked cautiously. Share never deals in fake, Zeb sneered. Their vehicles have their brand. On the license plate, the leader explained. That's how we know. Won't everyone know? They use those plates only for the bridge crossing. They change them once they are away. Can you draw the brands? They patted their chests and pockets. One guard came out with a scrap of paper. Another drew out a pen. They drew the signs of the 4 major gangs, who were led by Muhammad, Malek, Hafiz, and Kalen. The elder soldier licked his lips nervously. What? Muhammad. They are not shipping today. Chapter 35. Zeb paused. What about the others? Kalen is. How do you know? They send a messenger. No messenger, no shipment. Kalen's shipment will do. The message will get back to Muhammad. What time? They don't tell us. It is usually at night. I need a uniform. Take mine, one of them said eagerly. It was a tight fit, but he needed it just for the night. Their eyes flicked over his weapons. If you tell anyone, I will kill you, he said, eyeing them coldly. The leader shivered. We won't. Zeb secured their wrists and legs and pushed them away from the bridge. It will be cold, he cautioned them, as they huddled against the concrete bulwark not visible from the road. For $300 we will bear it, a guard grinned. Zeb sat in the wooden chair. The bridge was well lit and had a ramp at its mouth. Vehicles had to slow down as they reached it. It gave him ample time to check their plates. He memorized the 4 signs and stuffed the scrap into his pocket. A few cars passed. None of their occupants looked his way. Furniture. Guards were just that. Not worthy of a second glance. A truck rumbled past when it was 9 p.m. No sign on its plate. Its driver waved. He waved in return. He craned his head over the bulwark. The guards were pressed close to one another. The one who had given up his uniform was in the middle. All of them asleep. The vehicle arrived at just after 11 p.m., its engine growling as it eased up the ramp. Red sign in the corner. Zeb pushed off the chair. Walked casually to the center of the bridge. 3 men inside the cab, including the driver. All bearded. He lifted his hand. The truck slowed. Its lights flashed. He didn't move. Fool, the driver stuck his head out. Don't you know whose truck this is? Zeb didn't respond. The vehicle stopped. The 3 men got off. Furious. None of them armed. Are you new? The driver shouted. Yes, Zeb replied calmly. I need to inspect the vehicle. What's in it? Inspect, a burly man roared. You will not touch the vehicle. Kaleem? Zubayd? 2 men came from the rear of the vehicle. Both wearing AKs. How many more of them? Only 2. Zeb scoffed. There's Pasha, Burley growled as a 3rd gunman appeared. 3 men. Our protection. You are new. That's why you don't know how we work. We have already paid the guards. I am the guard. No one's paid me. Pasha was the tallest. He shouldered his way through. What's happening here? This fool stopped us, Burley told him. He's new. He doesn't know the rules. Where are the others? Pasha looked Zeb up and down. There are 3 guards here usually. I replaced them. Orders. From Faizabad. No one told you anything. Black eyes narrowing. I was told to inspect vehicles crossing the bridge. Who sent you? Burley asked aggressively. Was it? No names. Pasha cut him off. He turned to Zeb. We have arrangements. Let us go. You will be rewarded. What's in the truck? You don't need to know. Is it heroin? Pasha turned ugly. His shoulder thrust forward. The AK on it caught the light. You don't need to know. You are just a guard. Let us go. We will pay you. Here. He drew out several Afghanis and threw them at Zeb. Take those. And step away. No. No, the gunman reared back in astonishment. It was a word the Taliban heard rarely. His fist bunched. It swung. Zeb leapt into action. He moved swiftly, catching the arm in mid-motion. Twisting it around savagely, yanking it, dislocating Pasha's shoulder. The gunman screamed in the night. His fellow shooters started reacting. Hands reached for their AKs. The smugglers hustled out of the way. Zeb kicked Pasha in the groin. Flung him toward the other shooters, who jumped out of the way. That lost them time. Zeb triggered. His first round buried itself in one gunman's shoulder. Someone fired, a bullet slapped the wind high above his head and whistled into the night. A second shooter went down clutching his leg when Zeb shot him. 2 hitters out of action. Pasha groaning and retching. 3 smugglers frozen, mouths open. Zeb swung the stock of his rifle and bludgeoned the Taliban men to unconsciousness. Show me what's inside, he told the driver, his breath even misting in the cold. The driver nodded dumbly. He turned. His passengers followed him. Zeb kept behind them, keeping enough distance. The smugglers didn't try anything, however. Burley lowered the gate. The driver raised the shutter. Sacks inside. Remove them, Zeb ordered. Burley climbed inside and started tossing them out. Grain. More grain. The 8th sack was smaller. White powder in it. As had the 9th, 10th, and 11th. 10 sacks in total. 10 kilos hidden among the other sacks. Put them back. You just asked me to remove them. Now put them back. Burley grumbled but tossed the sacks inside, his men helping him. Come with me. Zeb took the 3 men to the front of the truck. The Taliban men were still out. He pointed to the far end of the bridge. Start walking. What? Zeb slammed the AK's butt in Burley's belly. His breath whooshed out as he doubled over. Go. Next time I will shoot. The driver and the other smuggler grabbed Burley, and the 3 men broke into a shambling trot. You will die for this, the driver snarled. I won't, but many of you will. Tell Kalen it was Cher who took his drugs. They stopped and stared at him. Yes, I'm Cher. I want to trade with Atash Muhammad. Only he can give me the quantity I want. I will deal with him directly. And as long as he refuses to trade, I will harass all of you. He fired at their feet and sent them fleeing. Zeb waited till they were out of sight. Checked the Taliban men, who lay unmoving. He picked up their AKs and tossed them into the river. The guards were awake. You killed them? The leader asked him. No. What about you? It will become colder. The money will keep us warm. Chapter 36. Atash Muhammad wasn't speaking. He paced sometimes. At other times he stopped and glared at Bykov and Tucker, as if it was their fault. Kalen, he choked out finally. That small, miserable piece of shit. He insulted me. His man. He said because I wasn't dealing with this Cher, all of them were suffering. He said it was my problem. He told me to deal with it. Kalen. That insect ordered me. He ground his teeth, his face red. Looked for something to vent his anger on. There wasn't anything. He cursed long and loud, went out of the house and spat. Bykov winked at Tucker. The terrorist had arrived at their meeting in a rage. He had come close to both of them and had stared them down. His anger had risen when the colonel stepped back and cupped his face. You've got bad breath, man. Say what you want from a distance. The Russian had chuckled, which enraged the Taliban leader even more. Muhammad returned, looking calmer. We need to kill him. I don't care whether he is a genuine buyer or not. He has to go. Did you leave a message for him? At Humayun's place? Bykov asked him. Muhammad's mouth opened and closed in answer. You haven't, the Russian grated. You come here, shout and rant, and yet you didn't do what we agreed. Set up the meeting. We will capture him. Then decide what to do with him. Muhammad whirled on his heels and swept out of the house. You trust him? Tucker asked Bykov. Trust? The former Spetsnaz man chuckled mirthlessly. We have come together for profit. Not trust. We will do our parts not because we like each other, we don't, but because we want to become filthy rich. He side-eyed the American. You, my friend, are taking the biggest risk of all. The minister Muhammad, in this country no one is clean. But you are betraying your country. Your men. The colonel's jaws clamped shut. His eyes turned flinty. I have my reasons. Bykov nodded. We all find reasons when we are faced with easy money. We rationalize, He stopped when Tucker rounded on him. He held his hands up in surrender. They stood in silence for a moment. He's evil, Bykov said at last. The American nodded. He knew who the Russian was referring to, Atash Muhammad. I want to kill him, he confessed. But, he gestured helplessly. You think he means it? Releasing my men. Yes, Bykov said reassuringly, even though he didn't believe it. Once we capture Cher, I will ask him to hand over your operatives. What is he planning? Again, the Russian knew what he was referring to. I don't know, he confessed. He's coming along. Has been vague. Has spoken about London. Tucker's fist nodded. Is he? I don't know. It's a bit late to get a conscience, isn't it? Bykov said curtly and left. The colonel brooded, staring unseeingly at the empty village. It was his second tour to Stan. He was experienced, very well respected. People said he was going places. The generals in the Pentagon held him in high regard. How did I get here? It had happened one night when he was driving from Keshem toward Faizabad. He was alone and had stopped to relieve himself when he heard shots. Had cursed himself for not having men with him. Had driven in the direction of the firing and had come across Atash Muhammad, executing farmers, deep in the countryside. The terrorist was with his men, several of them holding flashlights. 2 bodies at his feet. A third kneeling in front of him. Stop, Tucker had shouted, his handgun coming up to cover the terrorist. He realized his predicament too late. He was one man against several terrorists. Muhammad turned in his direction lazily. Shot the farmer while holding the colonel's eyes. You'll capture me? Get medals? Tucker had been struck by his English. It was good. Or maybe I'll kill you, the terrorist said with a smile. The Taliban leaders will promote me. Sacks at Muhammad's feet caught Tucker's attention. A couple of them were half open. Glinting. Not heroin. Gems? These men, the terrorist waved carelessly at the bodies, were stealing from my mine. My mine. As if he owned the government property in the mountains. Muhammad raised his weapon. Tucker cocked his Beretta M9, aware of the warlord's men pointing their AKs at him. He knew he would die, but at the least he would take out Atash Muhammad, the terrorist everyone was hunting. Muhammad didn't fire. A calculating look crossed his face. I don't need to kill you. I can capture you and hold you hostage. Like those Delta operatives I have. Or you can help me. He kicked a sack. Stones spilled out. Tucker looked at them, involuntarily. The warlord laughed. Yes. That third option. You help me. We all get rich. No one knows. You like money, right? All Americans love money. Lizzie. Tucker thought of his daughter. Of what lay ahead of her. His gun arm lowered a fraction. Shame and self-loathing filled him. A part of him wished Muhammad would kill him. What do you have in mind? He heard himself speak. Colonel Jesse Tucker made a deal with the devil that night. Chapter 37. Zeb went to Ragi the evening after holding up Callan's truck. He dressed in his share disguise, a black and white shamag over his face, shades over his eyes. An AK over his shoulder. Villagers didn't look at him. They stepped out of the way as he roughly shouldered through them. An old woman stumbled. He winced inwardly. Have to stick to my role. A buyer wouldn't stop to apologize. His shades had mirrored surfaces on the inside, at the ends. It gave him a partial view of what was behind him. It wasn't ideal, but it was better than nothing. He could spot anyone following him. So far no one was. He knew he had to be quick. Muhammad's informers would be around. He went to Humayun's store. Now mine. Bidar stopped serving a customer who said something and faded away. I have a message for Muhammad, Zeb roughened his voice. His shades pinned the storekeeper. Tell him he has to meet. Are you sure? Zeb radiated menace. His face hard. Bidar paled. There's a message for you if you are. He whispered rapidly. Muhammad is ready to meet. He wants to know where. And how much? 50 kilos. It has to be the best. And cheap, he rumbled. No tricks. He knows what I can do. He wants cash. Zeb reached inside his shirt. Bidar shrank. His eyes rounded when Zeb came out with dollar bills. That's 5,000. An advance. Make sure it gets to Muhammad, he warned. Tomorrow. Midday. In the valley next to where the mine is. He whirled and walked swiftly away. He throws around so much money, Aga, the shooter fingered the bills in wonder. Muhammad replied absently. It was evening. He was back in Sori. The gunman from the village had relayed Humayun's message and had brought the roll of money. We will take 10 men. They should be enough. Go early in the morning. Capture him. He will be alone. It may not be that easy, Aga. He is a fox. Pa. He says he's from London. This is our country. We know our mountains. Muhammad snapped his fingers and dismissed his men. He would finish Sher, but only after getting his money. I will execute him in Ragi. In front of everyone. A message to all that they shouldn't mess with the Taliban. Zeb went to the valley that night. The 4 small hills were visible from a distance. They were well known because they didn't have much vegetation, but for a few sparse trees and bushes. Sori was on the first, towards the northeast. The second hill had the mine. The rendezvous would be between the second and the third hill. He had heard of the valleys at the coffee shop in Ragi. They were all similar. Barren, prone to rock and mudslides, deeply inhospitable, no living beings in them. That particular valley was a 3-hour drive, followed by a 4-hour hike. It was just past midnight when he climbed to high ground. It wasn't ideal. He would have preferred to survey the area in daylight, pick out infill and exfil points, but there just wasn't time. Hence the night approach. The jeep was safely hidden 2 miles away, on even ground. Ragi was 13 miles away. Sori was 11. Not that far, but the terrain made a mockery of distance. 11 miles felt like 50. He made a cold camp in the shelter of a rock and rose early the next day. 6 days to the coalition attack. Cold, crisp morning. Breath misting. He surveyed the valley without moving and knew he had made a good choice. Sheer dumb luck was playing his way. He couldn't take any credit in picking the spot. There was a dried riverbed at the bottom. Narrow exits at each side of the valley. He surveyed them through his binoculars. Yeah, a sturdy vehicle could navigate the uneven ground and go past the boulders. He was located on one side of the valley, 100 feet above its floor, a shooting distance of 200 yards. Behind him was a steep rise. Loose rock and soil. No one could come down it stealthily. He looked about him. Nope, he was in a good spot. He had a good shooting window from beneath the rocks. Well protected by them. He had enough mags with him to take out a small army. He'll come with 15 or 20 people. Lay a trap for me. The Taliban came at 10 am. 4 men slithered down the opposite cliff. 3 men down his slope. None of them spotted him. All of them were armed. All of them embedded themselves way down. Almost at the bottom of the valley. He marked their locations. He could take out 4 of them easily. The others were hidden from his view. They'll show themselves once the shooting starts. They waited. So did Zeb. They'll be in radio contact with Muhammad. Tell him that they haven't seen anyone. A black Toyota 4x4 growled its way from his right at 11:30 am. Light reflected off its windshield. It juddered as it navigated the riverbed. He spotted 6 men in it, 4 of whom jumped out when it stopped. To his left. Away from the 7 Taliban. Clear from their firing lines. He took a closer look at the driver through the binoculars. Nope. He focused on the other man in the vehicle. Waited for him to turn. His breath caught when he recognized the unmistakable profile. Atash Muhammad. In person. Zeb didn't shoot. Chapter 38. Tomorrow, he said roughly to Bidar. It was night the same day. The street was nearly empty. The storekeeper was sweeping the yard in front of his shop. He started at Zeb's voice. He jumped back at his closeness. They threatened me, he said nervously, looking scared. They said you didn't show up. They? 2 men. Taliban. What time? About 4 p.m. Zeb nodded fractionally. He hadn't shown himself. Had lain in his hide until Muhammad had gestured angrily at 2 p.m., and the Toyota had left. The 7 concealed shooters had followed. He could have taken them all out from a distance, but that wasn't how he intended to kill Atash Muhammad. He didn't kill the prisoners from a distance. He deserves a similar death. Tell him it was a test. Tell him I saw the 7 gunmen. I could have shot him. He didn't step out of the Toyota. Was he scared? I didn't, however. Tomorrow same time in the next valley, and this time no hidden gunmen. I will know. Bidar swallowed and nodded. He knows about the 7 men? He said that, Aga. The messenger said respectfully. Muhammad got to his feet quickly. His gun appeared in his hand, pointing at one of his men, his most senior commander. Who knew? 4 people, Aga. The man didn't flinch. He had experienced the warlord's sudden rages before. You, I, and those 2. He nodded at 2 more men in the room. And of course the 7 men themselves, but we told them at the last minute and took their phones from them. There were no leaks, Aga, another gunman said. He had to be there. That's the only way he would know. He said he could have shot you, Aga. He said you remained in the vehicle all the time, the messenger's voice trembled. He didn't say that Sher thought Muhammad was scared. The villager wanted to live a long life. The Taliban leader slapped him. Once, twice, several times, until his men jumped forward and pulled him back. He's just a messenger, Aga. He said tomorrow, the villager forced words through split lips. Next valley. Same time. No hidden gunmen. Zeb hurried back to the hills the moment he left Bidar. He knew the message would get relayed to Muhammad. He'll work it out. How I knew about the 7 men. That he was in the Toyota. He may try to send men in the night. He drove as fast as he could through the moonlit landscape, which felt lunar in its epic vastness. Just him moving, everything else still. The savage beauty of Badakhshan around him. He parked even farther away this time. Close to the dirt track. He broke several bushes and made a camo for his jeep and set out at a fast walk, carrying his equipment easily. It was 11 p.m. when he reached the bottom of the hill. He didn't enter the valley. Climbing the cliff from its rear was a better option. There was no knowing if the Taliban had reached it before him. It was 2 a.m. by the time he navigated around the middle of the cliff and got to the side facing the valley. Night vision goggles over his eyes didn't show any thermal, his side or on the cliff, opposite. Not even a wild animal. He breathed easier. Looks like it's just me. He hunted for cover. Ideally for several rocks. He didn't find such a spot, but there was a mudslide that had carried a tree with it. Its trunk was immense, rotting, and lay diagonally across the face of the mountain. He sweated as he rolled a few boulders and positioned them against the trunk to create his hide. Good view of the bottom. Similar shooting distance as the previous night. 250 yards. Now to wait, which often was the most difficult for an operative. Not for Zeb. Over the years he had learned to get lost in limbo, his body was relaxed, his mind resting, only his subconscious awake. He could go from there to alert in an instant, if his inner radar warned him of danger. No danger came in the night. It arrived in the morning. Chapter 39. The morning was typical of those in Badakhshan. Cold. Clear. In the far distance the Hindu Kush range rose majestically, its snow-capped peaks thrusting arrogantly into the sky. Zeb consumed his rations, buried the remains, checked his tack and HK and settled down. Muhammad will come with more men. If he turns up, he will be desperate to catch me. As the sun rose, the rendezvous became clearer. It was an excellent spot from his perspective. Loose rock on both cliffs would make it difficult for anyone to make a stealthy approach. What had once been a stream between the hills was now dry and stony. Difficult to traverse but not impossible for a well-maintained vehicle. A different form of transport showed up. Zeb heard the sound at just after 10 a.m. The beat of rotors. He froze. Chopper. It took a second for him to process as the sound neared. Taliban don't have choppers. Not that I know of. He was wearing brown. Loose shirt and trousers, beneath which were several layers to ward off the cold, as well as to conceal his armor. He hadn't risked wearing camo. That would have blown his cover. The problem was his clothing could be seen from the sky. The chopper drew closer. He turned his head slowly to the left. There. High above. 400 feet from the ground. Turning lazily in the air. A Kiowa attack helicopter, too far for him to make out any markings. The chopper disappeared out of sight as it circled the hills. No Taliban in the valley yet. No ground vehicles either. The bird returned, this time coming from the direction of Sori. He knew he could be detected from the air. If the chopper was manned by American soldiers, it would have a two-man team. Pilot and gunner. It would have stingers, aerial rockets, thermal imaging, the best optics the military could buy. He lay unmoving, face down. After what felt like interminable moments, the bird disappeared, its beat fading until silence returned. Zeb surveyed the rendezvous spot again. No terrorists. He looked behind him. No hostiles. Abort, he decided. He didn't know why the Kiowa had appeared. He didn't like its presence. Muhammad won't come. The bird will drive him away. He'll suspect a trap. He rose swiftly, shouldered his tack, grabbed his HK and went down the cliff towards the valley. When he reached it, he turned left. Progress was slowed by the uneven surface. His eyes were narrowed, watchful, his HK clutched in his right hand, ready for rapid deployment. He went to the mouth of the valley where the hill ended. Followed the bed out, in the direction of his jeep, gradually increasing his pace to a jog. The slopes on each side began to be gentler as the high ground gave way to low. A bend in the valley, and beyond it open ground. He raced around the turn and jerked to a halt. 5 men in front of him. Fatigues. American uniforms. An older man to his left. Gray busket. 3 soldiers pointing their weapons at him. A 4th man standing well away. In Afghan clothing. Stand down, the elder man shouted. Zeb recognized the tone. This was a man used to command, to authority. Options flashed through his mind. His HK was ready. He could take out some of them if he wished. Not an option. They were his people. They figure I am a terrorist. He relaxed visibly. He could talk his way out of it. My cover will be blown, but he could deal with that later. Who are you? The leader yelled. The Afghan translated for him. Zeb didn't respond. He was struck by the soldiers' clothing. No insignia. Nothing to show their rank, their regiment. He looked at the gray-haired man. He had a nameplate. Jesse Tucker. And he bore the rank of a colonel. Nothing else on his uniform. Who are you? Do you understand me? Tucker repeated. He looked at his translator, who spoke in Dari, and then in Pashto. Zeb didn't reply. He didn't like what he was seeing. The colonel approached him rapidly, keeping out of his men's firing line. Sweat on his upper lip. His eyes blazing. You, a finger shot out. Talk to me. Look at me. Zeb looked. What's your name? Why were you on the mountain? Why do you have those weapons? That's how they got me. The bird alerted them. He relaxed even more. Tucker and his men were probably a passing patrol. There's probably a reason why his men have no markings on their fatigues. He was readying to reply when the sound of an engine came from their right. Hidden initially by rocks, a Toyota burst into view. Zeb sensed the unease in Tucker. His men glanced at the oncoming vehicle and then at the colonel, waiting for instructions. Doesn't look like they planned for this. The vehicle stopped, spraying gravel on them. Zeb inched closer to Tucker. This had a bad smell to it. The Toyota seemed familiar, but there were many such vehicles in the area. He couldn't see inside because of light reflecting off its windows and windshield. Its doors opened. 5 armed men emerged. Taliban. No mistaking them. When the 6th man stepped out, Zeb lunged. Chapter 40. His move was instinctive, without conscious thought. He grabbed Tucker and spun him around, using him as a shield, his HK jammed into the colonel's waist. What am I doing? He's a fellow American. I can't use him as cover. He was preparing to release the officer and open fire on the terrorists when something held him back. Why isn't Tucker ordering his men to open fire? Because the 6th man was Atash Muhammad, one of the most wanted terrorists. The officer seemed shaken by the arrivals. His men were stunned as well. Zeb decided to keep holding the colonel until it became clear what exactly was going down. If the Taliban raise their weapons, I'll shove Tucker away, dive to my left and open fire on Muhammad. He could survive, but he wasn't counting on it. I'll take down as many as I can. He held his ground for the moment, not liking how things were playing out. Tucker wasn't offering any resistance. He wasn't saying anything. He seemed dazed by the warlord's arrival. The terrorist was in black, a checkered shamag on his neck and a beretta in his right hand. His eyes were triumphant as his men ranged around him, taking positions. You? Tucker whispered, not heeding the fact that Zeb had an arm around his neck. His men looked uncertainly at him and at the Taliban men. Zeb saw nervousness in their faces, seeking direction from the colonel, who seemed to be in shock. We got him, Muhammad slapped his thigh. 2 things struck Zeb. The terrorist's command of English from those 2 words. We? What does that mean? Why are you here? Tucker asked, still in a daze. Muhammad ignored him. Came close. Zeb turned the colonel, narrowing himself to hide behind the officer. So this is Sher. The terrorist's lips curled at the way Zeb was shielding himself. Sher. Lion. Here you are, hiding behind an American. You understand English? The warlord's brows came together when Zeb kept silent. You shouldn't be, the colonel tried to break free. He failed. Silence. Muhammad shouted. Tucker. What's going on? Zeb murmured in the colonel's ear. English. He speaks English, the terrorist chortled on hearing him. Tucker. I told you. He is Carter. Zeb felt the officer stiffen. You know him? He asked the colonel incredulously. Don't you know who he is? Atash Muhammad. The terrorist we are hunting. Ask your men to take him. The soldiers stared at their officer, who gave them no orders, and then at the warlord. Their weapons were aimed at no one. The translator was transfixed, his hands high in the air. The Taliban gunmen stood watching, their AKs trained on the Americans. Tucker, Muhammad said gleefully, why don't you tell him? You, his eyes looked into Zeb's. You're Carter, aren't you? How do they know who I am? He flexed his arm around the officer's throat. What the hell is going on? Why do you know this terrorist? We are leaving, the colonel said, trying to assert his authority, with Carter. Our prisoner. Huh. He's my prisoner. Muhammad roared in laughter. He jumped up and down and shook his head at his men, who chuckled. You both are under my guns, he said, waving his beretta in the air. No one is leaving. Carter, he mused, mirth leaving his face. We almost believed you. Buyer from London. Share. You are the best. No other American operative came so close to me. Muhammad, let us go. Tucker made another attempt. You aren't going anywhere, my friend. His lips twisted in a snarl, spitting out the last two words. Zeb went cold as he made the connection. You and he. You're helping him. Another jigsaw piece fell into place. You warn him of attacks so that he can escape. Move his drugs. What do you get in return? He was squeezing the officer so hard that Tucker's breath rasped out noisily. Sir, the soldier called out uncertainly. No one looked at him. The Taliban men were focused on the struggling colonel and his captor. Did you warn him of Roderick? Zeb knew he was yelling. The bitter taste of betrayal in his mouth. Darkness surging inside him, wanting to snap Tucker's neck. A part of his mind urging caution. No. Tucker groaned pitifully. Did you know he killed Chick? And Bud and Kelly? Shot them and tossed their bodies over the cliff. No one moved. Muhammad seemed hypnotized, only his eyes flicking between Zeb and Tucker. You lie, the officer sagged. Zeb could see the side of his face. It had turned ashen. I saw them. I took photographs. I have got their dog tags. The colonel lunged forward, bellowing in rage, breaking Zeb's hold by sheer momentum. Arms outstretched, reaching for Atash Muhammad. You played me. All along. You said you would free them. The warlord's eyes were contemptuous as his beretta rose. Stupid American. You trusted me. He spat twice. Tucker stumbled. Zeb dove away. His HK rose smoothly. Cover, he yelled at the soldiers and the translator, who were slow to react. The Afghan was the first to fall, his body jerking under the impact of bullets. The soldiers followed. Zeb rolled, triggering desperately, aiming at Muhammad. Point and shoot. Keep moving. He missed. The warlord was fleeing to his vehicle, zigging and zagging. Two soldiers, still alive, tried to return fire. The Taliban gunmen turned on them. Dirt flew in the air. Shouts and roars. Long bursts from Zeb, trying to save the soldiers, trying to draw the rounds away from them. A Taliban hitman fell from Zeb's bullet. Another gunman's chest blossomed red. No view. The colonel's body was blocking that of Muhammad, who was almost at the vehicle. He scrabbled sideways, ignoring the rounds hissing around him. Turned his weapon. Fired blindly. Stone chips flying in the air at the warlord's feet. Muhammad was being grabbed by his men and turned burning eyes at Zeb before climbing into the vehicle. Zeb shot into the body mass. 2 Taliban gunmen stumbled. Hands plucked at their clothing and they were hauled inside. Something smashed Zeb's chest. He fell back. Breath whooshing out. He felt himself blacking out. He kept squeezing. Slapping in a new magazine with blinding speed, unthinking, trigger pressing, round pinging, metal and glass shattering and the wet slap of a round hitting a body, an engine howling drowning out all sound until all that was left was dust swirling in the air in an empty valley. And a groan. I am hit, he thought. He felt his chest. No stickiness. Look down. The AK's round had pierced through his clothing, but the armor underneath had stopped it. He felt like he'd been kicked by a mule, but at least he was alive. Miraculously unhurt. Another groan. Tucker. He got to his feet. Swayed for a moment. Got his balance. Checked the fallen soldiers, cursorily. All of them seemed dead. Hurried over to the colonel and saw that he was in bad shape. Both rounds had smashed into his chest. Blood was bubbling from his mouth. His eyes flickered when Zeb knelt beside him. Why? Zeb asked him. He didn't give him any false assurances. He could see it in the officer's eyes. Tucker knew he was dying. Daughter. You said is true. Zeb dug into a pocket. Brought out the 3 dog tags. They glinted in the sunlight, swaying lightly. A long shuddering sigh shook the colonel. Where can I find Muhammad? Zeb leaned over him. Tucker's left hand clamped his wrist. Tight. With all the remaining strength in his body. Caves can't. I will. A hard squeeze. Listen. Zeb bent his head lower. Going with. Going? Muhammad's going? Tucker's eyes were dimming. His breath was stuttering. Tell me, Zeb held his shoulder. Where's Muhammad going? With what? The colonel summoned all the strength in his body. Raised it slightly. Looked down at his left hand, which was outstretched, 2 fingers pointed out. Zeb followed his eyes. With 2 men? 2 what? Stop. Colonel Jesse Tucker sagged back and died. Chapter 41. Zeb sat for long moments over the colonel's body. Where's Muhammad going? When? There were no more answers forthcoming from Tucker. Zeb got to his feet and checked the 3 soldiers, just in case. None of them was alive. He went to the translator. He too was dead. We came to his country. He was helping us. This is his reward. Dying in the middle of nowhere. He whirled blindly, his eyes resting on the 2 Taliban men. Both dead. He searched them. Neither was carrying a cell phone. He sank down on an outcrop and ran his fingers over his face wearily. Muhammad was gone. Tucker, a colonel in the American Army, a traitor, was dead. I should have killed the terrorist yesterday. He shook his head savagely and got to his feet, angry with himself. Tucker said something about his daughter. Zeb filed the thought away. It would have to wait. They knew about me. There's a leak at Kilmer's End. He stretched his arms and felt his chest. It hurt but didn't feel like a cracked rib. He had gone off the reservation, disobeying Kilmer's instructions to return. The leak didn't matter anymore. Now that Muhammad knew who he was or how he looked. No, he doesn't. I'm in the shared disguise. He picked up his HK and the other weapons he had discarded. Frowned, remembering. That last burst. I thought I hit someone. No more bodies were on the ground. Something else caught his eye. Something rubbery. Flesh-colored. He stood over it, staring uncomprehendingly. Bent and picked it up. It was his prosthetic nose. He felt his face. Bare nose and ears. He searched the ground. There, next to one of the soldiers. A fake ear. The second one, a few feet away. Muhammad looked at me that last time. He recognized me? As Akmal. His men would have mentioned the new face in the village. Bidar. Zeb ran and then stopped abruptly. He turned back and went to Tucker's body. He searched it. Brought out his cell phone. Scrolled through it blindly until he got the recent calls menu. Pressed the first number. It rang twice. A male voice answered. Tucker's dead. His men too. In Badakhshan. In a valley near the mine. Track his cell phone. He hung up, cutting off the voice. Tried the next number. Another male. Authority in his tone. Zeb gave him the same information. Hung up and started running. Recklessly, jumping over rocks, going through thigh-high bushes, uncaring about branches slapping at him. Slithering, falling, picking himself up, going at a relentless pace. He patted his pockets, brought out his sat phone. Tried the storekeeper. No reply. It had taken him 3 hours to reach his hide. It took him less than 2 to reach his vehicle. He threw away its camouflage, jumped inside, and turned it around, tires squealing. Pedal to floor, he accelerated, teeth clenched to prevent his tongue from being bitten off from the body-shaking, bone-jarring ride. Tried his phone again. Tossed it away when he got no reply. Let me be in time. Driving over rough terrain, pushing his Jeep as hard as it could go, wanting to get to even road as quickly as he could. Muhammad will take time too. He will want to put some distance between him and the scene. He will be worried that American forces will come searching for the colonel. He won't use his cell. Calls will be monitored. Zeb thought he had some time. He hoped. Because he was sure of one thing. Atash Muhammad was a vengeful killer. He would want to make an example of Bidar Humayun for harboring Zeb Carter. Chapter 42. Zeb got to the dirt track 90 minutes later, leaving a cloud of dust behind as he overtook a truck and an animal herder. A donkey bray faded when he swerved around it. 2 hours later, he was on the outskirts of Ragi, where he came to a shuddering stop. Wrapped his shamag around his face. Put on the prosthetics. Sure, Muhammad and his men knew who he was, but there was a possibility the villagers didn't. He would use the shared disguise for as long as he could get away with it. Took the HK, because he wanted his weapon, and broke into a jog, beads of sweat sliding down his face and disappearing into the covering across his nose and mouth. Ears and eyes keenly aware, searching, seeking. No gunshots in the distance. A haze over the valley, but he could make out the shape of Ragi, the pale walls of houses. He reached the main street. Deserted. Which wasn't normal. At that time of the day, close to 4 p.m., there was usually a good amount of foot traffic. Bidar's store was farther away, hidden from sight. Zeb broke into a run when he saw spilled sacks, vegetables, fruit, and grain on the ground. His eyes sweeping, capturing everything, and registering on his mind like a series of still photographs. Deserted village. No faces at windows or doors. No sounds audible either. He corrected himself immediately, because there was a person out there. Standing in front of Humayun's shop. His AK in his hand. Head turning at Zeb's approach. Taliban. Zeb didn't slow down. Didn't use his HK. His left foot fell to the ground. rolled smoothly. His right swung forward and started landing. The HK blurred in the air as he switched it from right to left. His right hand continued. Went inside his shirt. Drew out the Benchmade. It winked in the air as it flew straight. Zeb was close enough now to see the gunman's attention was split. Shoot at the incoming or duck from the blade. He ducked and the second knife that Zeb had drawn while running sank into his shoulder. Zeb pounced on him. Slapped the AK aside, pulled out the Benchmade and buried it in his neck. He lost 3 seconds in retrieving the first blade and checking both ends of the street. Just that one fighter. No one else. The terrorists were sure of themselves. Or they would have posted more men on the street. The store's entrance gaped dark. He leapt over rows of produce and sacks. Landed on the small platform, on which was a tiny desk. A narrow passage beyond, going inside. He plunged inside, HK rising. Opening into a room. Smelling of oils, spices, and green vegetables. Shelves on the walls. Indistinct shapes on them. Through to the next room. A small stove in a corner. Still burning. Zeb grabbed it. Approached the last room, dark rage filling him when he heard a cry and what sounded like blows. Door shut. A fraction of a second to decide on either stealthy opening or crashing through. The second option won the mental coin toss. It would give him the slightest advantage of surprise. His left leg smashed the flimsy barricade. It flew open, wood splintering. 3 men. Guns and knives in their hands. Bidar kneeling. Bound. Bloody. Heads turning at the intrusion. 2 Taliban jumping away. The stove arcing in the air and catching one of them in the chest. HK chattering, reducing his chest to pulp. A second gunman firing. A round slapped air and flew past Zeb's face. A second round riffled his hair. Zeb leapt sideways, shooting, finding the gunman and felling him. Before he could land, the third fighter was on him, crashing against him and dragging him into the wall. The fighter was big. He was fierce. His eyes were small pinpoints of light as he grunted and tried to jab Zeb with his knife. Zeb twisted, but there wasn't any room. He brought his knee up and met a thigh as hard as a rock. No luck there. The knife was heading straight at his throat. He kicked desperately, caught the attacker's ankle. Made him lose balance. The blade sank into his shoulder. Zeb welcomed it. The searing burning fueled his fury. It gave him the advantage because, for that one moment, as breath hung in the air, the Taliban man was tipped against him. Zeb slammed his forehead against the man's nose, which split, his scream rending the air. The man's body loosened. His grip on the knife eased. Zeb shoved him back. The Taliban man surged forward, the bloodied knife rushing back. There was the narrowest space for Zeb to maneuver in. He dropped his shoulders. Crouched and brought his hands up. Grabbed the knife wrist and slammed it against the wall over his right shoulder. Fire raced through him as his left shoulder protested. He ignored it. Brought his left hand up, grabbed the neck of the Taliban killer, and drove his head against the wall. Once, twice, and thrice, until the fighter went limp and dropped to the floor. Zeb took a breath, rushed over to Bidar, and cut his binding. They were planning to kill me, the storekeeper sobbed. Outside. To send a message to the villagers, but they were going to torture me first. They were asking me where you were. Zeb didn't answer. He ripped the young man's shirt and kept his face expressionless as he saw the cuts on the shoulder and chest. He explored the house and returned with a cloth dipped in water. He cleaned the wounds and sighed in relief. They aren't deep. Go to the nearest doctor. He will help you. No one will help me, Bidar trembled. Everyone saw the Taliban come, drag me inside. Not one person came to help. Then it's time for you to go. Chapter 43. Go. Bidar repeated. Where? To Kabul. Or wherever you want to go. Your life here is finished. Zeb went to the other room. Grabbed a bag. Stuffed Bidar's clothes in them and thrust them at him. Where's the money I gave you? Beneath that wardrobe in the other room. Zeb returned with the bills. Put them in the bag. Right now? The storekeeper asked uncertainly. Yes. Is there a rear exit? No. Why? Zeb prowled and found a window that looked into a side alley. Just a hole, no bars, large enough for a full-grown body to wriggle through. He went cautiously to the front. No one on the street. Let's go through there, he pointed at the window. Why? Do it, he used his command voice. The storekeeper hustled, levered himself up and squeezed through the opening. He caught the HK that Zeb tossed out and helped him down. They ran silently through the back streets until they were outside Ragi. Where? Follow me. Zeb kept up their punishing run until they reached the jeep. He gestured silently. Where are you taking me? To the highway. Change your clothes. Grab a lift from a passing vehicle. Spin a story and go away. The young man was silent as Zeb drove quickly. He was still in shock, his mind grappling with the rapid turn of events. He gathered himself after a while and looked behind, at the crate in the back. They said you are American. Zeb Carter. Yes, Zeb removed the false nose and ears. You aren't Akmil, the grocer took the rubbery appendages and inspected them. No. You speak the local language so well. With the right accent. Zeb didn't reply. They said you are a soldier. Kind of. You came to kill Muhammad? Now I intend to. You came to save those soldiers? Yes, but they are dead. Muhammad killed them. Bidar pointed at his shoulder. You are bleeding. I will be okay. You could have left me there. You didn't have to return to save me. Yes. No villager came to help me. They are scared. They have their lives to live. Dusk turned to dark. Zeb stopped for a water break. Mountains shadowy and distant behind them. Muhammad smuggling gems. Bidar nodded, water trickling down his chin. Not many people know it. I know because many villagers went to work in the mines. They talk in front of me. The other gangs, they are still into poppy. Muhammad's they move heroin too, but more and more gems. They cut off the drug smugglers. No need for them. Muhammad's developed his own network for distribution. Zeb was struck again by the total hold the terrorists had. They do everything right in the open, and no one, the Afghan government or my people, can do anything. That mine, Zeb nodded in the direction of the mountains. It is government-owned. So what? Bidar said bitterly. I heard there was a Russian who was helping Muhammad. The two were working together. Stealing gems. Sending it across the river. He swirled water in his mouth and spat. It will end, though. In 2 days. Zeb jerked his head up. Why? I heard the villagers speaking. They have nearly finished the main vein. They have been asked not to return after 2 days. Tucker's 2 fingers. He meant 2 days. You heard everything. You didn't tell the police or any soldier. Bidar climbed inside the jeep before answering. You know what happened to my parents. What they would have done to me if you hadn't returned. You said the villagers were scared. I too was frightened. Zeb drove past Keshem and towards the next village 15 miles away. He stopped at the edge of the highway, giving the man company as they waited for a vehicle to approach. "That man in Sori that day," Bidar said after a while. "I think it was Muhammad." Zeb replied noncommittally, still trying to figure out what would happen in 2 days. "You saw him yesterday. Why didn't you kill him?" Bidar asked sharply. "I should have. I had the chance today too. I couldn't." He moved fast. "When you go to Kabul, go to any American or coalition officer you see. Tell them that you heard Colonel Jesse Tucker was killed by Muhammad. Tell them some story, how you know. His body is there. His and his men. In that other valley." Bidar looked towards the mountain range and shivered. "I will. I will find a way to go to London," he said determinedly. "I have had enough of killing and war." "London. How does Atash Muhammad speak English?" "Very well too." Bidar looked at him curiously. "You don't know?" "I wouldn't be asking if I did." Bidar snorted in amusement. "I thought you Americans knew everything. He is from London." Zeb stilled. "What?" "He was born there. His grandfather was an imam in a London mosque. His family returned when he was young. Tucker said Muhammad was going to London." Chapter 44. Zeb waited with Bidar until they saw a pair of headlights in the distance. He caught the storekeeper by the sleeve when he started to move. "Wait. Let it come nearer." It turned out to be a truck, its engines straining as the vehicle labored across the dips and rises of the road. "It sounds old. I don't think the Taliban will use that kind of vehicle. Stand on the road and wave it down. I will be in the darkness. In case you need help." Bidar asked no questions. He stuck his hand out and waited patiently for the driver to spot him. The truck changed gears, started slowing, and came to a halt a few feet from the storekeeper. "What's wrong?" The driver stuck his head out. Zeb went behind the vehicle quickly. It was open at the back. Empty. He ghosted to the side to overhear Bidar telling the driver he needed a lift. They haggled over a price, agreed, and the storekeeper started climbing in. He paused for a moment, looked in Zeb's direction, and nodded. The truck's lights receded into the distance, but Zeb made no move to leave. He settled himself on the Jeep's hood and removed his shirt. Cleaned himself up with his water canteen and bound himself tightly with a strip of cloth. It was a flesh wound. Deep, but it didn't seem to have torn any muscle or ligament. He would be okay. He had been through worse injuries. He was thinking of Muhammad's next moves even as he worked. Assume he's going to London. When and where will he cross? Tucker said with. He's going with a shipment. In 2 days? There was only one way to be sure. Ask Muhammad, which wasn't possible. I could go try to capture one of his men and interrogate him. Will Muhammad change his plans now that he knows I am out there somewhere, hunting him? Zeb looked at the star-dotted sky. Nope. I wouldn't if I was in his place. My plans would factor in any attack. There would be no reason to change them. What if I told the coalition or American forces? That wouldn't work either. If Tucker was helping him, there could be others. Besides, he has informers in all the villages. They would tell him of troop movements. And that was why he wouldn't tell anyone of the warlord's possible escape to London. For one, he wasn't sure. The other reason was the leak at Kilmer's End. The colonel had given him several missions. If he wanted to betray me, he would have done so long back. Nope, the traitor was someone else. Zeb could speculate all he could, but in the end, it didn't matter. Find Muhammad. Kill him. That was all that mattered. He drove out. Back to Ragi, a plan shaping in his mind. He would have to find another vehicle. The Jeep was too conspicuous. Once he got a new ride, he would go to the mine. He didn't go to the mine immediately the next day. Instead, he drove to the bazaar. He went early to avoid traffic and arrived before 10 a.m. He parked where he previously had, in the wide lot that was nothing more than an expanse of ground, beaten down by the weight and tracks of vehicles. He unloaded his crate, grabbed all his gear, and hiked a mile back to where there was cover in the form of a few bushes. The dirt track was to his right. Straight ahead, 2 miles away, was the river and the island on it. He shoved his equipment underneath the bushes, exchanged his HK for one of the AKs he had grabbed from the terrorists, changed into rust-colored clothing. If anyone recognized him, it would be as Akmal Rahman. He waited until the parking lot started filling up. He watched through his binoculars. A truck parked next to his Jeep. The driver lumbered out and stretched. Didn't glance at his ride. Another truck appeared. Boxed his vehicle, and then a smaller one appeared. It looked like a Ford. Small, compact. Zeb made a note of where it parked and left his hide. He walked to the bridge, paid the guards, and went to the bazaar. Hung around until it was crowded, and then made his way to the samples hut. The inevitable gunmen were there. 3 of them. Rough-looking, their arrogant stance keeping away people. These won't be Muhammad's men. He won't risk a sale so close to whatever he is planning. Zeb drank several cups of tea. Bought a pair of shoes he would never use. Some trinkets, for my woman, he said shyly at the gap-toothed woman, and whiled the time away. The prospective buyers appeared. 4 of them. They strode directly to the hut. The guards stopped them, words were spoken, and they disappeared inside with 2 Taliban men. Zeb hurried out to the parking lot and checked out the vehicles. The Ford was still there, as was a Toyota and a Nissan. The Toyota looked good. Black, dented and scratched. No Taliban markings on its plate. The right age too. It wouldn't have sophisticated electronics inside. He looked around. No one was paying him any attention. He tried the door. Unlocked. In that part of the world, locking was rare. No keys, but that wasn't a problem. He slashed beneath the dash and hot-wired it. No one came running to him. He transferred his equipment quickly and drove the stolen vehicle away. Parked off-road, well away from curious eyes, under the cover of trees, and went back to the market. Sighed in relief when the negotiations were still going on. Waited till evening fell, when the buyers emerged and strode out. The Taliban left like they owned the world. It would come crashing down on them when Zeb rammed his Toyota into their vehicle. Chapter 45. It was easy to follow the gunmen. They didn't take any precautions when they left the bazaar. Their vehicle was a Soviet discard, olive green paint, sturdy wheels. Zeb followed them at a distance, and when they were in the middle of nowhere, on the track to Keshem, no other vehicles around, he accelerated and smashed into them from behind. He leapt out even before the vehicles had stopped moving. Raced down the right, keeping a distance. A head popped out. Exploded when Zeb shot it on the run. "Get out," he commanded the 2 men inside, who were furious, one of them carrying a gash on his forehead. "You know who we are?" Gash growled. "You know who you killed." Zeb shot him in the shoulder. "Keep talking if you want to die." Gash fell back, hand clutching his bleeding shoulder, moaning softly. The other man had raised his hands quickly. He was alert, his eyes wary. "He's the danger man. He's too cool." "Get out." Zeb motioned with his AK. "Who are you?" Cool asked him. "Get out," Zeb repeated. "I won't ask again." Doesn't look like they recognize Akmal Rahman. "This way," Zeb pointed to the left door. If you come out with any weapons, I will kill you. Gash swore and cursed as he clambered out clumsily. Cool followed. There was one moment when his fellow gunman covered him. He made his move then. He shoved Gash toward Zeb. Reached behind him. Came around with an AK, spitting fire in a wide arc. Zeb sidestepped the oncoming hitter easily. Clubbed him with the stock of his AK. Dove to the ground in one continuous motion, rounds flying above him. He shot Cool in both thighs and rolled quickly as the gunman tried to lower his weapon. He lunged forward, thrust the hostile's weapon away, and body slammed him against the vehicle. Zeb tied both men to their vehicle, hands outstretched and secured to the roof, legs to the wheels. Malek will kill you. Zeb grinned. That saved one question. He brought out his Benchmade and jammed it into Gash's thigh, just near his groin. What's happening in 2 days? Gash spilled everything he knew, despite his partner's remonstrations. Cool lasted longer, but he too confessed in the end. They didn't know what exactly would go down in 2 days. Abdul Malek had ordered them to stay away from all border crossings. Especially from the bridge. Bridge? The Panji-Poyan one? Yes, Cool groaned. No one was to go near it. Did he say why? The Taliban man shook his head listlessly. We think it's an important shipment. So important that Malek didn't tell us. Night or day? Cool shook his head and groaned at the motion. Don't know. Malek asked us to stay away all day. 24 hours. Which gang's shipment is going? Cool coughed and spat blood. He was badly injured, but still had it in him to retort. Who do you think? There's only one warlord who can make others obey. Atash Muhammad. Zeb didn't kill them. He left them where they were, bound to their vehicle, on a dusty road that disappeared into the plains and mountains of Badakhshan. The Taliban gunman had confirmed what Tucker had attempted to tell him. That Muhammad was leaving the country. Most likely with a large shipment of gems. What remained to be answered was when exactly and where. It was a large country. The warlord could cross the river at any point. Or he could be audacious and cross the bridge in broad daylight. Zeb brought his vehicle to a sudden stop. Audacious. Broad daylight. The words swirled in him. He liked it. He thought that was what Muhammad would do. He'd get a kick out of it. Everyone looking for him, and he'll be bold as brass crossing the bridge. A gut feeling wasn't enough, however. Zeb headed to the mine. He reached the outskirts of Ragi as the sun was setting. Drove ahead toward the hillside on which the mine was located. There was a well-maintained road that curved up, but he didn't take that. There would be guards. Probably Taliban fighters, and he was sure every one of them would be on the lookout for him, in his Sher or Akmal disguise. He grabbed his backpack and strapped it alongside his HK. He would have to hike. Which turned out to be easier than the hikes to the neighboring cliffs, because the miners had cleared the hill of rocks and boulders to prevent any rock or mudslides. He had to detour, however, to stay away from the bright lights that turned night into day. It was 7 p.m. before he came within eyesight of the hole in the side of the slope. He had to look up since it was at a height. The mine was the size of a basketball court, oval-shaped with jagged edges. He dropped to his belly and crawled a further 50 feet until he could check out the scene with his binoculars. Despite the late hour, men swarmed around it. Bareheaded with straps over their foreheads that held flashlights. There were guards, several of them, forming a wide perimeter. There was barbed wire as well. Zeb spotted it as he moved cautiously, the strands catching the lights. He turned his head and looked back. The rest of the hill was dark, as night blanketed the country. The mine wasn't visible from the plains, nor was it from the roads to Sori or Ragi. The highway near Keshem was too far. How do the villagers get here? A truck rumbled up to the mine. That was his answer. He hunkered down, waiting for the activity to lessen. Muhammad wouldn't be here, but he was hoping there would be something or someone who could lead him to the warlord's plans. There was, but not in the manner he was expecting. Chapter 46. It was 9 p.m. by the time the mine activity started winding down. 2 trucks turned up. The villagers didn't climb inside. A man came to the center of the clearing in front of the mine. Sharp-faced white, he gave orders to guards, who relayed them to the villagers. They formed a line that stretched out to a shack next to the hole in the hillside. The nearest villager ducked inside and returned with a wooden crate. It got passed down the line and deposited into a truck that was in the shadow. Zeb counted 35 crates. Even from his distance, he could see the truck sink on its wheels. The white man gestured. A few villagers climbed into the rear of the truck and disappeared inside. They exited shortly, and at another hand wave, all villagers climbed into the second truck that proceeded out of the mine. The guards stayed back, the white man as well. He circled the truck, inspected it to his satisfaction, and spoke in a low voice to the guards. He disappeared into the shadows, and when he returned, he was driving a smaller vehicle. Just him inside it. Zeb lay against the hill as night tightened its grip. He counted 15 guards strung out in an irregular semicircle. Pacing occasionally. Talking to one another. The truck was facing his left. Nearly 500 yards away. He got to his feet stealthily and started to climb. He covered 100 yards without any encounter. Thanked his luck that there were no patrol dogs. Neither did there seem to be any electronic surveillance. Why would they need it in the middle of Badakhshan? The fence was 300 yards away, but now he was at the edge of the cone of light. He dropped to his belly again and crawled as fast as he could. Froze when a pebble dislodged and a guard glanced back. He buried his head to cover the whites of his eyes. No shots came his way. When he looked up, the guard had turned away and was talking to another. He resumed his approach, his injured shoulder bleeding, when he encountered another problem. He could surmount the fence, but the truck had 2 guards, one on each side, and another 2 some 30 feet away. He had to get past them. Shooting wasn't an option. He didn't want to kill them. His palms ground into gravel, and that gave him an idea. He removed his backpack and his rifle. Grabbed a few pieces of equipment and stuffed them in his pockets. He picked up a few stones, got to his feet, and flung them as high and as far as he could in the direction of the mine. They fell noisily. The guards straightened. Called out to each other. Zeb threw more pebbles. They ran towards the sound. Zeb ran too, swiftly towards the fence, placing his left foot high on it, springing off it and vaulting over. He landed heavily, but there wasn't anyone to hear him. He crouched low and burst toward the truck. Crawled underneath it and peered out. The guards were still looking for the source of the noise. He got to the driver's side and tested the door. It opened. He climbed in and searched the rear of the cab. Breathed out in relief when he came across the sliding panel that connected the cab to the main body. He slid it open, wriggled through, and was inside the storage area. He landed on crates. The rear gaped open, giving him a view of the guards and the mine. No one was heading back. He leaned over a crate closest to the cab and pried it open with his knife. It creaked. He stopped and looked up. No one raised a head in his direction. He bent to his task again and removed the cover. Cupped his palm around his flashlight. Gems? They shone in the light, filling the box. He sealed it again and checked a few more. More stones. No heroin. Muhammad's taking away the last haul from the mine. Isn't he going to share it with? Tucker's dead. The white man could be the Russian Bidar mentioned. just 2 of them to share the rewards. He fell on top of the crates when another sound came to him. A truck, the one that had ferried away the villagers. It trundled inside the mine and parked next to his. A door slammed, and its driver exchanged greetings with the guards. Zeb peered up cautiously. A bunch of men about 80 feet away from him, slapping backs and laughing. He crept back into the cab and closed the panel. Cracked the door open, climbed out and got underneath the cab. Reached inside his pocket and brought out a GPS tracker. Attached it securely to the chassis. His hand dug inside his clothing and came out with a remote-controlled explosive device. He activated it using the dim light under the vehicle and fastened it to the bottom of the truck. He looked from beneath. No sign of the guards returning to their positions anytime soon. They were having a good time. He rolled out swiftly and crawled beneath the next truck. Attached another tracker and explosive device to its bottom and started crawling out. He kept the vehicles between him and the guards, and when he reached the barbed wire, he threw more pebbles into the sky. He ran as soon as they landed, vaulted over, and then he was out of the light. 16 men were searching the ground, 15 guards and the truck driver. None of the Taliban men thought of looking beyond the fence. Zeb shook his head in disgust. Must be low-level foot soldiers. Muhammad's got the best men with him. Less than 2 hours later, he was back in his stolen vehicle and heading back towards Ragi. It was time to rest. He didn't know where Muhammad was. However, he now had eyes on his contraband. Chapter 47. The sky was orange when Zeb woke the next day. He stood for a few moments savoring the stillness and the sun's silent fireworks as the earth revolved on its axis. It was the day Muhammad planned to escape. Not if I have anything to do with it, Zeb thought grimly. He freshened, bandaged his shoulder with another strip of cloth and checked his weapons. He powered up his laptop. One orange dot was the truck with the gems, a green one the other truck. Both stationary. Both still at the mine. He wondered when Atash Muhammad would join the shipment. Whether he was already on the move from Sori to the mine. For a brief moment he thought of calling the Afghan police. Nope. Muhammad will have his informers. He put on his armor and several layers of clothing, and then donned the dull brown Parahan. Those 35 crates, they will be unwieldy. Difficult to transport across the river. Zeb decided to go with his earlier hunch. That the terrorist would cross the bridge in daylight. He tested his shoulder, flexed it, as he drank a hastily made tea. It hurt, but it would get him through the day. I may not be alive at the end of it. He threw the dregs away and stowed the cup in his gear. Death had never scared him. It was a characteristic that had distinguished him from other Delta operatives. He had no wife, no girlfriend. He had a sister who had a career in D.C., and the two seldom met. Zen? You are the only one I have seen who is closest to that state, a psychologist had once told him when he was in Delta, after running several tests. Have you studied Buddhism? No sir, Zeb had replied. Religion had no interest for him. He knew how he felt about living and dying. He didn't see the need to analyze himself. He just was. Zeb straightened and stretched. If he died that day, so be it. He would do everything he could, however, to make sure he wouldn't die alone. He would take Atash Muhammad with him. Just before he set out, he considered his plan. The previous night, he had decided that he would cross the Panji Poyan Bridge and watch from the other side. Was there any need to change the plan? He could follow the trucks, but the Taliban would be alert. They wouldn't be looking out just for him, but for anyone who showed the slightest interest in them. He fingered the rubbery ears and nose. Decided not to wear them. He would spend the day as Akmal Rahman. Nope, crossing the bridge ahead of the trucks was still the best option. He headed out. He approached the bridge, which stood proudly over the river, 2 hours later. It had been constructed to grow the infrastructure in the two countries it connected. I bet none of the planners figured it would be used by drug traffickers and terrorists. He followed a truck that shook alarmingly from side to side. A pair of goats peered out at him from its rear. It slowed, giving him the opportunity to check out the guards. The next moment, he had wrapped his shamag about his face, because they were the same men he had accosted, the ones who had told him about Callan's shipment. He let the truck pass and inched forward when the older guard, the clean-shaven one, waved him forward impatiently. Zeb drew out $100 bill and thrust out his left hand. "Go, you fool." "The bridge is empty," the guard said as he approached his window. "What's the news today?" Zeb growled, twirling the note in his fingers. "News?" the man drew back. "What?" His eyes narrowed when he spotted the bill. A flash of recognition in his eyes. He turned to the two other guards who were lazing against the concrete sides of the bridge and beckoned to them. "It's you," he said. "We heard a lot." "What's the news?" The man moistened his lips. Looked scared. Looked at his fellow guards for support. Zeb brought out a thick wad. More money than he had given them that other night. The leader's hands twitched. 3 pairs of eyes were fluttering on the roll thrust out of the window. Muhammad's shipment. In the daytime. They'll shoot us if we stop it. Rape our wives and daughters, the leader blurted. Zeb tossed him the bundle. The guard caught it deftly and pocketed it. "What time?" "We don't know, Aga. The messenger came in the morning. He warned us several times." "You might tell them about me." A bitter smile twisted his lips. "Tell them about Cher." "Why would we? We haven't seen him." "Aga," another guard bent his head to the window. "You gave us more money than we asked that night. You didn't send men to our homes to threaten our women. We don't like the Taliban." "Do you know how many vehicles?" Zeb asked them. "No, Aga. We know there will be a shipment. A big one because it's in daylight. We don't know anything else." A car approached from behind. The leader straightened. He made a show of shouting angrily at Zeb and inspecting his vehicle. He waved Zeb's Toyota forward, cursing. "Be safe, Aga." Zeb crossed the bridge and at the other end handed out more dollar bills. "Papers?" "Visa." Who needed them when the American dollar spoke more powerfully? There was a signboard that announced he was in Tajikistan. The guards wore different uniforms, but there was nothing else to distinguish the country from its neighbor. Past the bridge, the road curved and snaked away into the distance between mountains. Zeb drove on, searching for a hide. Nothing immediately near the bridge. A clump of trees a quarter of a mile away. Too far. He reconsidered. "I don't need to be in my vehicle." He accelerated away and went off-road. He arrived at a suitable thicket. No human presence. He drove deep inside, ensuring that his Toyota wasn't visible from the road. Grabbed his backpack, his HK Beanos, and headed back to the bridge. He jogged at the side of the dirt track, in a narrow rainwater gully, bending low so that no one could spot him from the bridge. He stopped when he was less than 100 yards away. Peered out of the trench. Undulating ground. A few rocks. He checked out the bridge with his binoculars. No vehicles on it. No guards looking his way. He climbed out of the trench and darted to the rocks. They weren't large, but just behind them was a shallow depression. Behind him, the mountains. Ahead of him, to his left, the bridge. He settled down to wait, Beanos to his eyes. He could have tracked the trucks on his laptop, but eyes on was vital. He had to know how many Taliban he had to deal with before getting to Muhammad. Chapter 48. The trucks rumbled over the bridge at precisely 4 p.m. The dots on his laptop confirmed that the two vehicles he was watching were the ones he was after. He trained the BESTSELLING on the first one. 4 men inside the cab, including the driver. Laughing. All bearded. All wearing shamags carelessly draped over their necks. None of them was Atash Muhammad. The first truck had the gems. It shook as it got off the bridge and onto uneven ground. It presented its rear to Zeb. Not covered. No men inside. None that was visible. He turned to the second truck. 4 more men. Its rear was empty too. Zeb scratched his cheek. Where's Atash Muhammad? Or that white dude at the mine? Had he made a mistake? No, he decided, curbing the bitter feeling welling inside him. It made sense. Why would the terrorist travel with the gems? It would only increase his risk. He'll cross the river somewhere else and rendezvous with the trucks. I hope. There was no other option for him but to follow the 2 vehicles. He waited till they were out of sight and then sprinted back to his Toyota. 20 minutes later, he was back on the road, the trucks visible in the far distance. Zeb followed them for several miles with the sun behind him. That helped. Less chance that a stray reflection would give him away. Mile after mile rolled beneath his wheels. Mostly flat land, an undulation here and there. Mountains in the distance against the blue sky. Zeb wiped his palms against his thighs. He had no time to appreciate the landscape, in which nothing moved but the 3 vehicles. He was conscious of the time. If Atash Muhammad doesn't turn up before dark, I'll keep following them, he told himself doggedly. The trucks were heading toward Dushanbe. They'll join the Pamir Highway there and then head to Kyrgyzstan, the route most drug traffickers take. Russian gangs and local warlords ruled over that route. Muhammad and his Russian have probably struck alliances with them for safe passage. Zeb knew his window of opportunity was small. He had to strike before nightfall. Before they reached Dushanbe, and for that to happen, Atash Muhammad had to turn up. Red lights flared ahead of him, interrupting his thoughts. He squinted. The trucks were slowing. Getting off the road. Turning to the left. What's there? Nothing. He swiftly brought his binoculars up to watch. They slowed and came to a halt near the carcass of a broken-down truck. The remains of a tire on the ground. Men climbing out of the vehicles. A truck stop in the middle of nowhere in Tajikistan? His heart leapt into his mouth because from behind the abandoned truck he could make out a smaller vehicle. An SUV. Black. Bearded men in front of it. Weapons on their backs. He couldn't make out details, but one figure registered on him. A white man. The man from the mine. Zeb tossed the BESTSELLING onto the passenger seat. Pulled his shamag over his face and continued driving. Pulse beating steadily. Thinking furiously about his course of action. He drew closer to the gathering of vehicles. Then past them. 300 yards to his left. He looked across casually. Why wouldn't he? Any driver would be curious. No one glanced at him. The men were bunched together, and then they fell behind. Zeb upped his speed incrementally. Waited till the road dipped, and the vehicles disappeared from view. Swung the wheel furiously to his left and drove off the road, thanking his luck that he was on hard ground. Less likelihood of a dust trail giving him away. Calculated. 2 miles separated him from the Taliban men. He kept an eye on the horizon as he accelerated the vehicle. The dip in the ground shielding him from view. Glancing at his cell phone frequently, checking the 2 dots on it. The trucks were still there, but what about the SUV? No plume in the air. Hopefully it was still there. Only one way to find out. He was going at the truck stop from the side. The sun was on him. He stopped when he was a mile away. Checked his left. He couldn't see the road. He was hidden by that same curve in the slope. Grabbed his HK/SL Benos and sprinted. Legs pumping furiously. Weapon in his right hand, held easily. Eyes narrowed, senses alert. 800 yards became 7. The ground started inclining upwards. He dropped to his belly and started crawling. Blinked rapidly to flick sweat away from his eyelids. Slowed as he neared the edge of the dip. Put the Benos up cautiously, just the lenses, over the curve of the ground. Carl Zeiss lenses, ground to perfection, offering 8 times magnification, got to work. He scanned, found the vehicles and the grouping of men, and steadied the Benos. He recognized the drivers and the men in the trucks. Searched to their right. There. The white man, talking animatedly to someone. Zeb couldn't see his face. The man had his head bent, nodding. He studied the body language of the other men. The Taliban men stood a few paces away from the white man and the bearded man. Deference. That's the Russian and Atash Muhammad. After what felt like interminable minutes, he got his answer. The bearded man straightened. Clapped the white man on his shoulder. Headed to the SUV. For one moment his face was turned to Zeb. Atash Muhammad. His eyes fierce, his beard thick, striding like he owned the world. 5 men followed him, one of them getting into the driver's seat. The warlord climbed next to the driver, another gunman beside him. The white man joined the 3 at the back. 7 men in the SUV. It was crowded. It sank on its wheels. Smoke streamed from its tail as it started heading to the dirt track. Zeb watched until it hit the road and turned left. Towards Dushanbe. He checked the trucks. They were still at the stop, their occupants in no hurry. He sprinted back to his Toyota. Lowered his trousers to his knees and taped the explosives triggers to his outside thighs. Fastened his trousers again, concealing the devices. His fingers would reach the buttons if he stood straight, his hands to his sides. They were his insurance policy. A few moments later he too was on the road. The SUV was no longer in sight, but that was okay. He knew it would be ahead, and when he rolled down a slope, it was there, light shining off its sides, dust swirling around it as it raced. Less than half a mile away from him. It was time to strike. Chapter 49. Zeb reached over to the passenger seat, grabbed his helmet and put it on. He was 1 man against 7. He would need all the protection he could get. He jammed several mags in his pockets. The crate behind him had an M82 Barrett. However, the HK was a better weapon for what he was planning. He stomped on the gas and the Toyota leapt forward. He rolled his window down. Dust rushed in. He breathed easily. He could die in the next few moments. A little dirt in his lungs wouldn't be the cause of his death. The cold flooded him, a familiar feeling. Welcomed. As was the gray fog filling his mind. Nothing existed except the SUV ahead of him, which he was nearing. The Taliban vehicle appeared to be more powerful than his, but it was carrying a heavy load. A face turned towards the rear window as he neared. The gunman said something over his shoulder. Another face appeared beside his. Zeb kept closing in. The SUV's door opened a crack. A gunman poked his head out and stared. He took in Zeb's helmeted face. Turned, shouted something. Movement from inside. The barrel of an AK appeared. The hitter pushed the door open wider in an attempt to aim his weapon. Which was what Zeb wanted. His left hand moved without conscious thought. The HK's barrel thrust out of the window. It was on auto mode, a full magazine slapped into it. He depressed the trigger and sprayed the rear of the SUV. Steel-penetrating rounds flew out with a muzzle velocity of 2,592 feet per second. Less than 100 feet separated the two vehicles. The SUV's door buckled under the impact of the rounds. Its rear window shattered. The gunman's head burst and his body slid down, dragged behind the vehicle, and rolled away. Zeb swerved, drew the HK in, changed magazines in seconds, and resumed firing. Another long burst. The terrorists were trapped. They were bunched together. They could either fire back, for which they had to show themselves, or go faster in their SUV. There was returning fire. Zeb ducked as his windshield shattered. A round punched through the door and whistled in front of his belly before thudding into the right door. He continued firing, wheeling his Toyota behind and to the right, reducing the angle of incoming fire. 3 magazines emptied. 2 more bodies flopped out. More by luck than by design, but all he had to do was point his weapon at the gaping hole that was the shattered rear window and press the trigger. The Taliban hitters who had tried to shoot back from the rear had caught the brunt of his attack. Their fellow passengers had shoved their bodies out, taking care not to expose themselves. They weren't giving up, however. The SUV driver continued trying to race away, while 2 AK barrels appeared through the hole and let loose at Zeb. A shard of glass whipped across his face, leaving a graze on his cheek. Another buried itself over an eyebrow. Blood started trickling down the side of his face. He wiped it away with his right hand, hardly feeling the pain. That would come later. Right now he was cold and empty, feeding off the fury banked in him. The SUV turned hard to the left. It got off the road and sped through open ground, even as several AKs chattered from inside simultaneously. Zeb twisted and turned his wheel, making sure not to offer a stationary target, his rounds making holes in the sides of the enemy's vehicle. The Taliban's SUV was old. Zeb wasn't using ordinary armor-piercing rounds. They were heavily customized bullets that a gunsmith in Virginia made for him, exclusively. His Toyota wasn't in any better shape, however, and it had perforations too. But Zeb had the advantage that his constant swerving offered a limited target. On top of that, the SUV was a sluggish mover and it was filled to its capacity. Chances were high that rounds piercing it would hit human flesh. An angry face loomed in the front side window, the Taliban man next to Muhammad. His mouth opened in a snarl. He thrust his body out, his AK curving down, rounds scything the sky, heading towards Zeb, who jammed the brakes and brought the Toyota to a squealing halt. Zeb's first burst went wide. The second burst riddled the gunman. Zeb stomped on the accelerator. His Toyota stalled and gave up on him. He tried again. No luck. The Taliban gunman took advantage. Concentrated fire burst towards him. Rounds pinged off the roof and screamed through the broken window. One round grazed his neck, but it came the closest of any of them, because he had moved the instant his vehicle had stalled. He scrambled to his right, kicked open the passenger door, dropped to the ground and looked up from beneath the Toyota. The SUV was racing away as fast as the driver could make it, rolling drunkenly on its wheels. Now 200 feet away. Zeb brought his HK to his shoulder. Took aim. At the bottom cycle of his breathing, he fired. The right rear tire blew out. A breath. A fraction of an inch to his left. Trigger brake. Another tire blew out. The SUV slowed, and when he shot a front tire, it stopped. Its engine whined as the driver coaxed it to move. It rolled forward a few feet, but the terrain wasn't friendly. It stuck. 4 down. 3 inside. Muhammad, the white man, and the driver. No movement from within the SUV. They'll figure out their options. Try to spring a trap on me. A head peered above a window and disappeared when Zeb snapped a shot. He could riddle the vehicle with rounds, use the Barrett to punch large holes in it, but vengeance drove him. Muhammad needs to die in front of me. He figured the warlord would try to deceive him. The gunman would open fire, while Muhammad and the white man would circle around. Zeb decided to give them the opportunity. He knew his plan was foolhardy. It broke every operational discipline, but the memory of the 3 Delta operatives in the valley burned in him. He crawled out from underneath the vehicle, crouched, and resumed firing at the SUV even as he ran toward it. No straight lines. Unpredictable twists and turns. Gouts of earth flew in the air as a lone weapon fired from within the SUV. He was sure it wasn't Muhammad or the white man who was attacking. They'll work on their trap. He concentrated his rounds at the front of the vehicle, changing magazines on the move, his HK barking in a continuous stream, drowning out the AK's response until it fell silent. Zeb was 50 feet away. To the front of the SUV, approaching it from the passenger side. All he could see was a blood-splattered body sprawled on the front seat and darkness inside. He rushed forward, presenting as narrow a target as possible, and crossed the front. No rounds came his way. He was at the driver's side. Better view of the inside. The dead Taliban shooter in the front. What looked like bodies in the rear. Are they dead? Then the trap was sprung. Chapter 50. He felt the motion behind him before he heard it. He was turning, ducking, but he wasn't fast enough. Something like a steel hammer struck him in the head. Brought him to his knees. A hand went under his chin and yanked his helmet away. His HK went flying when a brutal kick landed in his ribs. Before he could react, an arm went around his neck and dragged him upright, choking him. Something hard pressed against his right temple. A gun. His vision swam. He almost blacked out from the force of the blows and the chokehold around his throat. A figure appeared in front of him. Wavy, blurred initially. He blinked rapidly as it sharpened. Atash Muhammad stood in front of him, his lips twisted in contempt. How? He twisted sideways to look at his captor, caught a fleeting glance at his profile before the gun smashed into his temple. Americans. You are so arrogant. You think you alone are intelligent. Muhammad played with a knife, its sharp edge winking in the light. That's Bykov behind you. My partner. Russian. Tucker, he was my partner too. You remember him? Poor man, the terrorist clicked his tongue in pity. He was caught between his greed and his American principles. He had to die. You understand, don't you? You should have died too that day. Never mind. You'll die today. Here. No one will know where your body is. He ran a finger on the knife's edge and held it up to show the thin streak of blood. How, you must be wondering. How did we trick you? You had us. Your gun, he shook his head in admiration, was shooting holes in us. It was Bykov's idea. Those 2 bodies you saw falling out? They were us. He was sure you wouldn't pay attention to us when we fell out. Your American principles, you wouldn't crush us with your vehicle or shoot us. It worked. He chuckled as the Russian tightened his hold on Zeb. Muhammad came closer and thrust the point of his blade at Zeb's left eye. Zeb leaned back instinctively, but there was no give in Bykov. Scared. Like all Americans. You talk a lot. When you are behind your guns. You are any better. Zeb goaded him. Let me see how much you talk when I am free. You won't take that risk, will you? You are a coward, Muhammad. You hide behind women. The terrorist whipped his knife across Zeb's forehead, its tip cutting his skin lightly. He laughed when Zeb's breath caught in his throat. No. It is not a death cut. I want to take my time with you. I want to hear you scream. He jabbed at Zeb's chest, his eyes widening when the blade struck the armor. Remove it, he told the Russian, who shook his head. We don't have time. Finish him. We have to be in Dushanbe before it gets late. You'll do as I say, Muhammad screamed, and thrust the knife at Zeb's left shoulder above the edge of the armor. He panted, delight in his eyes at Zeb's tortured groan. He pulled back the knife and stared at the blood coating it. We'll take as much time as I. The knife came fast, this time going for Zeb's right shoulder. Now? Zeb let his weight fall on the arm around his neck. Felt it squeeze in him, cutting off his air. He compartmentalized it. Ignored the searing burn in his left shoulder and the steady flow of blood from his forehead. Separated the pain from what he had to do. Let his upper body sag. Bunched his knees together and brought them up. His legs pistoned out like a rocket. They caught Muhammad flush in the chest and sent him hurtling back several feet away. The terrorist sprawled to the ground. Dazed. He shouted in anger and humiliation. Got to his feet and rushed toward Zeb, knife thrust forward. Kill him, said Bykov, the arm around Zeb's neck loosening a fraction. Muhammad will go for my throat. Movement in front of him, behind the terrorist. The trucks. They lumbered into view, slowing down as the drivers took in the scene. Bykov shifted behind Zeb. He had seen the vehicles. Muhammad didn't turn. He didn't waver. He came on, his mouth working, cursing, swearing. 4 feet away. Then 3 feet. Zeb met his eyes. His fingers reached for his thighs. Searched desperately. Found the triggers. Jabbed hard. A moment of nothing happening, other than Muhammad coming closer to him, breathing harshly, and Bykov's grip relaxing and moving away from Zeb's neck. The trucks exploded. A burst of sound that carried far. Bykov jerked. A sound of surprise escaped him. The gun against Zeb's temple moved away involuntarily. Muhammad faltered. His head started turning toward the source of the blast. His knife started dropping, but his momentum kept carrying him towards Zeb. In Zeb's world, a fraction of a second determined life and death. He acted. His left hand slapped away the approaching knife. It continued moving upwards. His right hand flashed up as well. It grabbed Bykov's gun hand. Brought it forward, his wrist clamping in a vice-like grip around Bykov's, turning and twisting until the barrel was pointing straight ahead. Zeb's left hand came up. Fitted around Bykov's curled fingers. Zeb's forefinger crushing the Russian's trigger finger. Muhammad's head turning back towards his captive. His eyes widening in surprise and fear. Bykov reacting behind Zeb. Snarling, trying to release his hand. His left hand drawing back to pound Zeb. Too late. Zeb squeezed the Russian's trigger finger. The round smashed into Atash Muhammad. Another squeeze. Muhammad's body jerked under the impact. Bykov's fist connected with Zeb's neck. He shuddered under the impact, but he didn't release his hands. They still gripped Bykov's gun hand. His finger forced the Russians to squeeze the trigger again. The next 2 bullets went wide. The subsequent one caught Muhammad in the neck. The terrorist started to fall. Zeb heaved on the gun arm, twisting it, ignoring the blows raining on him, erasing everything from his mind but Atash Muhammad and the gun. He kept forcing the trigger, darkness filling him as the terrorist's body shuddered under the impact of the rounds, until the gun clicked on empty. He twisted around, his left elbow rising to smash Bykov in the face. Right hand still not releasing the Russian's arm. Ducking and whirling, gripping the hand, now the captor turned captive, Bykov struggling to release himself. Until his shoulder dislocated. His scream choked off when the concrete-like edge of Zeb's left hand smashed into his neck. Zeb pounded him until the Russian's body sagged. He released it, letting it flop to the ground. Took great gulps of air, letting it fill him and drive the darkness away, until thinking and rationality in time and space returned. He bent shakily. Bykov was dead. He checked the terrorist. Atash Muhammad's eyes stared blankly at the sky. The terrorist would never kill, rape or maim again. He picked up his HK and checked the SUV. No one alive inside. The trucks were burning wrecks. No chance that anyone could survive in them. Zeb sucked air and wiped his face. His hands came away wet and red. Yes, that cut. He had forgotten about it. Now it all returned. The wounds in his shoulder, the blows against his neck. He was alive, however. He took stumbling steps towards his Toyota and leaned against it. Took a long drink from his water canteen and bathed his face. He tried his vehicle. It wouldn't start. Went to its rear and brought out the M82 from the crate. Slung it across his back. HK over one shoulder. The Barrett across the other. He started walking. Far ahead was Dushanbe and the Pamir Highway, on which bandits roamed. A reddening sky spread above, beneath which there was no one more lethal than Zeb Carter. Chapter 51. 2 weeks later. Washington, D.C. General Klein sighed in relief as he stood under the shower in his Georgetown house. Briefing politicians, going through the details of major operations, looking at budget figures, the life of a 4-star general wasn't as glamorous as it was made out to be. He shampooed his thick hair, let the water beat down on him, toweled himself briskly and stepped out. He lived alone. There had been a wife once, but she had found him hard to get along with. Thankfully, they didn't have children. Klein liked his life unencumbered, and that thing with Tucker, it gave him freedom of the financial kind. Because he didn't want to put any other label on it. Of course, he was a patriot. He loved his country. Had served it well. What was so wrong if he enriched himself in the process? He had panicked when Tucker had been found dead. At the hands of terrorists, the folks at Kandahar said. It was still a mystery, still under investigation, since no one knew what Tucker had been doing in Badakhshan and why the soldiers with him were dressed so. Klein had managed to steer the investigation to a rapidly approaching dead end. He whistled as he rummaged through his wardrobe. As for Atash Muhammad, his death had been a relief. With Tucker gone, Klein had no way of knowing what was happening in the region, other than the official channels. The Afghan police said the terrorist had somehow learned of the coalition attack, which had been very successful, and had fled the region. It looked like he had been accosted by Tajiki gangs and killed. The world heaved a sigh of relief. One less terrorist. Carter. There was no news of him. Klein had asked Speer and even Kilmer. They both said the mercenary had made no contact at all. He was probably dead. Klein drove one leg through his pajamas, hopped around to. Hey. He lost balance, stumbled, and propped himself against the wall. He was staring stupidly at the figure in the door. Carter. Who? How? He grasped for words, his poise, his command lost, and then it returned. He was a 4-star general. He met with presidents. How did you get in here? He barked. Get out before I call the cops. You recognize me? Carter didn't move. Of course I do, the general sneered. He drew up his pajamas and straightened to his full height. You're the one who stripped. Got some more scars to show? Is that why you're here? Carter didn't answer. His eyes were calm, measured as they took in Klein. His manner enraged the general. Son, do you know how many laws you are breaking just by being here? I'll give you one last chance. Get out of my house. Laws. You didn't think much of them when you leaked classified information to Jesse Tucker. Terror swept through Klein. He didn't let it show, however. Tucker. Classified information. What the hell are you talking about? He snapped and held up a hand. Don't answer. I don't want to know. I am calling the police. He darted around the bed and grabbed his cell. Punched numbers on it furiously while keeping his eyes on the intruder. There was no network. I disabled it, Carter said, as casually as though he were discussing the weather. Klein felt fear. He controlled his panic as he raced through his options. Your offshore account. I found it. Did some digging. There was an interesting trail from it that went back to Tucker in a Russian firm. Bykov's. You know him? I don't know what you're talking about. You've lost your mind, Klein thundered, edging towards his pillow. There was a handgun underneath it. If he could reach it. Atash Mohammed Tucker, they knew I was coming. The leak could have come only from Washington. From you. Carter didn't move a muscle. His voice didn't change. Klein dove and went sprawling when what felt like a concrete block hit him in the chest. He groaned deeply and squeezed his eyes shut. Carter was standing over him when he opened them. How had the man moved so fast? That's assault. You are lucky, Carter continued remorselessly. Lucky. Klein tried to sit up. He fell back when Carter shoved him with a leg. You had no hand in the Delta operatives' capture. Or death. The general panted, his head ringing, trying to gather his mind. He raised his head, and terror spread through him at the expression on his visitor's face. Otherwise you would have died slowly, Carter said, as he stooped and dragged him to the bathroom. Chapter 52. On his return from Tajikistan, the first person Zeb had contacted was an intelligence analyst. Broker, a former Ranger, had been a rising star in the Pentagon, whispered to be one of the best in the country. Broker didn't agree with those whispers. He claimed he was the best. On leaving the Army, he had set up his own business, delivering briefing reports to world governments and global corporations. He had listened in silence, not commenting on the still healing wounds on Zeb's face, or the way he moved his shoulder. You want me to look into Pentagon generals? Yeah, and see if anyone has. I get it. I'll do it. Just like that. His movie star face had broken into a grin. I've always wanted to take down some of those pompous asses. They might have offshore accounts. I know. Offshore broker, Zeb had told him exasperatedly. There won't be any trail. Those banks will clam up. Not to me, the analyst said airily and dismissed Zeb with a wave. He had delivered. Liberty Bell, Virginia. Lisa Tucker ran her hands through her hair as she surveyed her kitchen. The house was small, modest, but she, Jesse, and their 14-year-old daughter Kylie called it home. It was not far from Chesterfield, where Lisa worked in a law firm. Home. She choked back her tears and tidied the kitchen. Kylie would be back from school soon. She had to make dinner, maintain the facade for her daughter that they would get through this. How will I? The news of Jess's death had shattered their world. She had gone through the funeral, all the formalities that accompanied a serving officer's death, robotically. Now that a couple of weeks had passed, reality had caught up. Jesse had been warm, loving. The only man she had loved. He filled the house when he was home, made life worth living. How will I get through this without him? The tears started as she cleaned the sink. Her heart lurched when she thought of Kylie, her treatment. Their daughter had a rare lung disease that wasn't covered by their insurance. Drugs were expensive, and they just about managed on their combined salaries. What will happen now? The mortgage? The pension wouldn't be enough. Neither would the few savings they had. Selling the house wasn't an option either. Rents were sky high. She choked back a sob. Kylie would be back. Her daughter, normally cheerful, now dealing with her dad's death. It wouldn't do for her to see her mom in pieces. The door buzzer registered on her. Coming, she quavered and wiped her face, blew her nose and went to the door. Yes, she asked the man at the door. He was lean, with closely cropped dark hair, shades over his eyes, clean-shaven, a scar on his forehead. T-shirt tucked into jeans, a jacket. She had never seen him before. Ma'am, I'm Stephen Miller. I served with your husband in Afghanistan. I am very sorry for your loss. Miller. Jessie hadn't mentioned any such name. She had met most of his friends. She was still processing the stranger's arrival when he reached inside his jacket and drew out an envelope. Jessie and I, ma'am, we had a thing for investing. We used to jointly invest in penny stocks. It was just for fun. We didn't put in anything more than a few $100s each. I didn't mention it to my wife. I don't think he told you. Our investments built over time though. And 3 of those companies got acquired by bigger ones. I liquidated our holdings when Jessie, he handed over the envelope. She opened it and withdrew the check. Sound faded. Her mind went blank. Is that? That's Jess's share, ma'am. There's one more sheet inside. A breakdown of our investments. She counted the zeros, her fingers trembling. That number. It would cover everything and still leave them with a cushion. Something wet fell on the check. Rain. No, not rain, a tear. She sniffed, wiped her eyes and pressed the check against her shirt. I'll be going, ma'am. Wait. He turned back expectantly. She waved the envelope in the air helplessly. She didn't know what to say. Aware that tears were streaming down her face. Stephen Miller? Yes, ma'am. She broke down. She sagged against the door, clutched her hand to her mouth and cried silently. Jessie. He had provided for them even in his death. I am sorry for your loss, she heard him say. She raised her head, but he was walking away swiftly towards a black SUV. It rolled down the street, turned a corner and went out of sight. She spotted Kylie walking with her friends and wiped her face hastily. Who was that, Mom? Her daughter asked when she approached. A friend of Dad's, honey. He came to pay his respects. Her daughter looked at her, 14 years old but maturing fast, aware that she and her mom now had only each other. Will everything be all right, Mom? Lisa Tucker drew her tight and hugged her, feeling the warmth of her daughter's body, the smell of her hair. Yes, honey. Zeb was back in New York several days later when the text message came. By then, the news of Klein's death had faded from the media's memory. Sure, he was a 4-star general, and slipping in the bathroom, cracking his head against the wall and dying was unusual. But the cops said it wasn't suspicious, and there were political and celebrity scandals to cover. Klein was quickly forgotten. Zeb thumbed his phone. The message was from Kilmer. He had briefed the colonel on his return, after dealing with the general, and after the visit to Lisa Tucker. Kilmer had grabbed him in a tight hug and thumped his back several times. His normal, expressionless face had returned by the time they sat. He had listened without interruption and had sighed heavily when he heard of Tucker's involvement. That should not come out, Zeb had told him. He didn't mention his visit to Liberty Bell. That wasn't anyone's business. I can't bury that, Kilmer had protested. You can. His family does not deserve to live in the shadow it will cast. The colonel had taken one look at his face and had nodded. No one else would ever know of Colonel Jesse Tucker's betrayal. The bodies? Chick, Bud, and Kelly's? Were they recovered? Kilmer nodded. Yeah. During the attack, a team of soldiers went to that valley. They retrieved all the bodies there. I had Muhammad in my sights. I didn't take the shot. I wanted to. Kill him up close? I figured. The ghost of a smile had appeared on the colonel's face. What if I had failed? Kilmer ran a finger idly around his cup. Our backup plan was to storm Sori during the coalition attack. Guess what? We did that and found no terrorists there. Sure, we captured and killed several, but not in Sori. They'd probably taken to the caves. What I am saying is, if you had failed, Muhammad would still be out there. Yeah. The colonel had deposited a few bills on the table and risen. Klein? You had anything to do with that. Who's Klein? Zeb opened Kilmer's message. Do you know a Stephen Miller? No, he replied and tossed his phone aside. There was another message when he returned from his shower. Lisa Tucker sends her thanks to Stephen Miller. The end. Author's message. Thank you for taking the time to read Zeb Carter. If you enjoyed it, please consider telling your friends and posting a short review. Sign up to Ty Patterson's mailing list and get The Watcher, a Zeb Carter novella, exclusive to newsletter subscribers. Be the first to know about new releases and deals. Check out Ty on typatterson.com.